The spirit beings were also very excited to see the island, but their expressions quickly returned to normal after they exchanged a few peculiar glances. Let's go. Hopefully the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus really are as extraordinary as the legends proclaim, Hanli said. Indeed, our destination is right in front of our eyes. What are we waiting for? The Long family patriarch chortled as he shot forth toward the giant island as a streak of golden light, followed closely by Elder Hui. Let's go as well, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said before stowing away the giant ark, then flipped a hand over to summon a purple flag. She gently waved the flag through the air, and it released a burst of light that swept up all of the spirit beings before carrying them away within a ball of purple light. In this area of the sea where spiritual qi was so abundant, they were naturally able to use whatever movement techniques they pleased. Thus, Han Li and the woman from the Yi family were the only ones left. The woman turned to Han Li with a smile and asked, "We've reached our destination, Brother Han. Do you have any plans?" "What plans could I possibly have? Didn't we agree that we would all use the spirit cleansing pond together and split the clean spirit lotuses evenly among everyone?" Han Li replied in a calm manner. "I'd naturally be willing to follow this arrangement if everyone else abided by it as well. But if some type of mishap were to occur?" the woman asked. "Rest assured, fellow Daoist, just as we agreed, we'll stick together as allies if something goes wrong," Han Li replied after a brief pause. The woman from the Yi family was very relieved to hear this, and her smile widened even further as she said, "I knew you were a man of your word, Brother Han. Let's set off as well. This island is quite large, but with their powers, I'm sure it wouldn't take them too long to find the spirit cleansing pond." Han Li nodded in response before rising up into the air and flying toward the giant island as a streak of azure light. The woman from the Yi family made a hand seal and 5-colored mist was released by her 5-colored feather dress, carrying her up into the air as well. Han Li wasn't flying at full speed. He merely followed along behind everyone else from a distance. He didn't know exactly where the spirit cleansing pond was, but judging from how eager the spirit beings and the Long family patriarch were to fly onto the island, they clearly had some inkling of its location. A short while later, they flew over a plain and several forests before arriving at a lush and scenic mountain range that was giving off a refreshing plant aroma. The Long family patriarch and the spirit beings suddenly stopped, and Han Li immediately accelerated over to them upon seeing this. 5-colored light flashed, and the woman from the Yi family also appeared beside Han Li. At this moment, a clear divide had appeared between the spirit beings and the human cultivators. It was clear that even though they hadn't turned on one another, they had all become quite wary of each other. After all, with such incredible treasures at stake, everyone was afraid that someone else would try to plot against them, especially considering they weren't even from the same race. However, both the Long family patriarch and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns remained quite calm on the surface, and after a brief discussion they sprang into action. The Long family patriarch swept a sleeve through the air, and a shimmering golden axe suddenly appeared in his grasp amid a flash of golden light. The axe had silver runes all over its surface, and was giving off bursts of astonishing baleful qi. Meanwhile, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns chanted something before opening her mouth to expel a white egg-sized bead that was covered in crimson devilish patterns. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately focused an unblinking gaze on those two. As expected, they had both been hiding something up their sleeves this entire time. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns pointed a finger at the bead, and it immediately shot forth toward the mountain range, then stopped above a certain mountain after just a few flashes while fluctuating incessantly in brightness. "Over there, fellow Daoist Long." Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns immediately yelled upon seeing this. The Long family patriarch let loose a loud cry without any hesitation upon hearing this, and a series of golden scales appeared over his body while a pair of golden dragon horns surfaced on his head. He had unleashed his half-dragon form, and his aura had swelled drastically as a result. At the same time, his body had expanded to around 50 to 60 feet tall, and the golden axe in his hand was also enlarging at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, quickly swelling to around 100 feet in length. The Long family patriarch gripped the handle of the giant axe with both hands before bringing it violently down upon the mountain that the bead was hovering over. A burst of golden light erupted from the giant axe, transforming into a massive axe projection that was close to 10,000 feet in size before crashing down onto the mountain in the distance. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and a golden sun with a diameter of over 1,000 feet erupted, instantly devouring the entire mountain. Bursts of golden shockwaves erupted from the golden sun, reducing the nearby mountains to dust in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, a burst of powerful energy fluctuations erupted out of the golden light, then spread to encompass an area with a radius of close to 100 kilometers. The space in the wake of these energy fluctuations rippled like water, and two more even taller lush mountains appeared in the place of the mountains that had just been destroyed. Between these two mountains was a valley that was enshrouded within green spiritual light, and an incredibly thick pillar of white light that was piercing into the heavens was stemming directly from the valley. That's where the spirit cleansing pond is. The Long family patriarch's eyes lit up with fervent ecstasy as he immediately shot forth as a streak of golden light. Elder Hui also followed along with an ecstatic expression. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was extremely excited as well, but her expression darkened slightly at the sight of the Long family patriarch and Elder Hui, and she suddenly made a strange hand seal, which was concealed within her sleeve. All of a sudden Ji Shui's emotionless eyes lit up, and his hands began to tremor slightly. However, in the next instant Bai Qi's cold voice rang out within Holy Maiden Thousand Autumn's ears, and her heart jolted as she immediately withdrew her hand seal. The light in Ji Shui's eyes faded, and he reverted back to his original wooden state. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns then turned toward the side to find that Han Li was currently appraising her with a hint of a smile on his face. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was just about to say something when Bai Qi suddenly asked, "Brother Han, fellow Daoist Long has already set off. Aren't you afraid that he'll take the treasures first if you don't go after him?" Han Li replied with a faint smile, "I'm sure fellow Daoist Long wouldn't do something like that." "Hee, you sure have a lot of trust in Brother Long, rest assured. Even though we've tracked down the spirit cleansing pond, it won't be that easy to access it," Bai Qi chuckled coldly. "I see, then let's go and lend Brother Long our assistance. We're still in the Elder Devil realm after all, so it would be best for all of us to obtain the treasures and leave this place as soon as possible," the woman from the Yi family said with a smile. "Of course. If we want to access the spirit cleansing pond, then we'll have to work together," Bai Qi replied without any hesitation. It seemed that he had suddenly taken over from Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns as the leader of the spirit beings. Thus, everyone rose up into the air and flew toward the valley in the distance. After just a few flashes, everyone had flown into the layer of green light that the valley was enshrouded under. To Han Li's surprise, the layer of green light didn't impede them in the slightest, and they were able to easily pass through it. In the next instant, Han Li suddenly found himself in a world full of vibrant colors, and there were countless specks of five-colored light all around him. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he made a grabbing motion, and several precise specks of light were instantly drawn into his grasp, revealing them to be five-colored crystalline beads. Bursts of pure spiritual qi began to surge out of the crystalline beads, striking him with an extremely comfortable sensation. This is crystallized spiritual qi. The spiritual qi here is over 10 times as concentrated as it is outside. Han Li murmured to himself in a stunned manner. After that, the entire group descended toward a green pond situated at the center of the valley. There was clearly a greater concentration of specks of five-colored light hovering above the pond than anywhere else, and the Long family patriarch and Elder Hui were currently standing in front of the pond, discussing something with furrowed brows. "So this is the spirit cleansing pond?" Han Li's heart jolted as he also descended beside the pond. Meanwhile, on a small mountain hundreds of kilometers away from the valley, there was a beauty in a white dress standing atop a huge rock, casting her gaze toward the valley with mysterious silver light flashing within her eyes. Standing behind her was a burly black-armored man. "Mistress Bao Hua, those people have already reached the spirit cleansing pond. Are we still not going to strike?" the black-armored man asked in a hesitant manner. "There's no rush. Someone else will stop them soon," the woman replied in a calm voice. "Someone else?" "I ventured into the holy realm on this occasion with the primary goal of recovering my former magic power, but also with a secondary objective to meet that person," the woman said with a smile. The black-armored man was rather perplexed by this, but he didn't dare to ask any further questions. A short while later, the woman suddenly raised an eyebrow before sweeping a hand through the air. A ball of mercury-like substance suddenly appeared in front of her, then transformed into a light barrier with a mirror surface, within which a clear image was being depicted. The image being displayed was of the edge of the Sea of Lightning. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted, and a massive ball of black light that had a diameter of around 1,000 feet appeared. The light then faded to reveal a three-headed black WRM that was around 700 to 800 feet in length. The devilish WRM's entire body was covered in glossy black scales, and bursts of black flame were surging all over its body, presenting a very fearsome sight to behold. There was a black-robed young man standing atop the giant WRM's middle head. The man had a pair of purple eyes and very pale skin. His brows were as straight and sharp as swords, and even though he was completely expressionless, there seemed to be a hint of killing intent emanating from his body. The young man cast his gaze toward the Sea of Lightning, then harumphed coldly as he made a grabbing motion. Countless black runes surged out of the palm of his hand before forming a black spear that was around 10 feet in length. The entire spear had layer upon layer of devilish patterns engraved upon it, striking the beholder with a sense of disorientation and sensory overload. The young man flicked his wrist in a casual manner, and a vast expanse of black light was released by the tip of the spear before plunging into the Sea of Lightning. An astonishing scene then ensued. All of the lightning in the face of the black light immediately parted, opening up a path that stretched as far as the eyes could see. Not even a single bolt of lightning was able to force its way into the path, as if they had all kept out by some type of almighty power. The black spear then exploded and disintegrated into black runes again at the young man's behest. However, just as he was about to enter the Sea of Lightning atop his black WRM steed, he suddenly detected something and turned to face Bao Hua directly from within the mirror she had summoned. Purple light flashed through his eyes as he roared, "Who dares to spy on me?" At the same time, a burst of invisible energy fluctuations pierced through space before manifesting itself on the mirror, and the mirror immediately exploded into countless specks of silver light amid a dull thump. The black-armored man immediately turned deathly pale upon seeing this. "That's Patriarch Yuan Yen. Is this the person that you're waiting for, Mistress Bao Hua?" "That's right. Are you scared?" the woman in white asked as a cold smile appeared on her face. The black-armored man immediately began to sweat profusely. "Of course not, but you still haven't recovered to your full power yet. Isn't it a bit premature to be meeting Master Yuan Yen at a time like this? With me here you have nothing to fear. Besides, I'm not here to pick a fight with Yuan Yen. However, there's something that I need you to do for me," the woman in white said in a cold voice. The black-armored man's heart eased slightly upon hearing this, and he immediately extended a respectful bow. "I'll do anything you ask of me, Mistress Bao Hua. If you can take care of this matter to a satisfactory degree, I'll ensure your safety no matter what happens. Listen up." The woman's lips tremored as she began to transmit her voice toward the black-armored man. The black-armored man listened with rapt focus, and a hint of enlightenment quickly appeared on his face. He finally understood why sacred ancestor Bao Hua had taken him along with her instead of anyone else. "If you can do this for me, I'll be sure to reward you handsomely, but for now, I have to ascertain exactly which one of these intruders the result of my divination was pointing toward." The woman swept a hand through the air again as she spoke, and that mirror-like light barrier re-emerged amid a flash of silver light. However, on this occasion the image being depicted in the mirror was the scene within the valley that was enshrouded under green spiritual light. Within the image, Han Li and the others had summoned a series of treasures and were attacking an invisible restriction with all their might. Treasures of different colors flew through the air, and all types of abilities were also being unleashed, but the invisible restriction remained as resolute as a mountain, displaying no signs of wavering at all. "This is not going to work. This restriction was clearly set up by a devilish patriarch, so there's no way we'll be able to break it unless we use our trump cards," the Long family patriarch suddenly yelled as he ceased his attacks. "Indeed. I have a myriad year erosion bead that should be somewhat effective against this restriction, but I'll need someone else to simultaneously attack the restriction while I use this bead. Brother Long, that golden axe of yours will be perfect for this," Bai Qi said to the Long family patriarch. "That golden sand axe of mine is indeed extremely powerful, but each usage expends a significant amount of my true essence. If I were to use it twice in a short span of time, it could have a lasting negative effect on me. How about this? I have another ability that specifically targets restrictions, so I can use that ability to assist you, the Long family patriarch said as his brows furrowed slightly. That should be fine. Fellow Daoist Han, I'm sure you have some trump cards up your sleeve as well, right? Bai Qi nodded in response before suddenly turning to Han Li. I possess a pair of treasures that are far more powerful than even the average top-grade treasure. I'm sure those can be of assistance, Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. That's great. This is an extremely profound restriction, but I'm sure we'll be able to destroy it if we combine all of our powers, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said with an elated expression. At this moment Bai Qi patted a leather pouch that was hanging from his waist, and a gray bead flew out before releasing wisps of gray water vapor. The water vapor was giving off an indescribable rotten odor that was somehow fragrant rather than repulsive. Meanwhile, the Long family patriarch and Han Li had also sprung into action. The former rubbed his hands together, and a wisp of golden light appeared between his palms before quickly becoming longer and thicker, transforming into a sharp spike in the blink of an eye. As for Han Li, he merely flipped his hands over to summon a pair of miniature mountains, one of which was black while the other was azure. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns and the others also began to inject their magic power into their own treasures and abilities with all their might, preparing to unleash a devastating collective attack. Go! Bai Qi yelled as he pointed a finger at the bead he had summoned, upon which the gray water vapor it had released immediately condensed into around a dozen gray threads that shot forth toward the invisible restriction. The Long family patriarch also hurled the golden spike he was holding through the air, and it shot forth like a bolt of golden lightning. As for Han Li, he merely hurled the pair of miniature mountains forward, and they instantly expanded to over 1,000 feet in size each in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, a black light flashed above the pond, and a massive three-headed black W-worm appeared. Humph, I knew it would be you pesky spirit realm beings here. The black-robed young man was standing in the air above the black W-worm in an expressionless manner, and he raised a hand before thrusting it nonchalantly toward the attacks that everyone had unleashed. A giant black hand that was over 10,000 feet in size appeared in the air above the pond, then descended with unstoppable force to instantly nullify all of the oncoming attacks. At the same time, a burst of enormous power came crashing down upon Han Li and the others. Everyone's bodies instantly went numb, and they were crushed down into the soil beside the pond all the way up to their thighs. Han Li reflexively resisted as his skin instantly took on a crimson-golden hue, and he was able to only sink into the soil up to his ankles. Aside from Han Li, the spirit being by the name of Zhi only swayed slightly before steadying himself as if nothing had happened. He then looked up at the black-robed young man, and piercing silver light erupted from his eyes as layers of silver spirit patterns appeared all over his skin, creating an extremely strange sight to behold. As for the Long family patriarch and the others, their bodies had completely stiffened, and they felt as if their legs had been detached from their bodies, which naturally made them very alarmed. The black-robed young man faltered slightly at the sight of Han Li and Zhi Shui's resistance, but a cold smile then appeared on his face. Interesting. I didn't think that you'd be able to withstand one of my attacks, but your resistance is futile. He then pointed a finger at the two of them and two balls of black light shot forth from his fingertips, reaching Han Li and Zhi Shui in the blink of an eye. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he was able to determine that the black speck of light was a black possessed pill-like object. Even though it appeared to be completely mundane, Han Li naturally didn't dare to allow it to approach him. He immediately took a deep breath before opening his mouth to expel a streak of azure sword chi, which sliced through the black pill in a flash. In the next instant, the two halves of the pill exploded into two bursts of inky black flames that immediately inundated Han Li's entire body. The devilish flames erupted into the sky as a scorching black pillar, and the black-robed young man was clearly very confident in his devilish flames, as evidenced by the fact that he completely lost interest in Han Li after he was swept up by the flames. Compared to Han Li, he was much more interested in Zhi Shui, who had been able to remain virtually completely unaffected by his initial attack. Zhi Shui was still expressionless as ever as he raced before grabbing toward the oncoming burst of black flames. A dull thump rang out, and the black pill exploded into devilish flames that devoured Zhi Shui's body in the instant that it came into contact with his hand. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was very alarmed to see this, and she immediately activated a mysterious treasure within her own body. A burst of astonishing energy fluctuations erupted from the treasure, and her body shuddered as he flew up out of the ground. A series of shimmering golden spiritual patterns then emerged over her skin, instantly spreading over her entire body. These patterns were completely identical to those on Zhi Shui's body, except they were golden rather than silver. Meanwhile, the Long family patriarch and the others were still firmly entrenched in the ground. Whenever they tried to muster up some magic power or unleash a secret technique to escape from this predicament, their bodies would immediately go numb, and they wouldn't even be able to lift a single finger, as if there were gargantuan mountains weighing down upon them. In the instant that the golden patterns appeared over Holy Maiden Thousand Autumn's body, Zhi Shui seemed to have sensed something, and the silver patterns on his own body flashed violently as he opened his mouth before expelling a burst of silver sound waves toward the oncoming flames. An ear-splitting shriek tore through the entire heavens, and the devilish flames shuddered slightly upon coming into contact with the silver sound waves before disintegrating into specks of black light. Following that sound wave attack, the silver patterns on Zhi Shui's body instantly dimmed significantly, and he continued to stand on the spot in a wooden manner. Oh, so this is a faux immortal puppet. Hold on, that's not right, its aura is far inferior to that of a true faux immortal puppet. A hint of surprise appeared on the black-robed young man's face, but that was soon replaced by a cold smile as he extended a finger toward Zhi Shui again. Judging from what he had just said, this Zhi Shui was nothing more than a mere puppet. A ball of black light shot forth out of his fingertip amid a sharp screech, then transformed into a thin black needle that reached Zhi Shui in a flash. In response, the silver patterns on Zhi Shui's body suddenly detached themselves from his skin, then transformed into an antiquated silver shield that positioned itself in front of him. In the next instant, a resounding boom rang out, and the shield shuddered violently. A ball of black light erupted before vanishing in a flash, and a small hole that was as thick as a human thumb was left on the shield's surface. Zhi Shui remained completely still on the spot, but a burst of gray glacial qi suddenly erupted from his body before transforming into a dozen or so thick gray tentacles. The tentacles swept violently through the surrounding air, and a bone-chilling howl of fury could be heard coming from the tentacles. The black-robed young man's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, but he merely continued to look on with a cold smile. After the span of a few breaths, the dozen or so tentacles were suddenly vanquished, and the silver shield also vanished in a flash. Zhi Shui collapsed to the ground without any warning, and a small hole that was identical to the one on the silver shield had appeared on his glabella. Not only had the devilish needle released by the black-robed young man pierced through the silver shield, it had also run through Zhi Shui's head with ease. Strangely enough, there was no blood flowing out of the wound. Instead, it was a type of extremely viscous yin qi that was almost in a liquid form. I see, so this puppet is being fueled by the devilish soul power of heavenly devilish monarchs instead of immortal origin crystals. With such a farcical combination, it's no wonder that this faux immortal puppet is so weak. Were you the one who placed the devilish soul into this puppet? The black-robed young man asked as he turned to Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns with a cold expression. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumn's eyes were filled with incredulity and horror as she witnessed Zhi Shui collapsing to the ground, and before she could say anything, she also slumped onto the ground as the golden patterns on her body began to blur. At the same time, her aura began to fluctuate dramatically, and the golden spiritual patterns on her skin began to fade in and out of existence. The black-robed young man faltered slightly, but then immediately burst into laughter as if he had just figured out something. You possess a half-puppet physique. Haha, of course it's impossible for a mere body integration stage being to control a faux immortal puppet. Even though you've refined your own body into a half-puppet body to better control the puppet, the backlash from the immortal patterns will be enough to kill you. Having said that, seeing as you delivered this faux immortal puppet right to my doorstep, I'll put you out of your misery. The black-robed young man swept a hand toward Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns as he spoke, and spatial fluctuation erupted before him as a black dagger that was around half a foot in length emerged. The dagger was giving off extremely fearsome spiritual pressure, and it disappeared as soon as it emerged. In the next instant, black light flashed, and the dagger suddenly reappeared at its original spot. All of a sudden, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns let loose a blood-curdling cry, and her body and soul were sliced into two without any warning, while her protective spiritual light, and her defensive treasures were left completely unscathed. The two halves of her body thumped down onto the ground and burst into devilish flames before being incinerated into ashes in the blink of an eye, leaving only a small translucent coral-like tree with red leaves lying on the ground. So your true form is 1,000 Autumn's spirit tree. No wonder you were able to refine yourself into a half-puppet body. This spirit tree just so happens to be something that I'm looking for. A hint of surprise appeared on the black-robed young man's face at the sight of Holy Maiden 1,000 Autumn's true body, but he then immediately chuckled as he made a grabbing motion, drawing the 1,000 Autumn's spirit tree into his grasp. A pleased look appeared in the black-robed young man's eyes, following which he turned toward the Long family patriarch and the others, who were still immobilized by the giant devilish hand. A cold smile appeared on his face as he pointed a finger at the black dagger, which repeated the process of vanishing before reappearing twice in succession. Two more blood-curdling cries rang out from beside the pond, and Elder Hui and the elderly scholar's bodies were also sliced in half before being incinerated into nothingness. The Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family immediately turned deathly pale upon seeing this. "That's a profound heavenly treasure," the Long family patriarch exclaimed in horror. Aside from a legendary treasure of that caliber, there was nothing else that could kill body integration stage beings like them so easily. They had already realized that this black-robed young man was definitely a sacred ancestor, but they didn't think that he would release a profound heavenly treasure from the get-go. The two of them had originally planned to try and negotiate with the black-robed young man, but those intentions had completely evaporated, and they both began to unleash their life-saving trump cards. The Long family patriarch let loose a loud roar as he suddenly laid a hand onto the top of his own head, upon which a 5-clawed true dragon emerged amid a flash of golden light. Initially, the golden dragon was only around an inch in size, but immediately swelled to over 100 feet, before letting loose a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, the woman from the Yi family gritted her teeth before expelling a mouthful of blood essence, which formed a cloud of blood mist that instantly disappeared into her 5-colored feather dress. The delightful cry of a phoenix immediately rang out, and countless bursts of 5-colored light erupted forth before transforming into an extremely intricate suit of armor that encapsulated her entire body. Even her face was now concealed by a 5-colored visor, through which only her eyes were visible. Both the Long family patriarch's golden dragon and the suit of armor being worn by the woman from the Yi family were able to completely disregard the pressure exerted upon them by the giant devilish hand, clearly indicating that they were far more powerful than ordinary treasures and abilities. The golden dragon raised its massive head, and a thick pillar of golden light erupted out of its mouth before striking the giant devilish hand in a flash. After unleashing that attack, the golden dragon dissipated as if it had exhausted all of its power. Meanwhile, 5-colored light surged over the suit of armor being worn by the woman from the Yi family, and a giant sword projection that was over 100 feet in length appeared above her head, which also shot forth to strike the giant devilish hand. The massive devilish hand tremored violently in the face of these attacks, and the enormous pressure being released by it abated significantly. Even though its power was only nullified for a split second, the Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family were both seasoned body integration stage beings, so they naturally weren't going to miss this opportunity. Bright golden light erupted from the former's body, and he expanded drastically in size, transforming into his half-dragon form again before slamming his golden-scaled arms viciously onto the ground. The earth tremored violently amid a resounding boom, and a burst of shockwaves erupted outward with the Long family patriarch at the epicenter. Using the force of these shockwaves to his advantage, the Long family patriarch was finally able to break out of the giant devilish hand's restriction. He immediately shot up from the ground like a speeding arrow, then appeared several hundred feet away. He didn't immediately try to escape as he knew that would only lead to a faster demise in the face of this sacred ancestor. As such, he took a deep breath before sweeping his sleeves through the air, releasing 7 or 8 treasures of different descriptions that began to revolve around his body. Among them were a small jade seal that was several inches in size and a fist-sized golden bracelet. As soon as these 2 treasures appeared, the nearby world's origin chi instantly became extremely active. This was a pair of profound heavenly treasure replicas. It seemed that the Long family patriarch was bringing out his true trump cards in a bid to save his own life. At the same time, dazzling light swirled over the armor being worn by the woman from the Yi family, and the light surged toward her back in a frenzy before manifesting into a pair of giant wings that were several tens of feet in length. Not only were these wings covered in countless five-colored feathers, there was a ball of flames at the tip of each of the wings that were constantly changing color. She flapped her wings gently, and the two balls of flames exploded to set the entire space around her alight. Dazzling light immediately erupted from her giant wings, and they instantly transformed into a pair of spectacular wings of fire. The woman from the Yi family then let loose a delicate cry as she flapped her fiery wings vigorously, upon which violent spatial fluctuations erupted around her. The nearby space began to warp and collapse, and a white hole with a diameter of around 100 feet appeared around her. In the next instant her body blurred and she vanished into the hole in a flash. As opposed to being enraged upon seeing this, the black-robed young man's eye lit up with intrigue instead. Impressive. I was wondering what gave you the courage to venture so deep into our holy realm. I see now that you've inherited some true spirit bloodlines. True dragon and heavenly phoenix, eh? Those two are the most renowned ones among all true spirit beings. Looks like I'll be adding your true spirit blood to my collection. As soon as his voice trailed off, the black dagger hovering near him suddenly flashed twice in succession again. The Long family patriarch's expression changed drastically as he frantically shot back in retreat. At the same time, the treasures he had summoned released bursts of dazzling light that enveloped his entire body. A tearing sound suddenly rang out, and the light around him caved in significantly, then tremored violently amid a string of resounding booms as if it had been struck by a burst of invisible power. The treasures within the light flashed erratically a few times before exploding into balls of spiritual light, and only the jade seal and golden bracelet were still just barely holding on. The Long family patriarch's expression changed drastically as he quickly made a hand seal, then opened his mouth to expel two bursts of white qi, which vanished into the remaining two treasures in a flash. The light emanating from the treasures abruptly swelled, and they were fortified by this injection of power. Meanwhile, a black thread disappeared into the white hole in a flash, following which the hole was sliced apart down the center. Almost at the exact same moment, a delicate cry of alarm rang out over 100 feet away, following which a burst of fearsome energy fluctuations erupted forth. The black thread that had just vanished suddenly flew out of thin air, immediately following which a huge ball of five-colored flames also emerged. Within the ball of flames was a petite figure with a pair of huge fiery wings. It was none other than the woman from the Yi family. She was currently staring at the black-robed young man with horror in her eyes, and one of her arms had gone missing. Not only had the black thread broken her spatial secret technique, it had almost sliced her body in half as well. If it weren't for her split-second decision to sacrifice her own arm, she would have followed the same fate as Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns. The woman from the Yi family quickly cast her gaze toward the Long family patriarch to find that even though his expression appeared to be quite calm, the horror in his eyes was very apparent. The woman from the Yi family was plunged into despair upon seeing this. The black-robed young man was rather surprised to see that his attacks had failed to achieve the desired effect. A derisive sneer then appeared on his face as he raised a hand to grab onto that black dagger. The woman from the Yi family and the Long family patriarch's expressions immediately darkened significantly upon seeing this. It was clear that the next attack unleashed by this sacred ancestor wasn't going to be as nonchalant as the previous one, so there was a very slim chance that they'd be able to survive it. Just as the two of them were looking on in dread and horror, the black-robed young man suddenly raised the dagger, and a row of ancient silver text appeared on its surface. The dagger then tremored slightly before a pillar of black light erupted out of its tip before vanishing straight into the heavens in a flash. In the next instant, howling winds were suddenly swept up, and a huge black hole appeared up in the sky. Bursts of inky black devilish qi surged out of the black hole alongside gusts of bone-chilling yin winds, following which the black qi transformed into over 100 huge black runes. The black-robed young man then immediately pointed a finger upward, and the black runes all descended from the heavens like shooting stars before vanishing into the black dagger. After absorbing the black runes, the silver runes on the surface of the dagger lit up, and the dagger itself swelled to become a giant black sword that was around 10 feet in length in the blink of an eye. The black-robed young man cast a cold gaze toward the Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family before uttering the word, slash. The giant sword was swept through the air, and a crescent streak of black light that was over 100 feet in length surged through the air. The Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family immediately prepared to fight for their lives, but they were both stumped when they saw the direction that the black light was traveling toward. Instead of heading toward them, black light abruptly changed directions and swept toward the ball of black devilish flames which had swept up Han Li earlier. After the devilish flames had engulfed Han Li, it had continued to burn without showing any signs of abating, but the black-robed young man had suddenly decided to attack it for some reason. Do you really think a mere aura concealment technique will fool me? Looks like you're the most powerful one among all of the intruders, so I'll send you on your way first. As soon as his voice trailed off, the black crescent warped, then transformed into a series of thin and long black threads. There were over 10,000 of these threads, then scattered before vanishing into thin air. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted all around the black devilish flames, and the black threads emerged before intertwining to form a massive black net that shrank at a rapid rate. Seal. Han Li's voice suddenly rang out from within the devilish flames, immediately following which a ball of purple light erupted forth before transforming into a massive seal character that exploded on the spot. A burst of peculiar energy fluctuations swept through the surrounding air, and the devilish flames instantly faltered along with the rapidly shrinking black net. However, everything then instantly returned to normal, but during that split-second delay, an azure and white thread of light had flown through an opening in the black net amid a loud thunderclap. The thread of light then appeared between the Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family in a flash, revealing itself to be Han Li with golden lightning revolving around his body and the thunderstorm wings on his back. Han Li was currently holding a small palm-sized cauldron that was several inches tall and flashing with dazzling purple light. That's the purple word cauldron. Doesn't that thing belong to Shuiguang? How did it end up in your hands? You're delusional if you think a mere profound heavenly treasure replica can withstand an attack from my black devil dagger. The black-robed young man was initially rather taken aback by the sight of the purple cauldron, but a cold expression then immediately appeared on his face. As soon as his voice trailed off, countless black threads appeared around Han Li again, then converged toward him from all sides. Han Li's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he tossed the small purple cauldron upward, then made a hand seal before pointing up at it while uttering the word restrict. An azure pillar of light erupted from his fingertip before injecting itself into the small cauldron as pure spiritual power. Dazzling light immediately erupted from the treasure, and an ancient restrict character flew out before expanding to over 100 times its original size, transforming into a vast purple projection that enshrouded Han Li's entire body. Immediately thereafter, the black threads struck the projection amid a string of resounding booms. Black and purple light intertwined, and the black threads were naturally extremely powerful, but the purple word cauldron was also one of the most powerful profound heavenly treasure replicas in existence. On top of that, it had already been completely refined by Han Li, and now that he was unleashing its full power, the purple projection it had unleashed had taken on a substantial crystalline form. The black threads were an attack unleashed by a true profound heavenly treasure, but it was only a nonchalant attack unleashed by the black-robed young man, so the purple projection was able to keep them at bay. The black-robed young man's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this, but a cold light had appeared in his eyes. At the same time, black light flashed from his sword-wielding hand. In the next instant, a sharp screeching sound rang out from the giant purple rune projection. The black threads shuddered slightly as their power increased by over twofold, and the seemingly indestructible purple projection was completely destroyed, allowing the black threads to continue to converge toward Han Li. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he switched to another hand seal to try and unleash another one of the purple word cauldron's abilities, but it was already too late. An anguished screech rang out from the small purple cauldron, followed by a crisp crack, and it exploded into a ball of purple light. What remained of the purple rune projection also instantly vanished as a result, leaving Han Li completely vulnerable to the oncoming black threads. Han Li's expression darkened even further as he immediately clenched his fists and let loose an earth-shattering roar. All of a sudden, countless black runes surged out of his body, then manifested into a suit of inky black armor. At the same time, a golden body projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged behind him amid a flash of golden light. The projection swept its 6 arms through the air, and a ball of golden light erupted out of each of its hands before converging to form a massive golden vortex. A resounding boom rang out from within the vortex and countless golden runes erupted forth, transforming into bursts of enormous force that swept up the converging black threads. Meanwhile, golden light surged over the surface of the projection, and it took on a substantial form. A suit of indistinct golden armor appeared over its body, and it immediately positioned itself in front of Han Li. The golden body then opened its 6 expressionless golden eyes before swinging its arms rapidly through the air, instantly unleashing countless golden fist projections that swept forth in all directions. As for Han Li himself, he stomped a foot down onto the space beneath him and propelled himself backward like a speeding arrow. At the same time, countless arcs of golden lightning sprang forth from his thunderstorm wings, then transforming into balls of golden lightning that hurtled directly toward the black threads. Simultaneously, azure light flashed from within Han Li's sleeves, and 72 small flying swords surged forth in a frenzy. As soon as these small swords appeared, they transformed into 72 streaks of azure sword chi, which converged to form a massive azure sword mountain projection. The sound of howling wind and rumbling thunder could be heard coming from the projection, and it crashed into the part of the black net that was behind Han Li. An earth-shattering boom rang out as a scintillating azure sun emerged within the black net, sending violent energy fluctuations surging through the air. All of the balls of golden lightning also vanished into the azure sun in a flash, creating an incandescent ball of light as a string of explosions rang out in the nearby space. A surprised expression appeared on the black-robed young man's face for the very first time upon seeing this. The Long family patriarch's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly transmitted his voice toward the woman from the Yi family and Bai Qi, telling them to run away before fleeing as a streak of golden light himself. Of course, he wasn't doing this out of the kindness of his heart. He was simply hoping that there would be a greater chance for himself to make a successful escape if all of them were to flee at once. The woman from the Yi family immediately flapped her fiery wings upon hearing this voice transmission, flying away toward a different direction. In contrast, Bai Qi merely remained still on the spot, displaying no intention to flee the scene. The Long family patriarch was rather bewildered to see this, and he sped up even further, covering a distance over 10,000 feet after just a few flashes. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the green light barrier above the valley and was about to fly out of it. Meanwhile, the woman from the Yi family had also reached the edge of the valley and abruptly disappeared into space, unleashing a spatial ability to teleport herself out of the light barrier. If they could make it out of the valley and flee toward different directions, there was a good chance that at least one of them would be able to survive. Strangely enough, the black-robed young man made no attempt to stop them. Instead, he merely looked on with a derisive sneer on his face. In the instant that the Long family patriarch came into contact with the light barrier, a dull thump rang out, and he was repelled back as if he had struck an impregnable fortress. The Long family patriarch quickly steadied himself, but his heart completely sank in this desperate situation. Under normal circumstances, he was confident that he would be able to figure out a way to break through this restriction, but it was clear that this would be impossible in the presence of a sacred ancestor. At the same time, the woman from the Yi family who had just vanished into space was forced to reappear in front of the light barrier as well. She frantically unleashed a few more types of spatial secret techniques to bypass the light barrier, all to no avail, and all of the color was drained from her face. All of a sudden, a thunderous ape's roar rang out in the air above the pond, and 2 resounding booms rang out as the dazzling light there faded to reveal 2 tornadoes and a massive black figure. The gigantic black figure quickly sprang back and appeared several hundred feet away from its original location, revealing itself to be a black-armored golden ape that was over 100 feet tall, holding an azure mountain and a black mountain in its hands. In that dire situation, Han Li had taken on his giant mountain ape form, and only then was he just barely able to escape from the black threads by relying on his extraordinary strength, extreme mountains, divine devilbane lightning, and provenance golden body. Even so, his suit of devilish armor was currently riddled with countless thin cracks that were slowly sealing by themselves. On top of that, Han Li had only managed to escape as he had used a true profound heavenly treasure on several past occasions, thereby making him rather familiar with treasures of this caliber. If the Long family patriarch or the woman from the Yi family had been in his place, even if they possessed his abilities, they would have panicked and been killed nonetheless. Very impressive. Looks like I made the right decision to come here. Not only have I encountered a faux immortal puppet, this is the first time I've seen a human who's been able to cultivate a true spirit bloodline to such an extreme extent. You have more than one true spirit bloodline within your body, right? Show me what other abilities you have. Otherwise, I'll be unleashing close to half of my Black Devil Dagger's power in my next attack, and it'll be very difficult for you to survive that. As for you two, just give up on trying to get away. This island is known as the Bitter Spirit Island, and this valley is the Spirit Trapping Valley. All spirit realm beings who enter this place are destined to be destroyed. The black-robed young man chortled as he brandished his giant black sword. Brother Long Fairy Yi, if we combine our powers, there's a slim chance that we'll be able to make it out of this alive. Otherwise, we'll be divided and conquered. Fellow Daoist Bai, I don't know what you're plotting, but do you really think you'll be able to survive this ordeal on your own? The golden ape roared in a thunderous voice. No idea when the cauldron suddenly became a replica. The author sorta just threw this in here completely at random. The Long family patriarch contemplated the situation for only a brief moment before flying toward Han Li with a dark expression. The woman from the Yi family also flapped her wings and vanished into thin air following a brief hesitation. Moments later, spatial fluctuations erupted beside Han Li, and the woman re-emerged. As for Bai Qi, he continued to distance himself from Han Li and the others, completely unswayed by his words. I'll be counting on you, Brother Han. I hope you still have some trump cards up your sleeve. Otherwise, we'll only be delaying our deaths, the woman from the Yi family said with a wry smile. I'm sure the two of you have some trump cards up your sleeves as well, right? Also, have you noticed that this sacred ancestor is relying solely on that Black Devil Dagger to attack and hasn't unleashed any other abilities? Han Li asked in a calm voice. The Long family patriarch's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this. Are you saying? Don't forget that we are currently in the place with the most abundant spiritual qi in the entire Elder Devil realm. Any devilish being, even a sacred ancestor, will surely be restricted by the spiritual qi during battle, Han Li harumphed coldly. The Long family patriarch's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing this and he analyzed, You're right, Brother Han. He's only able to unleash attacks with that Black Devil Dagger of his after breaking through the spiritual qi cage here to absorb devilish qi from the outside world. If I'm not mistaken, I'm guessing he's unable to directly replenish his magic power here, which means that it's a limited resource for him. The same thing most likely applies to his profound heavenly treasure as well. As long as we don't allow that thing to continue to absorb devilish qi from the outside world, it should be a lot more manageable. The woman from the Yi family also felt this to be quite plausible, and her horror was significantly assuaged. A faint smile appeared on the black-robed young man's face upon hearing this. It's truly impressive that you were able to figure out all this in such a short time. Even among body integration stage human beings, the three of you must be extremely prominent figures. I am indeed somewhat restricted on this Bitter Spirit Island and unable to unleash some treasures and abilities, but what do you take a profound heavenly treasure for? How are you going to stop it from absorbing devilish qi from the outside world? Also, that spirit brat over there, I haven't attacked you yet as I can sense the aura of an acquaintance within your body. Why has the spirit monarch sent you here? Surely it's not just to offer that faux immortal puppet to me. The black-robed young man turned toward Bai Qi with a cold expression as he spoke, and Han Li's trio also turned their attention toward Bai Qi upon hearing this. From the very beginning, Bai Qi had been behaving in a very strange manner. Seeing as Han Li and the others had decided to face the black-robed young man together, they naturally had to figure out Bai Qi's true intentions. Bai Qi's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and after a brief pause he finally replied, The spirit monarch did indeed give us some instructions before we left the spirit realm. On top of that, he's planted a spirit fragment talisman within my body, so why don't you speak to him in person? As soon as Bai Qi's voice trailed off, the white light around him faded to reveal his true appearance as a brocade-robed middle-aged man. His appearance was quite ordinary, but he had a pair of shimmering silver eyes and a faint purple mark on his glabella. On top of that, there were countless silver spiritual patterns embroidered on his brocade robes, indicating that this was clearly not just an ordinary item of clothing. That old monster from your spirit race has lived even longer than I have. Let me hear what he has to say, the black-robed young man harumphed coldly. A faint smile appeared on Bai Qi's face as he laid a hand onto the top of his own head. following which a silver talisman emerged, then transformed into a projection that was around 10 feet tall. Han Li focused his gaze on the projection to find that it depicted a white-robed elderly man with white hair, but a set of youthful facial features, creating a rather peculiar contrast. The Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family exchanged a bewildered glance upon seeing this, but neither of them did anything. After all, the situation couldn't get any worse, so they were naturally eager to see if some type of change could arise. The projection hovered in front of Bai Qi and inspected its surroundings briefly before settling a calm gaze on the black-robed young man. The projection was clearly imbued with a wisp of someone's soul, and it cupped its fist in a salute toward the young man. "Long time no see, fellow Daoist Yuan Yen. I didn't expect to see one of the three patriarchs here. Weren't fellow Daoist Mia Qing and fellow Daoist Wu Chong responsible for overseeing the island? Or have they gone?" This Grand Ascension stage spirit being seemed to be familiar with this sacred ancestor Yuan Yen. Even the steadfast Han Li couldn't help but be alarmed upon hearing the term patriarch, and the woman from the Yi family and the Long family patriarch's heart sank even further. The black-robed young man's pupils contracted slightly at the sight of the projection, and he said in a cold voice, "Mia Qing and Wu Chong have some other matters to attend to, so I've been looking after this island for the past 1,000 years. Looks like you still haven't given up on the two treasures on this island, but you should be well aware that sending some body integration stage beings to this place is completely futile. Having said that, if you're here in person, then that would be an entirely different matter. Our spirit race is currently dealing with an invasion from you devilish beings. Otherwise, perhaps I really would have made a trip here in person. It's been many years since we last met. Have you achieved any breakthroughs in your nightmare devilish arts? I'm preoccupied with other matters, so I could only send these juniors into your elder devil realm in my stead. Looking at the situation now, everyone seems to have perished aside from Bai Qi. Aren't you being a little too hasty, fellow Daoist?" The spirit monarch said in a calm manner. "You should be glad I've left one of your juniors alive. If you keep spouting useless nonsense, don't blame me for killing him as well," the black-robed young man said in an impatient manner. "Your temper hasn't changed at all compared to when we last met tens of thousands of years ago. Alright, let me keep this short then. I would like to exchange something for an opportunity for this junior of mine to obtain a clean spirit lotus and enter the spirit cleansing pond. Would you be open to this, fellow Daoist?" I had originally planned to propose this exchange to Mia Qing and Wu Chong, but I didn't expect you to have replaced them, the spirit monarch projection sighed in a resigned manner. "Haha, do you think I would believe something like this? Even if Mia Qing and Wu Chong were here, they wouldn't engage in any exchange with spirit realm beings. Alright, if that's all you have to say, then I'll send this junior of yours on his way. I'll be taking this wisp of your soul as well." The black-robed young man was completely unconvinced, and he raised the giant sword in his hand again as a cold smile appeared on his face. The Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family immediately prepared for battle, and a wary look also appeared on Han Li's face. However, the spirit monarch projection then suddenly said something that made the black-robed young man stop cold in his tracks. "So I take it that you're not interested in a realm-fall stone, fellow Daoist?" "What? A realm-fall stone? You possess such a thing? Hold on, what do you know about this?" the black-robed young man exclaimed before a thought suddenly occurred to him, and a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. "Hehe, I know far more than you imagine, fellow Daoist. I've lived for far longer than the Grand Ascension stage beings from the other races of the spirit realm, so isn't it only normal that I know some things that are beyond their knowledge? With a realm-fall stone, you'll be able to delay the tribulation of your elder devil realm for at least 10,000 years, but I'm sure you're aware of that already. Have a good think about this before you give me your verdict," the spirit monarch said in a confident manner. The black-robed young man began to ponder the proposal with a contemplative expression while Han Li's trio looked on in bewilderment, trying to decipher what their conversation entailed. "I had speculated since a very long time ago that you're definitely not originally a being from the spirit realm. Seeing as you're aware of such an important secret of our holy realm, it looks like my suspicions have been confirmed. It's just a pity." The black-robed young man shook his head gently as he spoke. "A pity? Are you not aware of how important a realm-fall stone is to your elder devil realm?" the spirit monarch asked as his brows furrowed slightly with befuddlement. "It's a pity that you encountered me, and you definitely shouldn't have disclosed this to me. A peculiar smile appeared on the black-robed young man's face as he slashed his black sword toward Bai Qi while making a grabbing motion toward the spirit monarch projection with his other hand. Another black crescent was unleashed by the giant sword, and spatial fluctuations erupted as countless black threads instantly appeared around Bai Qi before converging toward him. At the same time, an inky black devilish hand appeared above the spirit monarch projection before swooping down with devastating force. Bai Qi clearly hadn't expected sacred ancestor Yuan Yen to suddenly attack, and his expression changed drastically as he released a layer of protective white light around his own body while expelling a small dark green shield out of his mouth. As soon as the shield emerged, it swelled to around 100 feet in size, and green light flashed over its surface as a giant turtle projection emerged, shielding Bai Qi behind itself. Additionally, a loud bell chime rang out as a huge silver bell flew out of Bai Qi's body. The ball was around 10 feet in size with an extremely bright surface that was riddled with countless silver runes. The bell tolled and layers of silver patterns surged forth from its surface in a frenzy. In this dire situation, Bai Qi had revealed his true form in an attempt to withstand the oncoming attack. However, just because Han Li was able to survive an attack from the Black Devil Dagger didn't mean that Bai Qi was capable of doing the same. The black threads converged like lightning, instantly tearing through the silver patterns and giant turtle projection with ease. After that, all of the black threads vanished into thin air, immediately following which countless specks of black light erupted over the surface of the silver bell. Bai Qi didn't even get a chance to cry out before his true body was sliced into countless pieces. As for the spirit monarch projection, even though it contained a wisp of a grand ascension stage being's soul, it possessed no magic power whatsoever, so it was also instantly destroyed by the black devilish claw. Han Li and the others were all completely rooted to the spot by this sudden turn of events. The black-robed young man swept a sleeve toward the fragments of Bai Qi's body, and a burst of black light swept forth, drawing several storage bracelets into his grasp in a flash. He quickly assessed the contents of the storage bracelets with his spiritual sense, upon which his expression darkened significantly. As expected, that old bastard didn't give the Realm Fall Stone to any of these juniors of his. After arriving at this conclusion, the black-robed young man turned toward Han Li's trio with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. "Which one of you has the Realm Fall Stone? If you hand it over, I can spare your life." Han Li and the others exchanged a bewildered glance upon hearing this. "I'm afraid you're mistaken, senior. Even our fellow Daoists of the spirit race don't have what you're looking for. How could it possibly be in our possession?" Han Li sighed in a resigned manner. Sacred ancestor Yuan Yen had already anticipated this answer, but he was still infuriated nonetheless. "In that case, there's no need for me to keep you three around any longer. You can all disappear." As soon as his voice trailed off, he abruptly raised his giant black sword before slashing it upward. Black runes immediately appeared on the surface of the black sword, and an inky black sword projection swept up into the air. "Stop him. He's trying to break through the restriction to draw devilish qi into this place." The Long family patriarch yelled as he immediately raised a hand, sending 3 small golden tridents hurtling through the air. As soon as the tridents emerged, they transformed into 3 streaks of golden light, which released a burst of enormous force that weighed directly down upon the black sword projection from above. A resounding boom rang out, and the sword projection only faltered for a split second before slicing through the golden light, breaking the 3 tridents into 6 pieces, all of which plummeted down from the heavens. However, during this split-second delay, a crimson bead that was enveloped in 5-colored light had flown through the air before striking the sword projection with tremendous force. The woman from the Yi family had also summoned a disposable treasure that she had been unwilling to use before this. The crimson bead crashed into the sword projection with a dull thump, following which a crimson fiery cloud that was around an acre in size erupted forth, staining the entire sky a bright red. Within the fiery cloud were countless golden and silver threads, and the surrounding temperature instantly began to spike at an alarming rate. Even the pond down below was beginning to bubble and churn. It was as if the entire spirit trapping were about to be set alight. "Nirvana bead!" Han Li exclaimed in a surprised manner. This was a vastly renowned treasure even in the context of the entire spirit realm, and it could only be refined through the use of a secret technique by someone with a true spirit bloodline, thereby imbuing the bead with a wisp of nirvana flames. True spirit blood had to be expended to refine the treasure, and the nirvana flames was a type of fire that only some fire-attribute true spirit beings possessed, so it was naturally extremely fearsome. Even though this was the first time Hanli had ever seen such a treasure, he was confident that the average late-body integration stage being wouldn't be able to withstand these nirvana flames. This was most likely one of the most powerful trump cards that the woman from the Yi family had retained, but it was yet to be seen whether it would actually be effective against the sword projection unleashed by the Black Devil dagger. At the same time, the two extreme mountains that Hanli was holding were beginning to emit a faint buzzing sound. All of a sudden, arcs of golden lightning sprang out of his giant ape body, and they intertwined to form a massive net around him. The black-robed young man's expression changed slightly at the sight of the nirvana flames, and a layer of translucent black light suddenly appeared over the surface of his giant sword as he injected more magic power into it. A sharp screeching sound rang out from the sword projection up above, and it pierced through the crimson fiery cloud with unstoppable force before rising up toward the green light barrier. The sword projection was slightly thinner than when it had been first released, but it had become even more fearsome following that influx of magic power. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted beneath the green light barrier, and Hanli abruptly appeared with golden lightning surging all over his massive ape body. As soon as he emerged, he let loose a thunderous roar before hurling his two extreme mountains viciously toward the rising sword projection. With his current late-body integration stage cultivation base, he possessed extraordinary strength in his giant mountain ape form, and the extreme mountains were sent crashing downward at an astonishing speed. The world's origin chi in the wake of the two mountains churned violently, and countless cracks appeared in the nearby space, as if it were about to be torn apart. The black sword projection clashed with the pair of extreme mountains, and two resounding booms rang out in unison. Two bursts of incredibly tremendous force surged out of the pair of extreme mountains in a frenzy, and the entire sword projection was shattered amid an anguished wail, then disintegrated into specks of black light. Thus, the two extreme mountains were able to continue crashing down toward the black-robed young man without any further impediment. That's a very powerful body refinement technique. It seems to be related to the devilish arts of Elder Devil Realm as well. However, you're a fool if you think it'll work against me, the black-robed young man chuckled coldly. Immediately thereafter he clenched his spare hand into a fist, then unleashed two punches up into the air in succession. Two fist projections erupted forth almost in complete unison, then struck the pair of extreme mountains with unerring accuracy. Two resounding booms rang out, and the pair of extreme mountains were stopped cold in their tracks before suddenly flying back up toward Hanli. Hanli was very alarmed by this, and his giant ape arms instantly expanded drastically in size before he thrust his palms down toward the two extreme mountains from above. As soon as his hands came into contact with the pair of extreme mountains, he let loose a low roar, and his enormous body was forced back around a dozen steps. With each backtracking step he took, space beneath his feet rippled as if he were stepping onto solid ground. A hint of shock flashed through his eyes. Only now did he realize that as one of the three devilish patriarchs, Yuan Yan's powers were far superior to those of the average Grand Ascension stage being. Even his physical body was significantly more powerful than Han Li's. Right at this moment two streaks of light flashed through the air, and the Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family arrived beside Han Li. They were afraid of being divided and conquered by sacred ancestor Yuan Yan, so they immediately joined Han Li before looking down with a grim expression. At this point, it was clear to them that Han Li was the only one who could offer some true resistance, and they could only assist him where possible. After sending the pair of extreme mountains flying with his fists, a derisive sneer appeared on the black-robed young man's face, yet just as he was about to say something, an unexpected turn of events suddenly unfolded. A barely visible white thread suddenly sprang forth from the fragments of the silver bell that was Bai Qi's true body, then instantly flew over to the faux immortal puppet that was hovering beside sacred ancestor Yuan Yan. Sacred ancestor Yuan Yan faltered slightly upon seeing this before hurriedly reaching out toward the white thread like lightning, but it was already too late. The white thread vanished into the faux immortal puppet's body in a flash, and a furious look appeared on sacred ancestor Yuan Yan's face as he grabbed toward the puppet instead. However, a layer of glacial qi suddenly appeared over the faux immortal puppet's body, and it vanished on the spot before reappearing over 100 feet away. As a result, the black-robed young man was left grabbing onto nothing more than empty air. The faux immortal puppet turned toward the black-robed young man with a pair of cold golden eyes, and said, "How dare you slay my juniors in cold blood? You leave me with no choice but fight you with this faux immortal puppet body." The faux immortal puppet had been possessed by another wisp of the spirit monarch's soul. Han Li's trio was naturally ecstatic to see this. Even though the spirit monarch wasn't an ally of theirs, an enemy of an enemy was close enough to an ally at a time like this. Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yan's expression darkened as he slowly withdrew his outstretched hand. "So you had concealed another wisp of your soul within your junior's body, but do you really think you have what it takes to fight me with that crude faux immortal puppet as a vessel? I'll only need to use 20% of my power to crush you." Perhaps that would be true elsewhere, but here on this bitter spirit island, you'll only be able to use 30% to 40% of your power at most. This faux immortal puppet may be damaged, but let's see how you're going to deal with it once I use this on it," the spirit monarch said in an enraged voice before flipping a hand over to produce a small shimmering silver vial. The vial had an extremely bumpy surface that had countless tiny runes inscribed upon it. The black-robed young man was initially stunned by the sight of the silver vial, but a cold smile then immediately appeared on his face. "That's a spirit sealing vial. I'm impressed that you were able to replicate this item successfully, but what is that thing going to be able to do to me? The vial itself naturally won't be able to do anything to you, but the substance within the vial can dramatically enhance this faux immortal puppet's powers," the faux immortal puppet replied in a cold voice before tossing the vial up into the air. The small vial tipped itself over, and the silver runes on its surface flashed, following which a drop of shimmering green liquid dripped out of the vial. The drop of liquid was releasing astonishing spiritual qi, as if it were entirely manifested from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Han Li immediately sensed a familiar aura from the drop of green liquid, and his pupils contracted drastically with astonishment. This aura. It's significantly diluted, but there's no mistaking it. An astonished look also appeared on the black-robed young man's face in the instant that he caught sight of the drop of green liquid, and he immediately slashed his black sword violently through the air, unleashing 7 or 8 crescent sword projections, all of which instantly converged to form one massive sword projection that hurtled directly toward the faux immortal puppet. At the same time he raised his other arm and flicked a finger through the air like lightning, sending a streak of black light hurtling directly toward the drop of green liquid. At such a close range, the two attacks reached the faux immortal puppet virtually instantaneously, but the puppet seemed to have already anticipated this. It also flicked a finger through the air in retaliation while opening its mouth to devour the drop of green liquid. The puppet's finger was instantly detached and shot forth through the air before striking the oncoming streak of black light with unerring accuracy. The two clashed and the finger exploded on impact, while the streak of black light was stopped cold in its tracks, revealing it to be a miniature spike that was around an inch in length and giving off faint black light. During this split-second delay, the drop of green liquid had already made its way into the faux immortal puppet's mouth. Right at this moment, the giant sword projection also reached the puppet before releasing countless streaks of black sword chi that immediately inundated the faux immortal puppet. Judging from the fearsome power the black devil dagger had displayed, it seemed that the faux immortal puppet was going to be instantly torn into shreds. However, in the next instant, a cold harumph suddenly rang out as a burst of green light erupted forth. Immediately thereafter, 2 large green hands reached out of the green light without any warning before forcibly parting the streaks of black sword chi. The sword chi struck the pair of hands, but were completely unable to harm them. The streak of black light also struck one of the green hands amid a sharp screeching sound, and a metallic clang rang out as the black spike was repelled, while the green hand continued to remain completely unscathed. Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yan's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he didn't unleash any further attacks as he looked on with a cold gaze. The black sword chi was quickly destroyed by the pair of green hands, following which a humanoid figure slowly emerged out of the green light. It was none other than the faux immortal puppet. However, its appearance had changed drastically. The silver spiritual patterns on its face had turned a dark green color, and they were writhing over the puppet's skin, creating a very unsettling sight to behold. The puppet slowly withdrew its green hands, then cast its gaze toward the black-robed young man in a completely expressionless manner. You managed to secure a drop of heavenly fortune elixir, yet you used it on a mere faux immortal puppet? Don't you think that's a massive waste? Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen asked with incredulity in his voice. Humph, if that were a drop of true heavenly fortune elixir, then I would have already used it to refine a heavenly fortune pill. That was a drop of faux immortal elixir, which is 10 times more diluted compared to heavenly fortune elixir, so it's perfect for this faux immortal puppet. The faux immortal puppet harumphed coldly in response. I see. If it's 10 times more diluted, then it'll be nowhere near efficacious enough to refine a heavenly fortune pill. Even so, it still contains a hint of immortal spiritual qi, which can replace immortal crystals to activate some of the faux immortal puppet's true power. Having said that, how many attacks do you think the puppet will be able to unleash with such a paltry amount of immortal spiritual qi? Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen scoffed in a derisive manner. I don't need to worry about that. I don't think you'll even be able to withstand a single attack from this faux immortal puppet in your current state. The faux immortal puppet harumphed coldly before stomping a foot down violently and propelling itself through the air as a faint green shadow. A vicious look appeared in Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yan's eyes at the sight of the oncoming faux immortal puppet, and he let loose a loud roar as a giant devilish projection that was over 1,000 feet tall suddenly appeared behind him. The devilish projection resembled an enormous black toad, and not only did it have a huge head at the center of its neck, there were 4 other far smaller heads on either side of the central head. This was a legendary 9-headed devilish toad. As soon as the 9-headed devilish toad projection appeared, its central head opened its massive mouth to expel a streak of golden light. The streak of light struck the oncoming faux immortal puppet, only to be sent flying backward even faster than the speed at which it had been released. The vicious look in the black-robed young man's eyes became even more pronounced upon seeing this, and he suddenly made a hand seal, upon which the streak of golden light began to dance erratically through the air, leaving countless golden afterimages in its wake. A giant golden net that encompassed close to half the pond down below quickly took shape, then instantly closed itself around the faux immortal puppet. In the next instant, the faux immortal puppet was struck by one golden projection after another within the giant net, bouncing around like a toy that had no control over its own fate. Every time it came into contact with the golden net, it would instantly be repelled and it seemed to be completely powerless. A cold smile appeared on the black-robed young man's face upon seeing this, and he switched to a different hand seal, upon which all golden projections within the net abruptly disappeared with the exception of a single one. That single remaining golden projection flew a few laps around the faux immortal puppet like lightning before shooting back toward the black-robed young man. The faux immortal puppet was dragged over to less than 10 feet away from the black-robed young man, and it was completely immobilized, bound by a shimmering golden rope-like object. Only then did it become clear to everyone that the rope-like object was none other than the giant devilish toad's tongue. Not only was this tongue golden in color, there were a series of patterns on the suction cups that ran along the surface of the tongue, forming a series of golden runes. These runes were shimmering with a faint golden light, making the tongue appear as if it were a treasure. Insolent fool! What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? If that's all you have, then you can die now. Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen chortled as the giant golden tongue abruptly tightened, causing a string of cracks and pops to ring out from the faux immortal puppet's body. It seemed that he was planning to use the golden tongue of his devilish projection to crush this faux immortal puppet into pieces. The faux immortal puppet's body was definitely no less powerful than that of a Grand Ascension stage being, but it was on the verge of being crushed by the constricting golden tongue. However, as opposed to being horrified or alarmed by this situation, a derisive sneer suddenly appeared on its face. All of a sudden, the world's origin chi on the entire island began to tremor violently, and countless fist-sized balls of 5-colored light appeared in the air above the pond before surging into the faux immortal puppet's body in a frenzy. The dark green spiritual patterns on the surface of the faux immortal puppet's body immediately began to thicken and writhe violently like countless dark green snakes. A vicious look appeared in the faux immortal puppet's eyes, and it suddenly uttered the word, "Explode." In the next instant, an extremely violent aura erupted out of the thick dark green spiritual patterns. A series of twisted cracks instantly appeared over the faux immortal puppet's body, from within which scintillating light erupted forth. A resounding boom rang out and a 5-colored sun appeared in midair, instantly inundating the faux immortal puppet. A hint of fear appeared in the black-robed young man's eyes for the very first time upon seeing this, and he hurriedly shot back, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. The giant devilish toad projection behind him also released the faux immortal puppet and withdrew its golden tongue at an incredible speed. The tongue then swept violently through the air, creating countless tongue projections that formed a massive net to protect the black-robed young man. The five-colored sun shrank slightly, then expanded before completely exploding. It self-detonated. Run. The Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family were scared witless upon seeing this. With the power that the faux immortal puppet had just displayed, there was no way they would be able to survive its self-detonation from such a close range. They certainly couldn't count on the spirit monarch's soul fragment to hold back during its self-detonation. Perhaps it harbored the intention of killing everyone here. After all, he had just discussed an extremely secretive matter with sacred ancestor Yuan Yen in the form of that proposed exchange, so he most likely wouldn't want anyone who knew of this information to remain alive. Han Li was also stunned by this drastic turn of events, and he immediately hurled his pair of extreme mountains forward. The two mountains swelled to over 1,000 feet in size each amid a flash of spiritual light, and black light also swelled from his suit of devilish armor as it released countless black runes, which formed a light barrier to shield him from all sides. Immediately thereafter, his provenance golden body also appeared behind him, and as soon as it emerged, it thrust its 6 hands up into the air in unison. 6 balls of golden light shot forth, then converged to form a rapidly rotating golden vortex with a diameter of around 300 feet. At the same time, a loud buzzing sound rang out from Han Li's sleeve, and tens of thousands of golden beetles surged forth, rapidly forming a dense beetle shield ahead of him. Meanwhile, the Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family were also unleashing their final trump cards in a desperate bid to save their own lives. The Long family patriarch let loose a loud dragon's roar and transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon that was over 100 feet in length. The dragon's entire body was covered in shimmering golden scales, and it opened its cavernous mouth to expel a golden bead. The bead was only around the size of an egg, and there were cloud-like patterns of light spread all over its surface. The bead rotated on the spot, following which a giant golden flower emerged from within it. As for the 5-clawed golden dragon itself, all of its scales began to stand up on end, then detached themselves from the dragon's body and shot forth through the air. The scales then swelled drastically in size amid a flash of golden light, conjuring up countless palm-sized golden shields that created a watertight barrier around the dragon. The golden dragon then let loose a long roar and curled up into a giant golden ball. Meanwhile, 5-colored light surged over the body of the woman from the Yi family, and she transformed into a 5-colored phoenix that was several tens of feet in length. The phoenix flapped its wings and let loose a long cry, upon which spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted all around it. A series of white spatial rifts appeared in the surrounding area, emitting bursts of powerful suction force. After transforming into the 5-colored phoenix, the woman from the Yi family was unleashing her spatial abilities to their maximal extent, instantly creating hundreds of spatial rifts. At the same time, dazzling spiritual light erupted from the comb on the phoenix's head, and 13 layers of 5-colored light barriers were instantly conjured up around it, expending almost all of the magic power within its body. At this moment, countless 5-colored threads erupted out of the scintillating 5-colored sun before hurtling forth in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the green light barrier above the valley was riddled with holes, and the wreckage spread through the entire island. The power unleashed by the faux immortal puppet's self-detonation continued to wreak havoc in a persistent manner, striking one with a sense of suffocating despair, as if this ordeal would never end. After a long while, the 5-colored threads in the air finally began to thin out, then gradually faded into non-existence. Everything in the valley became visible again, and it was now completely unrecognizable. A thick layer of soil and stones had gone missing from the ground below, and all of the water in the pond that was filled with extremely pure spiritual qi had disappeared. The underside of the pond was revealed to be a vast expanse of flat green stone, upon which was inscribed a massive black formation that was shimmering with faint black light. At this point, the faux immortal puppet had already completely disappeared. In its place was a white pavilion-sized spatial rift that was giving off extremely powerful spatial fluctuations and was gradually sealing. Several hundred feet away from the spatial rift hovered the black-robed young man, whose face had turned rather pale. The giant sword he was holding was shielding most of his body, while the exposed portion of his body had completely disappeared. However, no blood was flowing out of the wound, and there were countless crimson threads writhing and intertwining rapidly to heal the wound. The aura that was being released by sacred ancestor Yuan Yen had weakened significantly, and it was quite clear that the faux immortal puppet had directed the majority of the power of its self-detonation toward him. If it weren't for the fact that he was able to use the Black Devil dagger as a shield, there was a very good chance that he would have perished from the explosion. Of course, this was only because his powers were severely restricted here. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been reduced to such a sorry state. Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen was staring intently at the rapidly shrinking spatial rift with a look of thunderous fury etched on his face. It had been countless years since he had sustained this much damage in a battle, and the most frustrating thing was that the culprit wasn't even in the Elder Devil realm, so there was no avenue through which he could vent his fury. All of a sudden, he swept his giant sword viciously through the air, unleashing an inky black sword projection that was over 1,000 feet in length. The sword projection struck the spatial rift amid a resounding boom, completely erasing it from existence. However, that was clearly not enough to assuage the fury in his heart, and he cast an enraged gaze toward Han Li and the others, upon which he was completely rooted to the spot. There was currently only a single lonesome figure situated in that direction with his arm raised in front of himself as a shield. There were two small mountains hovering on either side of him, but their surfaces were riddled with cracks, and the spiritual light shimmering from them had also dimmed significantly. As for the insect shield formed by over 10,000 mature gold-devouring beetles, only a small section of it remained, consisting of around 3,000 gold-devouring beetles. The mature gold-devouring beetles naturally hadn't been destroyed, they had merely been knocked flying or stunned unconscious by the fearsome explosion. As for the Provenance golden body, it was nowhere to be seen, most likely having been destroyed during the explosion. The lone figure was naturally none other than Han Li, and not only had he reverted back to his human form, his suit of black devilish armor was riddled with countless thin cracks. However, Han Li himself appeared to be completely unscathed. As for the Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family, they had already been completely wiped out of existence by the force of the explosion. The two of them had unleashed extremely powerful trump cards to defend themselves with all their might, but they still hadn't managed to escape this tragic fate, and that was sufficient testament to just how fearsome that explosion had been. It was precisely because of this that the black-robed young man was so stunned that Han Li had managed to remain completely unscathed. He forcibly repressed the fury in his heart and scrutinized Han Li intently, as if he were trying to figure out how Han Li had survived that ordeal. However, Han Li was paying no heed to the black-robed young man whatsoever, nor was he inspecting his two damaged extreme mountains or what remained of the insect shield. Instead, he was staring at his own arm with a bewildered look on his face. All of a sudden, his suit of black devilish armor exploded into a burst of devilish chi that dissipated into space amid a dull thump. He then cast his gaze toward the spots where the Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family had been not long ago before heaving a long forlorn sigh. The three-headed devilish toad projection that the black-robed young man had summoned had also disappeared, and it was unclear whether it had been destroyed during the explosion or withdrawn just in the nick of time. The black-robed young man glanced at his own rapidly healing wounds, then cast a cold gaze toward Han Li. I didn't think that a mere body integration stage being would be able to survive that explosion. Looks like I underestimated you. However, all of your companions are dead and you're going to be no exception. I'll be taking your life in person. If I'm not mistaken, you've expended far more energy than I have to survive that explosion. On top of that, you have to regenerate from your injuries, so you most likely possess less than a third of your original magic power, Han Li replied in a calm manner. So what? Do you really think you'll be able to survive on your own against my Black Devil dagger? On top of that, the restriction above this valley has already been destroyed, so I'm able to absorb much more devilish chi from the outside world. The black-robed young man chuckled coldly as he suddenly slashed his giant black sword upward. An inky black sword projection that was over 1,000 feet in length immediately swept upward with unstoppable force, and Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this as he quickly made a hand seal, upon which the Provenance golden body appeared behind him again. Immediately thereafter he switched to a different hand seal as if he were about to do something, but right at this moment, a delightful female voice rang out nearby. "You're still just as conceited as ever, fellow Yuan Yen. I'm currently also on this island. Are you planning to kill me as well?" As soon as the voice trailed off, a pink flower petal appeared in the air above the black sword projection, then transformed into a giant pink flower that was around an acre in size. A rich floral aroma wafted through the air, and countless pink runes surged out of the huge flower. The massive sword projection was then drawn into the giant flower, which flashed erratically a few times before shrinking down to only several tens of feet in size. The flower's petals tremored slightly and spatial fluctuations erupted at the center of the flower, following which a pair of humanoid figures emerged. This was a stunning regal beauty in a white dress and a hideous burly black-armored man. They were none other than Sacred Ancestor Bao Hua and He. "Bao Hua!" Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen exclaimed as his calm facade immediately cracked, and a hint of fear flashed through his eyes. "Looks like you haven't forgotten me. It's been many years since we last met, yet your cultivation base hasn't progressed in the slightest. I presume you're still trying to nurture that spirit medicine," Sacred Ancestor Bao Hua said in a calm voice. Han Li's expression changed slightly at the sight of the Sacred Ancestor Bao Hua, and after a brief moment of contemplation he decided to stop what he was doing and observe the unfolding situation. Ever since he had entered the Elder Devil realm, he had constantly felt like he and his companions were being watched. However, he was unable to detect anything with his spirit eyes and spiritual sense, and no one else had sensed anything, so he could only set the matter aside. Now that Sacred Ancestor Bao Hua had suddenly appeared, everything made sense. Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen stared intently at Sacred Ancestor Bao Hua, and after a long while he finally said with a dark expression, "When did you come here? I must commend you for your courage in venturing into our holy realm." "Why wouldn't I dare to enter our holy realm? Do you think I'd be afraid that you and Lu Ji would join forces against me? I was already on the island before you arrived, and I was treated to quite a good show," Sacred Ancestor Bao Hua replied in a calm voice as she tucked a few strands of stray hair behind her ear. "So you colluded with these spirit realm beings and came here with them," Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen concluded. "I wouldn't say colluded. I simply followed them here. However, even I didn't think that they would have a faux immortal puppet and 2 wisps of the spirit monarch's soul. It appears I made the right decision to come here. I'm now in a prime position to capitalize on your injuries," Bao Hua said in an indifferent manner. Do you think I would have been wounded by that explosion if it weren't for the fact that we're on the Bitter Spirit Island? There's no need to try and bluff me, Bao Hua. I personally planted that nightmare blood curse on you all those years ago. Even if with your true devil physique, there's no way you could have returned to your full power. At the very most, you only possess 20% to 30% of your former powers. Besides, even if you're at the height of your powers, you still wouldn't be able to kill me, the black-robed young man harumphed coldly. "You're right. Not only did I fall prey to Lu Ji's sinister ploy, I was afflicted by your nightmare blood curse as well, and I had to sacrifice most of my magic power to repress my injuries. But do you really think I would have appeared here without anything up my sleeve?" Bao Hua asked in a calm voice. "Even if you have some kind of trump card that can potentially kill me, don't forget that the nightmare arts I'm cultivating allows me to attain 7 drops of soul blood. Even if this main soul were to be destroyed, one of the other drops of soul blood would automatically transform into my main soul, so your efforts will still be futile," Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen said as a vicious look appeared in his eyes. However, despite what he was saying, it was clear that he was extremely wary of Bao Hua. "It would indeed be impossible for me to kill all of your drops of soul blood, but losing your main soul would be a significant setback for you. What chance do you think you'll have of successfully transcending your next tribulation?" Bao Hua asked with a faint smile. "If I'm unable to transcend my next tribulation because of you, I'll make sure to bring you down with me. If worse comes to worst, I'll just descend into the spirit realm with my true body and hunt you down to all corners of the realm." The black-robed young man roared as his composure began to crack. "Descend into the spirit realm with your true body? You sure make it sound simple. Aren't you afraid that those old monsters of the spirit realm would join forces to destroy you? If it were that easy to descend into the spirit realm with our true bodies, I would have done so long ago," Bao Hua said with a derisive look in her eyes. I'm afraid you're mistaken there, Bao Hua. Just because you were unable to accomplish this back when you were one of the 3 patriarchs doesn't mean that the current patriarchs are bound by the same restrictions. Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen chuckled coldly in response. Bao Hu's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. Oh, so the 3 of you really have been up to something during all these years. In any case, that doesn't matter to me. I didn't enter our holy realm on this occasion for you anyway. At the root of the matter, Lu Ji is the only one that I have a vendetta against. You're just an accomplice at most. If I were in your shoes, I would have done the exact same thing, so prior to killing Lu Ji, I have no intention of facing you. Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yan's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, but he still maintained a cold expression as he asked, Are you being serious? At my peak, my powers were superior to yours, but in my current state, killing you would expend too heavy a price and it would be extremely detrimental to my recovery. I can swear a vow right here that I won't challenge you until I fully recover my magic power, Bao Hua replied. If that's the case, then why did you come here? Don't tell me you came here just to see me in this pitiful state, Sacred Ancestor asked in a perplexed manner. If you didn't have that black devil dagger, then perhaps I would consider changing my plans, but for now I'm here for him, Bao Hua said as he pointed a finger toward Han Li. Han Li was listening intently to the conversation between the 2 devilish patriarchs, and his expression immediately changed drastically upon seeing Bao Hua point at him. The golden body behind him instantly appeared in front of him, and Han Li also raised a hand before spreading his fingers. The Provenance golden body shuddered as its chest suddenly began to cave in, and a fist-sized hole was punched into its body amid a flash of white light. An invisible attack had pierced right through it and was hurtling directly toward Han Li. Han Li immediately let loose a low roar as dark green light suddenly erupted from his arm, and he met the oncoming attack with his outstretched hand. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and a burst of violent energy fluctuations erupted in front of Han Li before surging forth in all directions. At the same time, gusts of fierce green winds were swept up in the surrounding area, and Bao Hua's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. She had used 80% of her current power in that attack, which was infinitely approaching the power of a Grand Ascension stage attack. Yet Han Li had managed to withstand it head-on, and that was quite a surprise to her. In her eyes, Han Li did indeed possess some powerful treasures and abilities, but he should have already exhausted all of those resources to withstand the explosion of the faux immortal puppet, so she had thought that her attack would be able to kill him with ease. However, as a former member of the 3 devilish patriarchs, this naturally wasn't the extent of her abilities. All of a sudden, she flipped a hand over and a translucent pink flower slowly emerged over her palm. She then cast her gaze toward Han Li and prepared to toss the flower toward him, but in the next instant she suddenly froze on the spot as her expression changed drastically. At this point, the gusts of fierce green winds had dissipated, thereby revealing Han Li with his hand still outstretched. However, in that outstretched hand was a sword projection that was expanding and shrinking erratically. Chapter 2101. Holy Nirvana Physique and Profound Heavenly Sword. The green sword projection appeared to be very ordinary, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was formed entirely by green runes that were each around an inch in size. Furthermore, all of these runes had thin golden and silver patterns running along their surfaces, and the space near the sword projection was warping and blurring slightly. At the same time, a vast amount of the world's origin chi was being funneled into the green runes in a frenzy, and the indistinct sword projection was becoming clearer at a rapid rate that was discernible to the naked eye. Impossible! That's a profound heavenly treasure, the black-robed young man exclaimed with an incredulous expression. Judging from its aura, it's indeed a profound heavenly treasure, and it seems to be even more powerful than your black devil dagger. During my time in the spirit realm, I heard that a new third-ranked treasure had appeared on the chaotic myriad spirit roll, the profound heavenly spirit/sword, but no one had been able to find it. Looks like this is it. It seems that both of us have underestimated the human race, Bao Hua said as a serious look appeared on her face for the first time. Wait a minute, if the human race really has obtained a profound heavenly treasure, how could they possibly have given it to a body integration cultivator? Besides, without a Grand Ascension stage cultivation base as a bare minimum, there's no way anyone can even activate the profound heavenly treasure, Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen said as he shook his head emphatically. Then how about you explain to me how he managed to withstand my sympathetic flower finger? Bao Hua asked with a cold smile. Perhaps he's only bluffing by drawing upon some of the profound heavenly treasure's aura, sacred ancestor Yuan Yen said in an unconfident manner. That seems to be somewhat plausible. How about you test out that theory, fellow Daoist Yuan Yen? Bao Hua asked with a smile. You're the one who's targeting him. This has nothing to do with me. If you want to verify the situation, then do it yourself. The black-robed young man refused without any hesitation. It sounds like you've given up on killing this man. You're not going to change your mind later on, are you? Bao Hua harumphed coldly. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Bao Hua, I won't interfere with this matter any further, sacred ancestor Yuan Yen replied in a decisive manner. Fine, I'll take your word for it. Now then, let me see if he's really able to activate that profound heavenly treasure or not. As soon as Bao Hua's voice trailed off, she rubbed her hands together, and the pink flower that she was holding vanished in a flash, only to be replaced by a thin pink branch. The branch was only around 2 feet in length, but it was completely translucent and had pink runes inscribed all over its surface. She held onto the branch with one hand before sweeping it toward Han Li from afar, and countless pink flower petals immediately emerged within a radius of several kilometers, then suddenly vanished into nothingness. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and immediately thereafter, pink light flashed in the air around him, following which countless flower petals re-emerged, then transformed into small translucent swords that shot forth toward him from all sides. Han Li's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, but there was no fear in his eyes. He took a deep breath before suddenly chanting an incantation, and the green sword projection in his hand withdrew into his palm in a flash. Immediately thereafter, a burst of indescribably enormous sword intent erupted from Han Li's body, and a gigantic green sword projection that was over 1,000 feet in length erupted out of his arm. Han Li's entire body was instantly enveloped within the green sword projection, and the oncoming pink swords crashed into sword projection amid a rapid string of dull thumps, only to instantly melt away while the sword projection remained completely unscathed. Bao Hua wasn't surprised in the slightest to see this, and she gently waved her translucent branch through the air twice more. The number of pink swords in the air above the pond immediately began to multiply at a rapid rate before raining down upon the green sword projection in a torrential downpour. The green sword projection was imbued with incredible power, but the small pink swords were also far more powerful than the average flying sword. As the sustained assault continued, even the green sword projection was beginning to tremor slightly. A faint smile appeared on Bao Hua's face upon seeing this. She was confident that if Han Li could only use a small portion of the profound heavenly treasure's power, then there was no way that he would be able to withstand this wave of ferocious attacks. After all, she had injected her essential power into the attack, so it was no less fearsome than an attack from a profound heavenly treasure. Han Li looked on at the unfolding scene before his eyes from within the green sword projection, then cast his gaze toward his own arm, and a wry smile appeared on his face. In the next instant, a determined look surfaced in his eyes, and he laid a hand onto the top of his own head, upon which a golden nascent soul emerged. The nascent soul's facial features were identical to Han Li's, and it had several tens of miniature azure swords flying around it. The nascent soul made a hand seal, and a series of cries and roars rang out as 5 balls of golden light flew out of its body, transforming into 5 projections, which consisted of a giant ape, a rainbow phoenix, a silver bird, a 5-colored peacock and a golden dragon. The nascent soul swept a hand through the air without any hesitation, and the 5 true spirit projections vanished into its body in a flash. A burst of piercing golden light erupted from the nascent soul's body amid a resounding boom, and after the golden light faded, a burly humanoid figure with 3 heads and 6 arms had taken the place of Han Li and the nascent soul. The humanoid figure's entire body was of a shimmering golden color, and there was a layer of golden scales over its skin. There was also an azure horn on his head and an inky black demonic eye on its glabella. The humanoid figure turned toward Bao Hu with a cold expression, revealing its facial features to be identical to those of Han Li. However, its eyes were completely emotionless and its appearance was very unsettling to behold. The black-robed young man looked into the humanoid figure's eyes for only a brief moment, but his eyes were immediately struck by a sharp burst of pain. He hurriedly focused his gaze on the humanoid figure, and an astonished look immediately appeared on his face. This is the holy Nirvana physique. How is he related to sacred ancestor Nyapan? Isn't he the only one who's attained this physique? A hint of bewilderment had also appeared in sacred ancestor Bao Hua's eyes. It is indeed the holy Nirvana physique, but he hasn't completely mastered it yet and can only just barely summon it. The question is whether he'll be able to undergo the second stage transformation. Right at this moment, Han Li suddenly let loose a low roar, then abruptly raised his arm, upon which a small dark green sword that was only several inches in length emerged amid a flash of green light. The sword had countless golden and silver projections revolving around it, and Bao Hua's heart immediately sank upon seeing this. It really is a profound heavenly treasure. With his holy Nirvana physique, it won't be impossible for him to wield the profound heavenly treasure. Han Li took an ambiguous glance down at the small green sword that had emerged from his arm, then turned toward Bao Hua in an expressionless manner. Do you still want to continue? If we were outside of this island, I would be no match for you even with this profound heavenly treasure, but if you insist on a battle here, it'll most likely conclude in a mutually detrimental outcome. Are you really determined to go through with this? This seems to be the first time that I've ever seen you, so surely you have no reason to challenge me to a battle to the death. With the holy Nirvana physique and that profound heavenly treasure, you are indeed an opponent that's worthy of my respect. Looks like I still underestimated you after all. Alright, our battle can conclude here, but you have to give me a certain item, sacred ancestor Bao Hua, as a breathtaking smile suddenly appeared on her face. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before asking, "What item are you referring to, senior?" Bao Hua paused momentarily before transmitting her voice to Han Li, clearly wanting to keep sacred ancestor Yuan Yen out of this conversation. "I don't know exactly what it is, but it's most likely a spirit medicine." The black-robed young man's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but he merely crossed his arms with a cold smile and made no attempt to intervene. Han Li was rather taken aback by this request, but his expression remained unchanged as he also transmitted his voice in response. "With your powers, what kind of spirit medicine would be beyond your grasp? Why are you looking for a spirit medicine from me? You don't need to know the reasons behind my actions. All you need to know is that you possess the spirit medicine that I'm searching for, and that's why I followed you all the way here," Bao Hua replied. "In that case, why didn't you attack me and my companions earlier? Surely we pose no threat to you in your eyes," Han Li asked in a puzzled manner. "That's because I was previously unable to confirm whether you were the one that possessed that spirit medicine. Now that everyone else is dead, it can only be you," Bao Hua replied with a faint smile. Chapter 2102, Heaven Voice Lightning Core. What kind of reasoning is this? Setting that aside for now, even if I do possess the spirit medicine that you're looking for, you have to at least describe its general uses to me. I have a lot of spirit medicines in my possession. How am I supposed to know which one you want?" Han Li asked. Bao Hua paused momentarily before replying, "I don't know what its general uses are either. However, I'm certain that this spirit medicine is something you obtained before entering our holy realm, and it's extremely rare. Perhaps it's not even something from the spirit realm." "Something that's not from the spirit realm?" Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and the spirit medicines he had obtained from the vast glacial realm immediately sprang into his mind. The minute change in Han Li's expression naturally didn't escape Bao Hua's notice, and her smile became even more pronounced. "As I suspected, you really are in possession of a spirit medicine of this description. If you hand it over to me, I can allow you to leave this place safely and ensure that fellow Daoist Yuan Yen doesn't trouble you any further. On top of that, I think I have someone here who will be of interest to you. Hey, bring out that little girl." "Yes, mistress," the burly black-armored man behind her immediately replied with a bow before laying a hand onto a yellow leather pouch that was hanging from his waist. A burst of black light emerged from the opening of the pouch, revealing an unconscious young woman who appeared to be in her teens. Han Li's pupils contracted drastically at the sight of the young woman. It was none other than Zhu Guar. "This little girl seems to be somehow related to you, so I'm sure you wouldn't abandon her. You give me the spirit medicine I want and I'll give her back to you," Bao Hua said in a calm voice. "Seeing as she's fallen into your hands, I presume fellow Daoist Lin has already perished," Han Li sighed. "Are you referring to the body integration cultivator who was with her?" He possessed a true spirit bloodline, but it was of no use to me, so I naturally wasn't going to keep him around, Bao Hua replied in a truthful manner. If I were to fight with all my power, you two would have a lot of trouble on your hands. Having said that, there's no need for me to take such a huge risk over a mere spirit medicine. I'll bring out a few types of spirit medicine. Take a look and see if any of them is the one you're looking for, Han Li harumphed coldly. You've made a wise decision, fellow Daoist Han. Hey, hand the little girl over to him. I'm sure Brother Han wouldn't do anything rash, Bao Hua instructed with a smile. Hei immediately tossed Zhu Guo toward Han Li upon hearing this, and Han Li swept a sleeve to release a burst of green light, which carried Zhu Guo back to him. He then swept his spiritual sense over her body to find that she was only unconscious due to a simple restriction that had been placed on her. After ascertaining that nothing else had been done to her, he stowed her away into a special treasure amid a flash of azure light. After that, he began to consider which spirit medicines he was going to show Bao Hua. Ever since he had obtained those spirit medicines from the vast glacial realm, he had been constantly gathering relevant information to try and figure out their uses. However, he was only able to find out this information for a small proportion of these spirit medicines, while the majority of them continued to stump him. These spirit medicines were from the true immortal realm, so they were naturally extremely valuable. But seeing as he didn't know how to use them anyway, he was more than happy to use one of them to avoid a battle against such a powerful enemy. However, most of the ordinary spirit medicines he had secured from the vast glacial realm wouldn't be of any interest to Bao Hua, so she was most likely looking for one of the rarer types of spirit medicines he had obtained. Having said that, it would naturally be a good thing if he could fool her with one of the other types of spirit medicine. With that in mind, Han Li made a hand seal and the small green sword in his hand vanished in a flash. He then flipped his hand over and a white jade box appeared amid a flash of white light. The box had several restriction talismans plastered to its surface, and he tossed it toward Bao Hua. Bao Hua made a grabbing motion with one hand, and the jade box was drawn into her grasp. She gently laid a finger onto the lid of the box, and the restriction talismans were immediately removed while the lid flew off on its own, revealing a green spirit medicine that was releasing a fragrant aroma and glowing with gentle white light. Sacred Ancestor Bao Hua's expression changed slightly at the sight of the spirit medicine, but she quickly shook her head, and the lid of the box was replaced before the restriction talismans also returned to its surface. The jade box was then sent flying back to Han Li, who caught it in an unsurprised manner. At the same time, a green jade vial had appeared in her other hand, and he tossed it toward Bao Hua as well. Bao Hua caught the jade vial before removing the lid and inspecting its contents with her spiritual sense, upon which her brows furrowed slightly, and the vial was also tossed back to Han Li. Sacred Ancestor Bao Hua Yuanyan wasn't aware of the content of Han Li and Bao Hua's conversation, but he had naturally figured out what was happening at this point. Despite this, he merely looked on with pursed lips, completely unconvinced that a body integration cultivator would truly be able to offer spirit medicine that would be of any interest to devilish patriarchs like him and Bao Hua. Thus Han Li brought out 8 spirit medicines in succession, all of which were rejected by Bao Hua. At this point her expression had darkened slightly, and after returning another spirit medicine to Han Li, she said in a cold voice, "I can't say that the spirit medicines you've shown me are completely useless, but how could medicines of this caliber possibly be of any use to me? If you're not going to show me anything of a higher caliber, then there's no need to continue this any further." A hesitant look appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, but he then heaved a faint sigh before flipping a hand over to reveal another white jade box. In contrast with the containers that he had previously brought out, this one was clearly constructed from a far superior material, and there was faint glacial qi emanating from its surface. On this occasion Han Li didn't toss the box toward Bao Hua. Instead he removed the restriction talismans and the lid of the box to show Bao Hua the spirit medicine within it from afar. As opposed to being enraged by this, a faint smile appeared on Bao Hua's face as she knew that Han Li was finally showing her the good stuff. As soon as the lid of the jade box was removed, a burst of glacial qi erupted out of it, and a chunk of translucent 5-colored ice slowly emerged. Within the chunk of ice was a red branch, attached to which were a pair of thumb-sized walnut-like spirit fruits, one of which was golden while the other was silver. Heaven Voice Lightning Core! Bao Hua exclaimed as a surprised expression replaced the smile on her face. Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yan's expression also changed drastically upon hearing this. Heaven Voice Lightning Core? Isn't that something that only exists in upper realms? How could a human cultivator like him possibly possess such a thing? Bring it to me so I can take a look at it. My apologies, Senior Yuan Yan, but I'm afraid I can't oblige to that request. Senior Bao Hua, is this the spirit medicine you're looking for? Han Li asked after refusing Yuan Yan in a stoic manner. He had read about Heaven Voice Lightning Core in a certain tome before, but never did he think that it would be this particular spirit medicine, and a hint of excitement welled up in his heart upon making this discovery. This was a good opportunity for him to bring out the spirit medicines that he couldn't identify himself so that the two devilish patriarchs could tell him what they were. If he were to find out what these spirit medicines were, they would naturally become a lot more useful to him. An enraged look appeared on the black-robed young man's face after being dismissed by Han Li, but he forcibly repressed his own fury in the end. At the same time, he seemed to have become rather distracted, as if he were thinking about something else. I've never seen this spirit medicine before, but judging from its appearance, I'm almost certain that this is a Heaven Voice Lightning Core. It's an extremely valuable spirit medicine to certain people using special cultivation arts, but unfortunately it's not what I'm looking for, Bao Hua said as he stared intently at the spirit medicine within the chunk of ice. I see. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and the spirit medicine descended back into the jade box before the box vanished in a flash. After that he produced a green jade box, then opened it to reveal another chunk of 5-colored ice. Within this chunk of ice was a pristine white flower that was around the size of a large bowl. Bao Hua's brows furrowed slightly at the sight of this white flower. Even with her vast wealth of knowledge and experience, she was unable to identify the flower. She could only sense that it was also an extraordinary item. At the same time, a peculiar look appeared on Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yan's face. He felt like he had heard of a similar spirit flower before, but was unable to recall exactly what it was. Han Li could tell from Bao Hua's reaction that this wasn't what she was looking for, so he stowed the spirit medicine away before producing another jade box. Thus he brought out several spirit medicines in succession, but aside from the first Heaven Voice Lightning Core, even the pair of devilish patriarchs were unable to identify the rest of them, and that was rather disappointing to Han Li. However, as he brought out a silver spirit herb that was also encased in a chunk of 5-colored ice, Bao Hua and Yuan Yan suddenly let loose cries of surprise in unison. Chapter 2103. Reemergence of the Silver Seed Pod, Devil Refining Herb. Bao Hua and Yuan Yan exclaimed in unison at the sight of this new spirit medicine, and the latter immediately sprang forward, instantly vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, a burst of black light flashed before Han Li, and Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yan reappeared amid a gust of fierce winds before reaching out toward the spirit medicine like lightning. His face was currently slightly twisted, and he was staring intently at the silver spirit herb with bloodshot eyes, as if he had become completely fixated on it. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he immediately swept a sleeve through the air, upon which the chunk of 5-colored glacial ice vanished in a flash. Immediately thereafter he let loose an enraged roar as he launched a golden-scaled fist through the air. A resounding boom akin to an explosive thunderclap rang out, and golden and black light intertwined as powerful shockwaves erupted in all directions. The entire sky tremored violently and countless thin white rifts appeared in the nearby space before quickly fading again. At the epicenter of the explosion, 2 humanoid figures flew back in opposite directions, and only after shooting back several hundred feet did they both manage to steady themselves. It seemed that Han Li and Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yan had been evenly matched during that clash. Han Li turned toward the black-robed young man with a frosty expression and yelled, "Are you planning to take my spirit medicine by force? If so, I'd be more than happy to take you on." As soon as his voice trailed off, a golden devilish head appeared on one of his shoulders amid a flash of golden light, and a golden-scaled devilish arm also emerged on either side of his body. Having attained 2 heads and 4 arms, Han Li clenched his 4 fists at once, and a terrifying aura that was several times more powerful than what he had previously possessed erupted from his body. Second Nirvana transformation. So you really have cultivated the holy Nirvana physique to a higher level. Bao Hua murmured to herself as a hint of surprise flashed through her eyes. As for Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yan, A wary look had appeared on his face at the sight of the new form that Han Li had adopted. However, the devil refining herb was clearly extremely important to him, and he took a deep breath before announcing, "That devil refining herb has no use to you. If you're willing to hand it over to me, I'll immediately leave this place and I won't interfere with this matter any longer." Devil refining herb? That's the first time I've heard this name. Would you be able to introduce it to me? Han Li asked in a cold voice. Just like the Heaven Voice Lightning Core, the devil refining herb is a spirit medicine that should only exist in the upper realm. As for its effect, just as fellow Daoist Yuan Yen said, it's only useful to devilish beings like us. However, due to certain reasons, this herb is far more important to fellow Daoist Yuan Yen than it is to me. It's a vital factor behind whether fellow Daoist Yuan Yen will be able to take that final step in the future. He's been attempting to nurture a devil refining herb for many years using several other types of similar spirit medicines, but he's still yet to. That's enough, Bao Hua. A furious look appeared on the black-robed young man's face as he cut off Bao Hua before she could elaborate any further. Bao Hua merely glanced at him with a faint smile before falling silent. I see. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face. Seeing as Bao Hua has already revealed everything to you, I'll admit it. This devil refining herb is something that I'm determined to obtain. If you're unwilling to give it to me, I'm going to keep you here for the rest of eternity even if I have to sacrifice my main soul to do so, the black-robed young man said with a fierce expression. Seeing as it has no use to me, I'm certainly willing to hand it over. But don't you think it's far too naive of you to expect me to hand it over free of charge? Han Li asked in an indifferent manner. The black-robed young man was ecstatic to hear this. I'm willing to give you anything in exchange for that herb. I may be a devilish patriarch, but I have many treasures that are definitely extremely sought after by human cultivators like you. After witnessing Han Li's second nirvana transformation, he wasn't confident in his ability to capture Han Li by force, so he was switching to a more gentle approach. We'll discuss this later. I still haven't completed my exchange with Senior Bao Hua yet. Han Li chuckled in an ambiguous manner. Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen hesitated momentarily before nodding in response. All right, I'll wait for you to take care of this matter first. Senior Bao Hua, I'm afraid I do not have many more spirit medicines to show you. If I don't possess the spirit medicine you're searching for, then there's nothing I can do, Han Li said as he turned toward Bao Hua. Bring out what you have, we'll take things one step at a time, Bao Hua replied in a calm manner. Han Li didn't waste any more time with words and swept a sleeve through the air to release a blue jade vial amid a flash of blue light. He tossed the vial forward, then rapidly flicked his fingers toward it in succession, sending a string of incantation seals vanishing into the vial in a flash. The jade vial tremored, and a burst of rich water attribute spiritual qi erupted out of its opening, following which a white spirit spring emerged. The spring was quite small, but at its center sat a fist-sized silver lotus seed pod, and a silver lotus root that was around as thick as an infant's arm. The seed pod was attached to the lotus root by a thin shimmering silver stem that had an extremely smooth surface, and it gave off a pristine sense of surrealism. After releasing the contents of the vial, Han Li cast his gaze toward Bao Hua to find that her composed expression had been completely replaced by one of elation. Even though she hadn't said anything, her reaction told the entire story. He then cast his gaze toward the sacred ancestor Yuan Yen to find that the latter was appraising the silver seed pod and lotus root with a perplexed expression, clearly unfamiliar with what they were. Thus Han Li turned back to Bao Hua and said, "Looks like this is what you're searching for. Would you be able to enlighten me by telling me its name?" Bao Hua finally shifted her gaze away from the silver lotus seed pod before turning to Han Li. "What's the point in asking questions if you don't even know its name? As I suspected, you really do have the spirit medicine that I want. Having said that, it doesn't appear that you're going to just hand it over to me. These spirit medicines are most likely all from the true immortal realm, and even though I don't know what they are, I'm sure you won't be able to find any replicas in the spirit realm and elder devil realm. If you were in my place, would you be willing to hand one over so easily? Besides, I only said that I would show you the spirit medicines I have. I never promised to give one to you," Han Li replied in a calm manner. Bao Hua wasn't surprised in the slightest to hear this, and she said with a confident smile, "All right, what conditions do you have? I possess some treasures and cultivation arts that I've obtained from some old geezers from the spirit realm. I also possess some true spirit bloods and pills that are extremely useful to body integration cultivators. Unfortunately, the cultivation arts we're using are different, so the experiences and insights I derived from my breakthrough to the Grand Ascension stage wouldn't be of much use to you, but I would certainly be willing to give them to you. There are true spirit bloods in your possession? Han Li wasn't interested in the other items that she had listed, but this one immediately caught his attention. That's right. I've encountered some true spirits in the past, and I've managed to obtain some true spirit bloods from them. I can see that you're only able to forcibly unleash your holy nirvana physique by drawing upon the power of several types of true spirit bloodlines, so I'm sure true spirit bloods will be extremely useful to you, Bao Hua said with a smile. I do indeed need true spirit bloods, but not all types of true spirit blood will be useful to me. Please tell me what types of true spirit blood you have in your possession, Han Li said in a calm manner. Sure, I possess the true spirit bloods of the Black Phoenix, the six-winged bone dove. Thus, Bao Hua began to rattle off a list of true spirits. Han Li listened intently to her list before shaking his head without any hesitation. I'm afraid none of those will be useful to me. Do you have any other types of true spirit blood? Bao Hua's smile stiffened slightly upon hearing this, and she shook her head in response. I have some heavenly phoenix true blood, but you already possess that, so I assume it won't be of any interest to you. As for everything else, I've already used them up. How about you take a look at the pills in my collection instead? There's no need for that. I ventured into the Elder Devil realm solely for the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus. As long as you allow me to access those two things, I'll hand over this spirit medicine to you. Chapter 2104. Spirit Void Pill. You want to enter the spirit cleansing pond and consume the clean spirit lotus? Bao Hua said as her expression darkened slightly. That's right. I've taken such a massive risk to come here in search of a sliver of an opportunity to progress to the Grand Ascension stage. Now that I've made it this far, I'm naturally not going to give up here, Han Li replied in a determined manner. Even if you enter the spirit cleansing pond and obtain a clean spirit lotus or two, do you think your wish will be granted? Let me tell you this. You and your companions aren't the only ones to have made it this far, Bao Hua said in a meaningful manner. Han Li wasn't surprised at all to hear this. I'm naturally aware of that. If it weren't for our predecessors from the spirit realm who came here before us, how would we have known that the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus can be found here? Your predecessors from the spirit realm? You're severely underestimating just how alluring these two things are. Countless powerful beings from your spirit realm and other realms have ventured into our holy realm for a chance to enter the spirit cleansing pond. Some of them have extremely powerful backers that even patriarchs like us wouldn't dare to turn down, while others possess incredible abilities. For those people, we can only grant them passage after securing some compensation from them. However, less than 10% of those beings have managed to reach a higher cultivation with the help of the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus, Bao Hua explained in an unhurried manner. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but he then immediately harumphed coldly in response. Less than 10%. Even so, that's enough for me to take a gamble. Alright, but what if I were to tell you that those who didn't manage to succeed completely lost their chance to progress to a higher level after emerging from the spirit cleansing pond? Bao Hua continued as a hint of a smile appeared on her face. What do you mean? Han Li was truly surprised to hear this. According to my knowledge, even those who have failed to progress using the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus have obtained some benefits from them, but after that none of them have managed to reach the Grand Ascension stage. Otherwise, do you think the defenses would be this lax in a place as important as the Bitter Spirit Island? Without this caveat, we would have destroyed this island at all costs. After all, the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus have no use to devilish beings like us at all, but they're immensely beneficial to powerful beings of other realms. Now then, would you still like to enter the spirit cleansing pond, fellow Daoist Han? Bao Hua asked with a faint smile. A hesitant look appeared on Han Li's face, but a thought then immediately occurred to him, and he cast his gaze towards sacred ancestor Yuan Yen, in response to which the sacred ancestor chuckled. There's no need for us to lie about something like this to you, Han Brat. The spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus can help some people break through their Grand Ascension stage bottlenecks, so they naturally present some severe negative side effects as well. Perfection does not exist in this world. You'll have to weigh up your options and make a decision for yourself. Is there no way to eradicate these side effects? Han Li asked with furrowed brows. Of course there are, but I wouldn't get my hopes up if I were you. None of those methods are within your grasp. In fact, they're completely out of even my reach, Bao Hua replied as a derisive look appeared in her eyes. There are ways to eradicate the side effects of the spirit cleansing pond? Spirit cleansing pond. Yuan Yen was stunned to hear this. There's no need to be so shocked, Yuan Yen. You've only been a patriarch for a short time, whereas Pan and I have been at the Grand Ascension stage for countless years. There are far more secrets that you're still unaware of, Bao Hua replied in a cold manner. The black-robed young man was naturally furious upon hearing this, but he could only forcibly repress his own rage. In that case, why don't you disclose those methods to me? Perhaps I would be able to achieve one of them, Han Li said. Sure, seeing as you're still unwilling to give up, I can disclose those methods to you. However, before that, you have to give me some of the spring water that's nurturing the spirit medicine for verification, Bao Hua replied with a smile. That's not an issue, Han Li agreed without any hesitation, then gently flicked a finger toward the spring, upon which an egg-sized ball of spring water was sent flying directly toward sacred ancestor Bao Hua. An elated look appeared on her face as she made a grabbing motion toward the ball of water, and it was drawn toward her before hovering around an inch above her palm. She then began to appraise the spring water with an unblinking gaze before injecting a wisp of her spiritual sense into it. After a while she opened her mouth, and the ball of spring water flowed into her mouth as a streak of white light. A layer of white qi appeared over her face, and she slowly closed her eyes as if she were savoring it. Both Han Li and sacred ancestor Yuan Yen looked on in silence. A short while later, Bao Hua reopened her eyes, and the elation on her face had become even more pronounced. After tasting the spring water, I'm almost certain that this is the spirit medicine that I'm looking for. As for the methods that can be used to eradicate the side effects of the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus, I've enclosed them into this jade slip. Bao Hua raised a hand as she spoke, and a blue jade slip flew out of her sleeve as a ball of blue light. Han Li made a grabbing motion toward the jade slip to draw it into his own grasp, then immediately injected his spiritual sense into it. Within the jade slip were several pages of extremely lifelike images accompanied by passages of explanatory text. Immerse yourself in exquisite dermic flames for 49 days, then consume 3 profound heaven-mend pills. Han Li's expression immediately became rather strained as he read the first line of text on the first page. Both of those things were vastly renowned spirit items even in the true immortal realm. They were extremely sought after even by countless true immortals, let alone beings of the spirit realm. In fact, in the eyes of some true immortals, those 2 things were even more precious than the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus. There was no way he would be able to secure those 2 things. Thankfully, there were some other methods listed in the jade slip, so Han Li moved on to another page. Grind an all-encompassing integration flower into powder before combining it with the demon core of a 7-footed crow and some other spirit medicines to refine an elixir. Then apply the elixir to your own body for over 100 years. The recipe is as follows. Han Li's expression darkened even further upon seeing this. The 7-footed crow was quite a renowned true spirit being. It couldn't compare with a true dragon or heavenly phoenix, but it was certainly not something that he could hunt down. As for the all-encompassing integration flower, that was something that he hadn't even heard of. However, as he swept his spiritual sense toward the next image, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. The image depicted a small golden bird, at the center of which was a shimmering golden pill that had countless patterns all over its surface. Han Li stared intently at the image for a long while before finally reading the explanatory passage below it. The Spirit Void pill can be consumed by body integration stage beings to drastically improve their cultivation base and significantly increase their chances of breaking through the Grand Ascension stage bottleneck. Consume a Spirit Void pill after entering the Spirit Cleansing Pond and consuming the Clean Spirit Lotus, and there will be a 50% of circumventing the side effects. A sense of ecstasy welled up in Han Li's heart upon seeing this. The Spirit Void pill displayed in the image was none other than that golden pill that he had obtained from the vast glacial realm. 1. With his incredible memory, he was naturally able to immediately identify the pill in the image to be a Spirit Void pill. Several body integration stage beings on the Thunder Continent had almost turned on one another for this pill. At the time he had secured one of these pills through sleight of hand, but he hadn't managed to figure out exactly what its uses were. However, this passage of explanatory text had answered that question for him. Considering the fact that it could increase the chances of making a successful breakthrough to the Grand Ascension stage, it was no wonder that those foreign body integration stage beings were so eager to obtain this pill. After reading through this passage, Han Li immediately withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip, following which a contemplative look appeared on his face. He quickly began to weigh up the available options in his mind, and a hint of surprise appeared in Bao Hua's eyes at the sight of Han Li's expression. After a long while, Han Li turned to Bao Hua in a calm manner and said, "I would still like to enter the spirit cleansing pond. After I emerge from it, I'll hand over the spirit medicine regardless of my success or failure." Before Bao Hua had a chance to reply, he turned toward Yuan Yan and continued, "Senior Yuan Yan, if you're willing to grant me passage to enter the spirit cleansing pond, I'll hand over the devil refining herb after I emerge as well. If you're unwilling to agree to these conditions, then I'll destroy the 2 spirit medicines, and we can have a battle to see if you 2 really are capable of keeping me on this island for the rest of eternity." 1. Chapter 1721. Chapter 2105. The tribulation of the elder devil realm. Yuan Yan's expression darkened slightly upon hearing Han Li's threat, and he said in a cold voice, "Perhaps you'd be able to keep up with us using your holy nirvana physique on this island, but are you just going to stay here forever? I'll just have to wait for you outside the Bitter Spirit Island and kill you as soon as you try to leave." Han Li seemed to have anticipated this response and he calmly replied, "I'm naturally no match for you 2 outside of this Bitter Spirit Island, but with the abundant spiritual qi here, I can easily cultivate on this island for 10,000 years. That's not a very long time for cultivators like us. You sure are optimistic. Are you not afraid that I'll gather my subordinates after I leave this island to set up a super formation outside and completely wipe this island out of existence?" The black-robed young man threatened. "That would indeed place me in an extremely perilous situation, but are you going to just give up on the devil refining herb? I can assure you that if you were to do that, I will destroy all of the spirit medicines in my collection before you manage to destroy this island." Han Li replied in a completely unfazed manner. The fury in Yuan Yan's eyes became even more pronounced upon hearing this, and he was just about to issue another threat when Bao Hua suddenly interjected, "Stop wasting time with these useless threats, Yuan Yan. I'm not going to give up on that spirit medicine, and nor will you be willing to give up on that devil refining herb. Seeing as he's decided to take a gamble, what's the harm in granting him passage? Are we really concerned that another Grand Ascension stage being will appear in the spirit realm? With so many Grand Ascension stage beings in the spirit realm, it won't make any difference." Bao Hua's words seemed to have enlightened Yuan Yan, and he gritted his teeth before nodding in response. "That's true. We're currently at a critical juncture in the grand plan of our holy realm, but a new Grand Ascension stage being won't make much of a difference. Besides, he's still quite far away from reaching the pinnacle of the late body integration stage, so even if we allow him to enter the spirit cleansing pond, there's no way he'll be able to make a breakthrough right away." "Fine, I agree to your conditions." Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this and he smiled as he said, "You've definitely made a wise decision, seniors. These 2 spirit medicines have no use to me, so I'll be sure to hand them over once I emerge from the spirit cleansing pond. However, before that I would like both of you to swear a vow on your inner demons that you'll allow me to leave the Elder Devil realm after the exchange, and that you won't plot against me through any alternative avenues. Know your place, you human brat. You're just a body integration cultivator. How dare you ask me to swear a vow on my inner demons?" Yuan Yan immediately flared up with rage again upon hearing this. In contrast, Bao Hua was a lot calmer as she replied, "I wouldn't mind swearing a vow, but you have to hand over half of the spirit medicines now, then give us the rest before you leave." "I'm afraid I can't agree to that. How do I know if half of the spirit medicines won't already be enough for your intended purposes? If I were to blindly do as you request of me, I could be walking to my own death." Han Li refused without any hesitation. "If you're unwilling to assume some risk, Yuan Yan and I won't be willing to swear any vows either. Otherwise we'll be bound by our vows and you'll hold all of the advantages. Having said that, we can assure you that we won't attack you after the exchange," Bao Hua replied with a smile. Yuan Yan's fury also abated upon hearing this, and he chimed in agreement. I can also promise you that I won't attack you if you hand over the devil refining herb to me. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li replied, I can't force you to swear any vows, so we'll all have to compromise. I'll enter the spirit cleansing pond first, then hand over the spirit medicines after I emerge. If the two of you are unwilling to let me leave after that, then I'll have to try and leave by force. After that, golden light flashed from his body, and his second golden head and 2 additional devilish arms vanished at the same time. Even though he had undone his second nirvana transformation, he was still quite wary of the 2 devilish patriarchs, and he flew back over 100 feet before looking down at the giant formation beneath the pond. Bao Hua also cast her gaze down toward the formation and said, the spirit cleansing pond is located in a mysterious space below the island, and that formation is the only entrance to access that space. Just stand at the center of the formation and you'll be teleported there. The space where the spirit cleansing pond is situated is the place with the greatest abundance of spiritual qi in our entire holy realm, and for spirit realm beings like you, cultivating for a day in there will virtually be the equivalent of cultivating for a year in the outside world. However, I must warn you that the space is extremely resistant to all living beings who enter it, and the greater one's cultivation base, the severer this resistance becomes. At your current cultivation base, you'll only be able to stay in there for 3 days at most. If you go beyond that, then you may never be able to return. That space is even more resistant to us devilish beings, so we won't even be able to enter it at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't be opposed to accompanying you, Yuan Yan said with a sinister smile. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Does that mean neither of you have ever entered that space? We've guarded this place for countless years, but no being from our holy race has ever been able to enter that space, Bao Hua replied in a truthful manner. I see. Han Li nodded in response, then cupped his fist in a salute toward the 2 devilish patriarchs before descending toward the giant formation down below. With his cautious nature, he naturally wasn't going to fully believe what Bao Hua had told him. After descending to an altitude of just over 100 feet, he suddenly stopped and hovered in midair to examine the profound runes inscribed on the formation down below. Bao Hua and Yuan Yan exchanged a glance as they looked on from above, but none of them disrupted Han Li. Around 10 minutes later, Han Li continued in his descent. As soon as he landed at the center of the formation, a buzzing sound rang out from all sides. Pillars of 5-colored light erupted into the heavens from all parts of the formation, and bursts of spatial fluctuations surged throughout its entirety. A layer of 5-colored light instantly appeared over Han Li's body, and he abruptly vanished on the spot. Immediately thereafter, the pillars of light faded, and the entire formation fell silent again. Bao Hua and Yuan Yao's expressions remained completely unchanged as they witnessed this process. It was clearly not their first time seeing this. Yuan Yan looked down at the formation for a while longer before suddenly asking, Bao Hua, do you really intend to let him go? Not only does he possess a profound heavenly treasure, he can already put up a fight against us even though he's only at the body integration stage. If he were to progress to the Grand Ascension stage, he would definitely become a formidable enemy of our holy realm. That's something that you patriarchs should be thinking about. In any case, I'm not going to do anything to him. Once I obtain my spirit medicine, I'm going to leave the holy realm right away. Also, it's naturally impossible for that human brat to defeat us even with the holy nirvana physique and that profound heavenly treasure. But if he were determined to escape, it wouldn't be an easy task to stop him even outside of the Bitter Spirit Island. On top of that, judging from the calmness he's displayed, there's a good chance that he has some other life-saving trump cards up his sleeve, so I'd advise you not to take the risk, Bao Hua replied in an indifferent manner. You weren't like this in the past. Back when you were one of the 3 patriarchs, you were the one who had dedicated the most time and energy toward ensuring the prosperity of our race. Yet now, you're not even asking about the tribulation that our holy realm is going to face, the black-robed young man said with an accusatory tone in his voice. Bao Hua's expression darkened slightly as she replied in a cold voice, I did indeed dedicate a lot of energy and attention toward preparing for the tribulation in the past. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for Lu Ji to successfully usurp me. However, in my current state, I'm naturally not going to worry about this matter anymore. Having said that, it seems that you've adopted the plan that I had already abandoned. You're planning to forcibly conquer some territory in the spirit realm, then gradually move all of our brethren there, isn't that right? Yuan Yen was silent for a moment before heaving a faint sigh. Indeed. We've prepared several plans to address the tribulation, and we had originally planned to use the most reliable one, but after Lu Ji took your place, the situation took a drastic turn, forcing us to abandon that plan and adopt the more drastic course of action of conquering some territory in the spirit realm. From the looks of it, your plan isn't progressing all that smoothly. You've managed to conquer some territory in the spirit realm, but you're unable to eradicate the existing races there, and a stalemate seems to have ensued, Bao Hua said with a cold smile. That's not a cause for concern. This stalemate only exists as the Grand Ascension stage beings of those races have joined forces, and they've also recruited some assistance from other races. Once we complete the preparations and are able to descend into the spirit realm with our true bodies, their resistance will be crushed with ease, Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen replied in a proud manner. Is that so? I'd advise you not to underestimate them. The human and demon races aren't particularly prominent in the spirit realm, but all of their past Grand Ascension stage beings have been remarkable characters. That's evidenced by the fact that they've been able to withstand all of the past invasions from our holy race. Furthermore, that old monster of the spirit race is definitely no ordinary Grand Ascension stage being. I've always suspected that the past spirit monarchs have actually all been manifested by the same person, and there's even a chance that he's somehow related to the true immortal realm. Otherwise, there's no way that a Grand Ascension stage being from such a minor race would be able to obtain a faux immortal puppet, Bao Hua analyzed in a calm voice. We've considered all of this before deciding on our final plan. Regardless of what trump cards those races have up their sleeves, there's no way they'll be able to resist the entirety of our race. If we weren't concerned about attracting the attention of the superpowers in the spirit realm, we would have already unleashed our entire race and completely destroyed the opposition. Even if they have someone among their ranks who's somehow related to the true immortal realm, it doesn't matter. Our sacred race also has backers from the upper realm. Besides, the laws of the upper realm state that unless an entire realm were at risk of being completely destroyed, they won't interfere with the lower realms, so there's nothing for us to worry about, Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen replied in a nonchalant manner. Seeing as you're so confident, just pretend as if I never said anything. However, prior to coming here, I paid the original sealed site a visit, and even though I only took a look at it from afar, I could tell that the rift in the seal has expanded to several times its original size back when I was one of the 3 patriarchs. On top of that, the beings emerging from the rift have also become far more powerful. During the 2 battles that I witnessed, 1 devilish lord and over 10 spatial tempering stage devilish beings perished alongside thousands of normal guards, and this was even while they were being assisted by hundreds of puppets and countless devilish beasts. However, what drew my attention the most was that fellow Daoist Nyapan was absent from those 2 battles. Instead, the army was being led by a clone of Lu Ji's, Bao Hua said. Yuan Yan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. You didn't do anything to Lu Ji's clone, did you? Of course not. I may no longer be one of the 3 patriarchs, but I'm still a member of our sacred race. I wouldn't do something so reckless at the original sealed site for my own personal vendetta. It seems that you weren't lying when you were talking about how dire the situation has become, Bao Hua replied in an indifferent manner. Do you think I would lie to you about something like this? The black-robed young man harumphed coldly in response. I'm curious. Aren't you afraid that that thing will suddenly awaken and use its body to attack the seal? Even with the seal in place, Lu Ji's clone would act as nothing more than a snack for that thing, Bao Hua asked with a cold smile. A wry smile appeared on the black-robed young man's face upon hearing this, and he replied, It's a bit too late to be asking that question now. That thing's body already awakened for the second time 6,000 years ago, and the power it displayed was far more fearsome than even back when it had awakened for the first time. It awakened again 6,000 years ago? That's far earlier than we predicted, Bao Hua exclaimed as a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. At the time, Lu Ji and I immediately rushed to the scene upon receiving news of its awakening, but by the time we got there, fellow Daoist Nyapan had already unleashed his 3rd nirvana transformation to force that thing into retreating. However, Nyapan was also severely wounded during that battle, and he was forced to withdraw all of his clones and enter a semi-hibernative state. I sent one of my clones into the sealed realm following that battle, and discovered that that thing had also exhausted all of its power and gone into hibernation as well. Pan had replicated what you had done all those years ago to give our holy realm some respite, which is why Luji's clone has been enough to guard the seal during this time. After all of the other beings attacking the seal are merely that thing's descendants, and even the most powerful ones among them are only comparable to average devilish lords. However, the seal has loosened even further as a result of that ordeal, so it'll most likely be able to awaken even earlier next time. Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen signed with a resigned expression. Pan's third nirvana transformation allows him to attain powers comparable to those of a true spirit for a short time, yet he was still severely wounded by that thing? Bao Hua was quite stunned to hear this. There's nothing surprising about that. Do you think that's the extent of that thing's true power? As the seal continues to loosen, that thing will gradually recover its powers, and the next time it awakens, it'll most likely be as powerful as a true immortal from the upper realm. When that time comes, there's no way we'll be able to stop it from breaking the seal. Once it leads all of its descendants into our holy realm, there will be no place for our sacred race. Not only do those things possess incredible reproductive abilities, they can directly devour all spiritual qi and devilish qi to further fuel their reproduction. Countless realms have already been destroyed by them. Otherwise, the true immortal realm wouldn't have sent an envoy down during ancient times to seal them away. Unfortunately, after such a long time has passed, the seal is beginning to come undone. We need to create a new territory for our sacred race in the spirit realm before the seal is completely torn open. In order to avoid turmoil and unrest, no one else is aware of this aside from us and the sacred ancestors. However, I don't think we'll be able to keep this a secret for much longer, the black-robed young man said in a grim manner. I'm already quite surprised that you've managed to keep this a secret for so long. I'm sure there are some dissenting voices in our holy realm, right? Bao Hua said. Of course there are. The most outspoken ones are those bastards from the Beast Lord Palace, Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen harumphed coldly in response. Oh, that's rather strange. Pan may be hibernating right now, but you and Lu Ji aren't exactly pushovers either. Why haven't you stamped them out already? Bao Hua asked with a perplexed expression. Lu Ji and I would naturally be able to stamp out the resistance if we're only talking about some normal sacred ancestors, but Tian Qi and He Yen are among the sacred ancestors supporting the Beast Lord Palace. They once competed with you for the position of patriarch, so I'm sure you're well aware of how troublesome they are to deal with, the black-robed young man replied in a grim manner. Bao Hua's expression also darkened upon hearing those two names, and Yuan Yen didn't say anything further. Meanwhile, Hanli was situated in a space with a radius of around 50 kilometers, hovering in the air above a pond that had a diameter of around 1,000 feet. There were massive trees that were several thousand feet tall growing throughout this entire space. All of these trees were extremely lush and emitted threads of light of all colors. There were also countless unidentifiable shrubs, flowers, and other plants growing on the ground below, and they were also releasing faint five-colored light. On top of that, there were countless thumb-sized balls of five-colored light drifting through the air, making Hanli feel as if he were in an immortal paradise. The pond below Hanli was completely tranquil, and the water within it was of a faint silver color. On top of that, it seemed to be extremely dense and viscous with a consistency much like that of mercury. Hanli's expression remained unchanged as he looked down at the pond, but internally he was extremely stunned as he could sense that the water in the pond consisted purely of compressed and liquefied spiritual power. Additionally, there were several mysterious types of energy contained in the water that he was unable to identify, and they were most likely what granted the spirit cleansing pond the ability to completely transform those who bathed in it. Thus, the spirit cleansing pond had been found with ease, but where were the clean spirit lotuses? Hanli quickly swept his gaze over the entire surface of the pond, but there was nothing floating on the surface of the water. Could they be at the bottom of the pond? Hanli murmured to himself as he peered deep into the water. He had already swept his spiritual sense through the entire pond, but it had been cut off by some type of unknown energy after reaching a depth of around 10 feet. After a brief pause, blue light flashed within Hanli's eyes, but even with his spirit eyes he was only able to see just over 100 feet into the pond before his vision was completely obstructed by a vast expanse of white light. His brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of azure light, which landed in front of him. This was an extremely lifelike azure wolf puppet that was around 10 feet tall, but it clearly wasn't of a very high caliber. Han Li pointed a finger toward his own glabella, and a ball of white qi emerged before forming a faint white face with a set of blurry facial features that mirrored those of Han Li. The face vanished into the giant wolf puppet's body in a flash, following which Han Li immediately swept a sleeve down toward the pond below. The giant wolf immediately sprang forth as his behest, descending toward the pond as a streak of azure light. Following a series of barely visible ripples, the water in the pond returned to its original tranquil state. After that, Han Li clasped his hands behind his back and began to wait patiently in mid-air. Chapter 2107. Clean Spirit Lotus. After injecting that wisp of spiritual sense into the puppet, he was able to clearly see everything within the pond through his spiritual connection with it, and the water in the pond turned out to be even more viscous than he had predicted. After diving to a depth of around 30 feet, a burst of repelling force suddenly erupted from the bottom of the lake, and an enormous compressional force also converged from all sides, making it extremely difficult for the puppet to descend any further. After diving down by roughly 10 more feet, the repelling and compressional force became several times more powerful, and the puppet was stopped cold in its tracks. At the same time, a string of loud cracks and pops rang out from the puppet's body, indicating that it was about to be crushed to a pulp at any moment. Han Li swept the fragment of his spiritual sense through the surrounding area, but detected nothing aside from the water in the pond. His brows furrowed slightly as he stood in the air above the pond, and the giant wolf puppet gradually began to swim through the pond at the same depth at his behest. It was moving extremely slowly, but the pond was over just 1,000 feet in size, so the puppet managed to scour through it after only around 15 minutes, but it still didn't discover anything. Han Li paused momentarily before waving a hand toward the pond, and the giant wolf puppet emerged. At the same time, a ball of white light flew out of it before vanishing into his body in a flash. Han Li gave the puppet a brief inspection, then stowed it away after determining that there was nothing amiss about it. Of course, he wasn't about to give up just like that. As soon as the giant wolf puppet was stowed away, he raised a hand to release a black spirit beast bracelet. Golden light flashed from the bracelet and over 100 huge beetles flew out of it. These were none other than his mature gold-devouring beetles. Han Li then immediately made a hand seal, and a burst of white light emerged from his glabella before splitting up into over 100 translucent white threads, each of which plunged into a golden beetle with unerring accuracy. All of the beetles surged forth at once, plunging into the pond as balls of golden light before quickly diving into its depths. The gold-devouring beetles possessed virtually indestructible bodies and incredible strength, so they would definitely be able to descend further than the giant wolf puppet had. Mere moments later, the gold-devouring beetles had descended to a depth of around 80 feet, and only then were they beginning to slow down slightly. However, the bottom of the pond was still nowhere in sight. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon detecting this, and he began to consider using his purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. However, right as the gold-devouring beetles descended arduously to a depth of around 100 feet, an elated look finally appeared on his face. A patch of white sand had finally become visible at this depth, and Han Li immediately instructed his gold-devouring beetles to split up and search through the area. Soon they discovered 7 lotus flowers in 2 secluded corners of the pond. Each flower was around a foot tall, and their stems were as translucent as crystals. There were also countless translucent threads that could be seen throughout the stem and the entirety of the flowers. Among the 7 flowers, 3 of them were only fist-sized flower buds, while another 3 had less than half of their petals unfurled, and there was only 1 flower that was actually in full bloom. The lotus flowers that were yet to fully blossom were all of a mundane yellow color, while the single flower that was in full bloom was of a fleshy red color with patterns that resembled blood vessels and meridians running along its surface, creating a very intriguing sight to behold. Not only was Han Li not disappointed by this, he was ecstatic. There was very little information about the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus circulating in the spirit realm, but seeing as he had taken such a huge risk to venture into the elder devil realm, he had naturally done everything in his power to gather as much information as possible. According to the information he had accrued, the clean spirit lotus was something that could only be born in the spirit cleansing pond, and before it fully blossomed, it wouldn't be much more useful than an ordinary spirit medicine. However, when it did develop into full bloom, it would be able to maintain that state for 1,000 years. If no one picked it during that time, then it would slowly transform into pure spiritual qi that fused into the spirit cleansing pond. After that, it would take several thousand years for one to blossom again. As such, prior to entering the spirit cleansing pond, no one could guarantee that they would definitely be able to encounter a clean spirit lotus that was in full bloom. Furthermore, due to the large number of people in their group, even if they were to encounter 1 or 2 fully blossomed lotus flowers, each person would only receive 2 or 3 flower petals at most. However, now that everyone else was dead, he would be able to take this entire lotus flower for himself. Han Li forcibly repressed the elation in his own heart as he instructed his gold-devouring beetles to search through the rest of the spirit-cleansing pond, but they didn't find any other spirit medicines aside from these clean spirit lotuses. This was no surprise considering that the fearsome pressure of the pond would make it impossible for normal spirit medicines to survive. Furthermore, the spiritual power in the pond was far too pure compared to that of the outside world, so if other spirit medicine seeds were to fall into the pond, they would immediately self-detonate. Just as these thoughts were flashing through Han Li's mind, the gold-devouring beetles that he had sent into the pond suddenly became very excited. Han Li hurriedly cast these errant thoughts aside and immediately began to inspect the beetles with his spiritual sense, upon which his expression changed drastically. He quickly instructed one of the gold-devouring beetles to emerge from the pond, and it obliged in a rather reluctant manner. As soon as the beetle flew out of the water, Han Li began to carefully inspect it. On the surface, it didn't appear to be any different from the other beetles, but its aura seemed to have undergone a certain change. It wasn't purely weaker or more powerful, it was more like a fundamental change. Han Li's brows furrowed tightly, and a thought suddenly occurred to him as blue light flashed within his eyes. In the next instant, a stunned look appeared on his face. With his spirit eyes, he was able to detect that some white patterns that were undetectable to the naked eye had appeared on the beetle's golden shell. The patterns were virtually invisible, but he was certain that his gold-devouring beetles didn't previously have this feature on their bodies. With that in mind, Han Li quickly waved a hand toward the spirit beast bracelet that was hovering in midair, and another gold-devouring beetle instantly emerged before landing obediently onto his palm. He raised the gold-devouring beetle to eye level, then carefully scrutinized it to find that it was just as he had suspected. There were no white patterns on the shell of this gold-devouring beetle. It was clear that this change had only occurred after the gold-devouring beetles had entered the spirit-cleansing pond. Could it be that this spirit-cleansing pond had an effect on gold-devouring beetles as well? Han Li immediately summoned another mature gold-devouring beetle to return to him from the pond, and upon close examination he discovered that this one also had white patterns on its shell. As such, there was no longer any doubt in this mind. It seemed that the spirit cleansing pond was capable of triggering a mutation within these mature gold-devouring beetles. The only caveat was that he didn't know what this mutation would entail. Instead of being elated by this discovery and releasing all of his gold-devouring beetles, his brows furrowed slightly, and he summoned all of the remaining gold-devouring beetles in the pond back to him before stowing them away into the spirit beast bracelet. He knew that the gold-devouring beetles had only managed to mutate so quickly as they had absorbed some of the mysterious energy within the pond. However, this energy was the key to transforming his body, so before he had a chance to absorb it, he certainly wasn't willing to allow the gold-devouring beetles to strip away more of this energy. Otherwise, if he were to fail in transforming his own body due to insufficient energy, he would be left sorely regretting his decision, even if his gold-devouring beetles were to become significantly more powerful after undergoing their mutations. After all, the most important thing for him was to reach the Grand Ascension stage. Everything else was secondary in comparison. Of course, after he underwent his transformation, he would release his gold-devouring beetles and allow them to absorb the energy within the pond to their heart's content. Having made those decisions, Han Li immediately stowed the spirit beast bracelet away, then swept a sleeve through the air to release a small golden beast amid a flash of golden light. It was none other than the leopard Kirin beast. It's very unlikely that someone else will enter this place, but as a safety precaution, keep a lookout after I enter the pond. If someone really does try to barge into this place, make sure to keep them at bay to the best of your abilities, Han Li instructed. I'll be sure to do my best, master, the leopard Kirin beast replied in the tender voice of a little girl before abruptly vanishing into thin air. After that, azure light flashed from Han Li's body, and a faint green humanoid figure emerged. This was a humanoid figure with the exact same appearance as Han Li, and it was none other than the immortal Zhou Xian spirit body. Immediately thereafter, Han Li laid a hand onto his own head, and a black nascent soul emerged amid a cloud of black qi. As soon as the second nascent soul appeared, it flew toward the spirit body and vanished into it in a flash at Han Li's behest. The spirit body then opened its eyes and gave Han Li a faint smile before flying toward the lush forest nearby as a streak of green light. After that, Han Li produced a stack of formation plates and formation flags before tossing them all around the pond, instantly creating 3 profound temporary formations that surrounded the entire place. Han Li was making sure to spare no effort in setting up safety precautions against any potential plot that the 2 devilish patriarchs outside could be hatching against him. Even though there was no way the leopard Kirin beast spirit body and these formations could stop a pair of devilish patriarchs, as long as they were able to buy him some time, he wouldn't be caught completely off guard. As soon as Han Li's body came into contact with the silver water in the pond, an azure light barrier emerged around him to part the water with ease. Thus Han Li slowly descended, and in the end he was completely submerged in the pond. As he continued to descend, the pressure in the pond began to increase rapidly, causing the azure light barrier to bend and warp slightly. However, with Han Li's powers he naturally paid no heed to this, and in the blink of an eye he had already reached the section of the bottom of the pond where the fully bloomed clean spirit lotus was situated. He inspected the lotus flower within his light barrier momentarily, then flipped a hand over to produce a translucent jade box from his storage bracelet. He then took a deep breath before swiping a finger toward the flower, and an azure thread shot forth out of his fingertip like lightning. The azure thread quickly flew around the stem of the flower, and the flower itself was instantly detached before being propelled upward by the repelling force in the pond. Han Li was already prepared for this, and he thrusted the jade box in his hand toward the lotus flower, upon which the lid of the box was removed, releasing a burst of golden light that swept the flower into the box in a flash. The lid was then replaced and the clean spirit lotus was obtained. Han Li had already learned about the flower's consumption method, and he knew that it had to be consumed while he was undergoing his transformation in the spirit cleansing pond. Thus, the jade box was stowed away, following which he made a hand seal, and countless golden arcs of lightning erupted out of his body amid a rumbling thunderclap. The golden lightning instantly reduced his robes to nothingness, leaving him completely naked. The proportions of his body were quite ordinary, but his skin was of a pristine white color and was giving off a faint sheen. Han Li then waved a hand toward the azure light barrier around him, and it immediately vanished amid a dull thump, allowing the silver pond water to instantly envelop his body. In the instant that the water came into contact with his skin, bursts of turbulent spiritual power immediately flowed into his meridians through his pores, and it was surging into his body with such ferocity that he was given quite a fright. He immediately calmed himself down, then began circulating his provenance true devil arts through his meridians with all his might. With each revolution that was completed, most of the spiritual power that had surged into his meridians would be converted into magic power. Even though this method of cultivation base enhancement was slower than absorbing the energy within those 2 mysterious beads, it was still extremely rapid nonetheless. If he could keep this up for 3 days, then his cultivation base really would receive a massive boost. However, he was aware that this rapid rate of magic power development was only a secondary benefit of bathing in the spirit cleansing pond. The primary benefit that it could bring to him was its ability to completely reconstruct his body. That would be the key to whether he would be able to progress to the Grand Ascension stage in the future. At this moment he could already feel spiritual power surging rapidly throughout his body, and a numb sensation had begun to develop in his meridians. His bare skin, which was being exposed to the water in the pond, had also become very painful, as if he were slowly shedding his skin as part of an evolutionary process. Han Li immediately sat down with his legs crossed at the bottom of the pond, then slowly closed his eyes. Time gradually passed by, and after close to half a day had elapsed, a series of gashes had appeared on Han Li's skin, but strangely enough, not even a single drop of blood was being shed. Furthermore, the mysterious energy within the water was infiltrating his blood, flesh and bones, all of which were undergoing a transformation that was undetectable to the naked eye. For the average person, this process would be so painful that they would rather die than endure it, But Han Li's physical constitution and willpower were both far superior to those of a normal person, so this was well within his tolerance range. After a short while, Han Li suddenly opened his eyes before flicking his wrist, and the jade box that contained the clean spirit lotus immediately appeared before him. The lid of the box flew off on its own, and the lotus flower emerged. Han Li opened his mouth to release a burst of azure light, which swept up a palm-sized flower petal before drawing it into his mouth. He then closed his mouth, and the flower petal immediately melted into a sweet and fragrant liquid that flowed down his throat with ease. A scorching sensation erupted within his dantian, then coursed through all of his meridians like a series of fiery snakes. Han Li's brows furrowed reflexively, and an unnatural flush appeared on his face before spreading to his entire body within the span of just a few breaths. In the next instant, his body temperature abruptly rose to 1,000 times of what it previously was, and a burst of scorching lava-like energy erupted from his body while also surging into his mind. He was caught completely off guard and his consciousness immediately faded. The medicinal effect of just a single flower petal had knocked him out cold. The burst of scorching energy continued to wreak havoc within Han Li's body, and his body temperature was still rising at an astonishing rate. From a distance, it appeared as if Han Li's entire body had been set alight. After a while, even nearby pond water was beginning to bubble and churn. After an indeterminate amount of time had elapsed, Han Li finally awakened in a state of agony. At this point, his body temperature had already returned to normal, but he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath as he inspected his own body. He had grown over a foot taller than he had been before, and his torn skin had been completely shed, revealing a layer of new silver skin that was writhing as it slowly took shape. Excruciating pain was spearing through every single inch of his body, but as he inspected his own internal condition with his spiritual sense, he was ecstatic to find that his bones had become noticeably thicker, and they were beginning to transition toward a purplish-golden color. Han Li quickly contacted the second nascent soul outside the pond, upon which he discovered that he had only been unconscious for less than 4 hours. This came as quite a relief to him, and he immediately consumed another flower petal. 2 days and 2 nights later, the tranquil mirror-like surface of the silver pond suddenly began to churn violently, following which a vortex with a diameter of around 10 feet emerged at the center of the pond. The vortex began to release faint silver light, as well as countless purplish-golden runes. At the same time, the ground around the pond began to tremor slightly, and countless balls of 5-colored light emerged from the plants and soil before quickly converging to form a 5-colored cloud that was around an acre in size. Furthermore, the cloud was only continuing to expand, and it was also becoming brighter and brighter. A burst of loud rumbling rang out from within the vortex, as if there were a terrifying monster wreaking havoc within the pond. All of a sudden, a bolt of 5-colored lightning crashed down from the massive cloud amid an explosive thunderclap before striking the vortex with unerring accuracy. The entire pond was shaken amid an earth-shattering boom, and a purplish-golden pillar of light erupted out of the vortex, scattering the bolt of 5-colored lightning before piercing through the center of the 5-colored cloud. The massive dazzling cloud rapidly shrank and began to lose its luster, then scattered into countless balls of light again amid a dull thump. The purplish-golden pillar of light quickly subsided, and peace and quiet returned to the pond. The silver vortex at the center of the pond had also disappeared, and it was as if nothing had ever happened. A long while later, the water at the center of the pond began to churn again, and a humanoid figure emerged before landing beside the pond. It was none other than Han Li, who had already undergone a complete transformation. His facial features hadn't changed at all, but his skin was as translucent as jade and giving off a barely detectable silver sheen. He had grown over 2 feet taller, and his limbs had also elongated. His entire body seemed to have become broader and sturdier, striking one with a sense of immovability. Han Li did some stretches before abruptly clenching his hands into tight fists, and a string of cracks and pops immediately rang out from his joints. He then unleashed a casual punch toward a huge rock beside the pond, and he injected no magic power into the punch, so it was imbued with nothing more than his newfound strength. A faint buzzing sound rang out from the space around his fist, and the air instantly funneled toward it, causing the space within a radius of over 100 feet to warp and blur violently. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and a crater with a diameter of around 100 feet suddenly appeared beside the pond. The huge rock had been reduced to dust in the process, and there was no longer any trace of it that could be found. Han Li was ecstatic to see this. It wouldn't be noteworthy at all if he had accomplished this with an attack that was imbued with his magic power, but it was truly astonishing that he was able to do this with just his physical strength alone. After that, Han Li flicked a finger toward the silver water in the spirit cleansing pond, and a streak of dazzling azure light immediately shot forth out of his fingertip before striking the surface of the pond in a flash. In the next instant, a resounding boom rang out and a massive wave that was around 50 to 60 feet tall erupted out of the pond. 1. IGT. Please author San, I don't need to visualize it. Chapter 2109. Devour. After the giant wave crashed back down, the entire pond was parted down the center, revealing the white sandy bottom of the pond. All that had been achieved by just a casual flick of a finger. In the next instant, the water on either side of the pond converged toward the center to conceal the bottom of the pond again. My magic power has increased significantly, but even more importantly, both my spiritual sense and nascent soul have become a third more powerful than they originally were. As for the other benefits I derived, I'll have to slowly explore them in the future. Han Li murmured to himself with an elated smile, then suddenly let loose a long cry. Spatial fluctuations immediately erupted around him, and a golden figure and a green ball of light quickly appeared before him. These were naturally none other than the leopard Kirin beast and spirit body. I've already completed my transformation. You two can go bathe in there as well, Han Li instructed. The leopard Kirin beast was ecstatic to hear this, and it hurriedly thanked Han Li before plunging into the pond along with the spirit body. After that, Han Li released the 9-curl spirit ginseng and his purple-striped gold-devouring beetles and also released them into the pond. Finally, he raised a hand to release the spirit beast bracelet that was filled with mature gold-devouring beetles. Tens of thousands of beetles surged out of the bracelet at Han Li's behest, but instead of flying toward the spirit cleansing pond, they split up into over 10 swarms and flew toward the massive trees and plants in the surrounding area instead. Large sections of plants were rapidly devoured by the swarms of beetles, and even some of the spirit stones that were lying on the surface of the ground had been devoured. It was as if a gigantic scraper had worked its way over the entire ground. The lush landscape nearby was instantly reduced to a barren wasteland, and these bleak scenes were rapidly spreading outward at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. He had already scoured through this space with his spiritual sense earlier and discovered that there were no precious spirit medicines here. There were either no precious spirit medicines in this space to begin with, or they had already been taken by the powerful beings who had been here before him. Even so, the incredible abundance of spiritual qi in this space made even the most ordinary trees and plants far older and more precious than some of the rare spirit medicines in the spirit realm. He possessed that mysterious small vial, so these plants didn't interest him, but it would be a waste to leave these sources of enormous spiritual qi behind, so it was an easy decision for him to instruct his gold-devouring beetles to devour them in order to enhance their powers. With his current spiritual sense, he would be able to control all of the gold-devouring beetles in his possession for a substantial period of time. Furthermore, this entire space was only less than 100 kilometers in size, and with the devouring prowess of the gold-devouring beetles, it wouldn't take them long to devour everything here. During this period of time, Han Li flipped a hand over to produce a small purplish-golden vial, which had a restriction talisman adhered to it. He gently exhaled toward the small vial, and the talisman was instantly removed. After that, Han Li removed the lid of the vial before tipping it upside down, and a clear cry immediately rang out from within it. Golden light flashed, and a fist-sized golden fiery bird emerged before flying away into the sky. Han Li was already prepared for this, and he made a grabbing motion with one hand, releasing a burst of invisible force to trap the fiery bird. The bird flapped its wings with all its might, but it was forcibly snuffed out by the burst of enormous force, reducing it to a thumb-sized golden pill that hovered in midair. The surface of the golden pill was riddled with intricate pill patterns, and it was none other than the spirit void pill. Han Li drew the pill back into his grasp as a streak of golden light, then began to appraise it with a contemplative expression. The jade slip that he had received from Bao Hua didn't mention when it would be best to consume the pill after undergoing his transformation, but generally speaking, it would naturally be best to consume pills of this nature as soon as possible to achieve the best effect. He may not be able to refine all of the power imbued within a pill of this caliber in a short time, but the benefits of consuming it now far outweighed the disadvantages. With that in mind, Han Li immediately tossed the pill into his own mouth before swallowing it without any hesitation. The power of the pill instantly flowed through his meridians as surges of warmth. Even though its effect wasn't as direct and aggressive as that of the flower petals, it struck Han Li with a very warm and comfortable sensation. This was very encouraging to him, and it further cemented his confidence in the fact that the Spirit Void pill was indeed extremely beneficial to him in his current situation. Thus, he immediately sat down with his legs crossed beside the pond to refine the power of the pill. Shortly thereafter, the swarms of gold-devouring beetles returned before combining to form a massive golden cloud above the pond. Han Li opened his eyes and looked around to find that the entire space had been reduced to what appeared to be a bleak and barren desert. However, with the enormous abundance of spiritual qi here, the greenery would all return in several hundred years. Having said that, it would most likely take tens of thousands of years before the plants here could replenish their spiritual power to its former level. After devouring so much spiritual power, the golden shells of the gold-devouring beetles seemed to have become brighter than before. Furthermore, even more benefits would undoubtedly arise as they continued to refine all of the spiritual power they had devoured. Instead of withdrawing the swarm of beetles right away, he estimated how much longer his spiritual sense would be able to last, as well as how much more time he would be able to spend in this space. After ascertaining these two parameters, he instructed the swarm of beetles to plunge down into the pond. After that, Han Li didn't continue to refine the Spirit Void pill. Instead, he cast his gaze toward the pond with a contemplative expression. Moments later, he suddenly raised a hand to summon a yellow gourd amid a flash of yellow light. Han Li gently waved the gourd toward the silver pond, and the former instantly swelled drastically to over 10 feet tall. He then tossed the gourd through the air while making a hand seal, then pointed a finger toward it. A burst of black and white qi immediately erupted out of the gourd before sweeping toward the pond. Immediately thereafter, a pillar of silver water was swept up before being drawn into the giant gourd with unerring accuracy. He had suddenly been struck by the idea to store some of the water in the pond and take it with him. As for whether anyone had done the same thing before him, that was something that was only known to the heavens. Han Li stood on the spot with his hands clasped behind his back, appraising the water flowing into the gourd in an expressionless manner. After a while, he suddenly swept a sleeve toward the giant gourd, releasing an azure incantation seal that vanished into the gourd in a flash. The gourd shuddered, and the black and white qi that it was releasing abruptly vanished, following which the gourd itself quickly shrank down to its original size. Han Li drew the gourd back in his grasp, and his expression immediately darkened as he inspected its contents with his spiritual sense. He tipped the gourd over, and clear water that was completely devoid of spiritual qi flowed out of it. A wry smile appeared on his face upon seeing this. It seemed that there was something special about the spirit cleansing pond that allowed the water within it to retain its spiritual qi. Even though he was slightly disappointed by this, he had anticipated this to be the outcome. Thus, he began to slowly pace around the pond, trying to derive something through inspection. There were some naturally forming patterns on the sides of the pond that resembled some type of runes or some kind of mysterious ancient text. Of course, at the same time he was keeping tabs on how long he had stayed in this space, and he was planning to leave as soon as the 3-day mark arrived. He didn't know if the 3-day time limit that Bao Hua had told him about was reliable, but he certainly didn't want to test it out. Time slowly passed by, and the auras of all of the beings that Han Li had released into the pond were steadily growing more powerful, clearly indicating that they were benefiting immensely from this experience. Due to the time constraints, they wouldn't be able to undergo a complete transformation as Han Li had, but this was still an exceptional opportunity for them. Close to half a day later, Han Li withdrew his gaze from the pond, and murmured to himself in a slightly forlorn manner, "It's time to leave. What a pity. If I could stay in here for around a month, perhaps I'd be able to figure out some things." After that, he let loose a long cry, and the pond was stirred up into a frenzy as several figures emerged, followed by the swarm of tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles, which converged to form a golden cloud in the blink of an eye. Han Li waved a hand toward them, and the leopard Kirin beast chewer and the spirit body all flew back into his sleeve. However, as he cast his gaze toward the golden cloud of beetles and the pond down below, He suddenly raised an eyebrow before instructing the beetles to plunge into the pond again. The purple-striped gold-devouring beetles were also among them, and Han Li looked on with an expressionless look in his eyes, which was then quickly replaced by one of astonishment. The surface of the pond was rapidly lowering at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, and its depth was reduced by around 10 feet in the blink of an eye. On this occasion, instead of just bathing in the spirit-cleansing pond, the beetles were drinking the water from the pond as well. Seeing as the water from the pond couldn't be taken away, Han Li decided to try and get his gold-devouring beetles to drink it. Of course, he only dared to make this decision as mature gold-devouring beetles could devour virtually all things and were close to indestructible. He wouldn't have dared to take the same risk with the leopard Kirin beast or spirit body, as who knew what kind of consequences could arise from directly consuming the water in the pond. It certainly wouldn't be a surprise to see normal living beings self-detonate from attempting something like this. Thus, Han Li stood beside the pond, looking as its surface was lowered further and further. Once the pond reached a depth of around 60 feet, something peculiar happened. The gold-devouring beetles were still gulping down water with reckless abandon, but the surface of the pond didn't drop any lower. Through the use of his spiritual sense, Han Li could sense that all of the gold-devouring beetles were indeed still devouring water, so this was naturally very surprising to him. His brows furrowed slightly as he looked up into the sky, then thought about what little time he had left before making a decision and plunging into the pond as a streak of azure light. Due to the massive drop in the depth of the pond, the pressure within it had abated significantly, allowing him to easily reach the bottom of the pond. He cast his gaze downward and almost immediately caught sight of several indistinct stone slabs, which had emerged from the layer of fine white sand at the bottom of the pond. These stone slabs had patterns on their surfaces that were similar to those on the sides of the pond, and they weren't very uniform, indicating that these were naturally formed patterns. With the way that the stone slabs were arranged, the patterns on their surfaces just so happened to form a slightly damaged formation. The formation was only around 10 feet in size, and there was a fist-sized hole in its center, from within which silver liquid that was identical to the water in the pond was pouring out. Han Li was ecstatic upon seeing this, as he knew that this was the source of the seemingly endless supply of water in the pond. There seemed to be some type of treasure within the hole that was pumping out spirit liquid incessantly, and Han Li immediately made a grabbing motion to summon an azure longsword before slashing it down toward the hole. A resounding boom rang out as a dense 5-colored light barrier appeared over the formation, and the azure longsword was repelled. Han Li's expression darkened slightly as he opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames, but that was easily repelled as well. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li made a hand seal, and hundreds of the gold-devouring beetles in the pond immediately swooped down toward the small formation. Moments later, the 5-colored light barrier resurfaced, and the beetles instantly began to devour it in a frenzy. With the fearsome devouring might of the gold-devouring beetles, the restriction would be completely eradicated in mere moments. However, just as a smile had appeared on Han Li's face, it abruptly stiffened. He discovered that the beetles were unable to leave so much as a single trace on the 5-colored light barrier. It was too resolute for them to devour. Han Li was stunned to see this, and after contemplating the situation for a brief moment, he raised a hand to scatter the mature gold-devouring beetles, then instructed the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles to take their place. On this occasion, the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles were able to inflict deep gashes onto the light barrier, and Han Li heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. If the light barrier had been impervious even to the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles, then he really would be at a complete loss. However, another issue quickly arose. Han Li discovered that even though gashes were quickly being inflicted onto the light barrier, they would instantly seal amid faint flashes of light. Not only was the 5-colored light barrier extremely resolute, it also possessed incredible regenerative abilities. Han Li was truly stunned to see this. If he had some time, he would be able to set up a few formations to slowly weaken this restriction, but there was simply no time left. He either had to give up on this plan entirely or make one final roll of the dice and turn to his profound heavenly spirit/sword. There was no way that the 5-colored light barrier would be able to withstand the power of his profound heavenly spirit/sword, and if there really were a treasure within the hole that was creating the liquid in the pond, its value would be downright unimaginable. having said that after he left this space he would have to face the two devilish patriarchs again. If he were to expend a huge amount of power to use the profound heavenly spirit/sword, it would place him in a very perilous situation. After considering the situation for a long while, Han Li finally arrived at a decision. So be it, no matter what treasure there is within the hole, it's not going to be able to compare with a profound heavenly treasure. I already have an opportunity to progress to the Grand Ascension stage now, and once I make the breakthrough, I'll be able to truly control the profound heavenly spirit/sword, so there's no need for me to take such a risk. What a pity! If I had discovered this formation a day earlier, perhaps I would have some practical chances. Thus Han Li swept his sleeves through the air, and all of the gold-devouring beetles quickly flew into his sleeve. Immediately thereafter he rose up out of the pond as a streak of azure light before flying toward a certain direction. Without the gold-devouring beetles drinking the water from the pond, its surface began to slowly rise again. A series of 5-colored clouds appeared up above, and arcs of lightning began to emerge amid rumbling thunderclaps. At this point Han Li had already flown onto an altar situated at one corner of this space, and at the center of the altar was a silver formation. This was the formation Han Li had used to enter this space, so he naturally had to use it to leave as well. However, instead of immediately entering the formation, Han Li looked up into the sky instead. He could sense that the power of heaven and earth was repressing him in a ferocious manner, and if he had left any later than this, perhaps he really would have been trapped in here just as Bao Hua had warned. After heaving a faint sigh, Han Li strode into the silver formation before raising a hand to release an azure incantation seal, which vanished into the formation in a flash. A burst of buzzing rang out from the formation, and white spiritual light erupted to envelop Han Li's entire body. Immediately thereafter the spatial power within the formation began to fluctuate violently, yet just as he was about to be teleported away, a ball of green light suddenly erupted out of his robes from his chest. His eye widened with shock as he reached out like lightning and grabbed onto the object. However, before he had a chance to do anything else, he had been teleported away by the formation. Meanwhile, the water in the spirit cleansing pond had just returned to its original depth, and scintillating light was radiating from the stone slabs at the bottom of the lake to conceal the formation. Within this bright light, a small yellow vial that was several inches tall was slowly floating out of the hole. The surface of the vial was riddled with dark green patterns, and silver liquid was flowing out of its opening. After the flow of pond water ceased, a pair of black pizized eyes appeared on its surface, and they looked around before a humanized expression of disappointment appeared within them. After that, the pair of eyes vanished and the small vial sank back into the hole, while the 5-colored light being released by the stone slabs also disintegrated into nothingness. As for the hole at the center of the stone slabs, that had also vanished, as did the 5-colored clouds up above after Han Li teleported out of this space. Thus, everything had returned to normal. Han Li appeared in the air above a certain corner of the Bitter Spirit Island, and after inspecting his surroundings to ensure that there was no one around him, he raised his hand to reveal that there was a small palm-sized black leather pouch sitting in his grasp. The pouch had several golden and silver talismans plastered to its surface, and Han Li removed the talismans before tipping a small green vial out of the pouch. It was none other than the mysterious small vial he had used to accelerate the growth of all of his spirit plants. He began to carefully inspect the vial, and he discovered that the dark green patterns on its surface were flashing with faint green light. However, the light was quickly fading, and after the span of just a few breaths, the green light completely vanished. Han Li's brows furrowed tightly as a hint of bewilderment appeared in his eyes, but in the next instant he suddenly raised his head before casting his gaze toward a certain direction. He placed the vial back into the leather pouch with a flick of his wrist, and the talismans also adhered themselves back onto the pouch again. He then made a grabbing motion and the leather pouch instantly vanished. Chapter 21:11. Escape. After that, Han Li clasped his hands behind his back and waited in silence. After the span of just a few breaths, specks of light flashed in the distant sky. Spatial fluctuations erupted several hundred feet away, and a ball of pink light and a cloud of black chi had appeared in unison. A giant floral tree projection emerged amid the pink light, and Bao Hua and Hei were revealed. Meanwhile, the ball of black chi transformed into the black-robed young man that was sacred ancestor Yuan Yan. As soon as they appeared, they began to carefully appraise Han Li. Shortly thereafter, a peculiar look flashed through Bao Hua's eyes and she smiled as she said, "You were quickly closing in on the 3-day deadline, so I was concerned that something had happened to you, but it seems that my concerns were unwarranted. I can see that you've benefited immensely from the spirit cleansing pond. I think you're far more concerned about the spirit medicine in my possession than you are about me," Han Li replied with a calm smile. "Is there a difference? If you had been trapped in the spirit cleansing pond, then the spirit medicine would be completely out of my grasp," Bao Hua replied in a nonchalant manner. "Cut the chit-chat. You've emerged from the spirit cleansing pond, so it's time to hand over the spirit medicine. Otherwise, I'll have to take it from you by force." The black-robed young man threatened with a menacing look in his eyes. "Rest assured, I don't intend to revoke my promise." Han Li smiled as he flipped a hand over to produce a pair of jade boxes, which he tossed toward the pair of devilish patriarchs without any hesitation. Both Bao Hua and Yuan Yan immediately reached out to draw their respective jade box into their grasp, and the latter immediately removed the lid from his jade box with unbridled excitement on his face. His expression of excitement was then instantly replaced by one of ecstasy as he caught sight of the spirit medicine in the box. "I've been trying to grow a devil-refining herb for tens of thousands of years to no avail. Who would have thought that I would obtain one under these circumstances? Hold on, what have you left on this spirit medicine?" All of a sudden, Yuan Yan's elated laughter came to an abrupt halt as a furious look appeared on his face. Bao Hua had also just inspected her spirit medicine with her spiritual sense, and the smile on her face had also vanished as she asked in a bone-chilling voice, "What is the meaning of this, fellow Daoist Han? Do you think your little tricks will be able to escape our notice?" Both of the devilish patriarchs immediately began to appraise Han Li with animosity in their eyes. Han Li remained completely unfazed by this and he said in an unhurried manner, "Before we discuss anything else, let me ask you this. Are the spirit medicines in the boxes authentic?" The spirit medicines are indeed authentic, but don't tell me you haven't tampered with them," Yuan Yan said in a cold voice. "I believe you owe us an explanation, fellow Daoist Han. Otherwise, we won't let you leave this island," Bao Hua also chimed in with a dark expression. "The spirit medicines are authentic and I've handed them over to you, so I've fulfilled my initial promise," Han Li continued in a calm manner. "So what? Do you think you'll be able to talk your way out of this by playing these word games?" Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yan stepped forward with a furious expression, and a burst of astonishing baleful qi erupted from his body, causing the entire sky to tremor violently. The two devilish lords were on the verge of escalating this into a physical altercation. "I have no intention of playing any word games. I haven't left any complex restrictions on the two spirit medicines. I've only left 2 temporary wisps of spiritual sense with them. It won't be long before these wisps of spiritual sense dissipate on their own, and they won't harm the spirit medicines in any way," Han Li replied in a calm manner. Bao Hua inspected her spirit medicine once again to find that Han Li was telling the truth, and her expression eased slightly as she asked, "What do you intend to accomplish by doing this?" "I can't afford to gamble with my own life and simply believe that you'll let me leave after I hand over the spirit medicines to you. Hence I had to resort to this plan. If I can leave this place safely, the spirit medicines will naturally remain completely unharmed. However, if you show any signs of breaking your end of the promise, the wisps of spiritual sense will immediately self-detonate. Only the heavens can decide whether the spirit medicines will remain unscathed then," Han Li replied. "You dare to threaten me?" Yuan Yan's fury was fueled even further upon hearing this. "I wouldn't dare to do that. I'm only looking out for my own best interests. Once I emerge from the sea of lightning, the wisps of spiritual sense will immediately dissipate. Rest assured, I wouldn't detonate them to harm the spirit medicines to spite you, as doing so would only earn me 2 powerful sworn enemies without reaping me any benefits," Han Li replied calmly. You think a mere wisp of your spiritual sense can destroy these spirit medicines? These are extraordinarily rare spirit medicines that even flying swords would struggle to damage," Bao Hu harumphed coldly. "That may be the case, but I'm betting that neither of you would dare to take this risk. Besides, do you think the wisps of spiritual sense I've left with these spirit medicines are just normal spiritual sense?" Han Li countered with a meaningful smile. Bao Hua and Yuan Yan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. To Han Li's surprise, the furious Yuan Yan suddenly reverted back to a calm expression and said in a cold voice, Well done, it's been close to 100,000 years since I've had my hands and feet bound like this. Piss off, but if you dare to harm this devil-refining herb even in the slightest, I'll show you what it feels like to wish you've never been born. Han Li was quite amazed by Yuan Yan's acting skills, but his expression remained unchanged as he turned toward Bao Hua for her verdict. I also agree to this. Just like you said, I wouldn't dare to risk having this spirit medicine damaged, but if this wisp of spiritual sense still hasn't dissipated after you've left the Sea of Lightning, then don't blame me for coming after you, Bao Hua said in an expressionless manner. All right, then I'll be taking my leave now, Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a farewell salute, then immediately flew away as a streak of azure light. After just a few flashes he had vanished into the distance, leaving the trio of devilish beings behind. Mistress Bao Hua, should I follow him? He asked in a careful manner. There's no need for that. That man's spiritual sense is almost comparable to that of myself and fellow Daoist Yuan Yan, so there's no way you'll be able to fool him with your concealment techniques, Bao Hua replied with a shake of her head. When did you become such a coward? The black-robed young man said as he rolled his eyes in a disdainful manner. Why don't you go ahead and follow him then? You'll have my undying admiration, Bao Hua replied in a cold voice. My most trusted subordinate isn't by my side. Otherwise, there's no way I'd let him leave so easily, the black-robed young man spat through gritted teeth. You're talking about that Xianxia, right? So you're saying you'd dare to take the risk if she were here? Bao Hua asked as a derisive look flashed through her eyes. You're right, I wouldn't dare to take the risk anyway with the devil-refining herb at stake, the black-robed young man conceded with a wry smile. The same goes for me as well. He's determined that there's no way we'd dare to gamble with these spirit medicines, which is why he's so confident in his plan, Bao Hua replied. The black-robed young man nodded in response before a skeptical look appeared on his face. I have no issues with allowing him to get away, but there aren't any issues with the spiritual sense he's left on these spirit medicines, right? Have you discovered something amiss? Bao Hua asked. Well, if I had, I wouldn't have let him leave, Yuan Yan replied after a brief hesitation. I haven't discovered anything either. Seeing as neither of us have detected anything, I'm sure there's nothing special about these wisps of spiritual sense. Let's just wait until he leaves the Sea of Lightning, Bao Hua sighed. However, Yuan Yan still seemed to be unwilling to give up and he suddenly asked, with your powers, how confident are you in your ability to remove the wisp of spiritual sense? I still haven't fully recovered my magic power, but if it's only a normal wisp of spiritual sense, then there's a roughly 60% chance that I'll be able to eradicate it before it self-detonates, Bao Hua replied. It's over 80% for me, but I still wouldn't dare to take the risk, Yuan Yan sighed in a resigned manner. Bao Hua smiled in response, yet just as she was about to say something else, an elderly voice rang out in both of their ears in unison. Seeing as neither of you dare to take the risk, then let me do the honors in your place. I'll be taking all of his other spirit medicines. That voice belongs to Pan. Bao Hua and Yuan exclaimed in unison upon hearing this. 1. While this probably wasn't the technique used here, the chapter still reminded me of it. Chapter 21:12. Encountering the faux immortal elixir again in the next instant, the elderly voice abruptly cut off. I should have known that he would come here to take a look, Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yan said with a dark expression. Isn't Pan currently hibernating to recover from his injuries? In that case, that must have been one of his 3 clones. I wonder how long he's been here for, Bao Hua mused. He most likely only recently arrived. Otherwise, there's no way he would have been able to remain hidden from us. I'm just concerned that that human brat will think that we sent someone after him, and he'll detonate the spiritual sense on the spirit medicines in retaliation, Yuan Yan said as his brows furrowed slightly. As long as we don't pursue him in person, I'm sure he wouldn't do something so foolish, but it'll be hard to say if he finds himself in life-threatening peril. After all, it wouldn't be surprising if he were to do something insane when he's on the brink of death, Bao Hua replied. There's no way a clone of Pan's would be able to pose a real threat to his life. Even if he can't defeat the clone in battle, he'll definitely be able to get away, Yuan Yan said as his expression eased slightly. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Don't forget that among the 3 devilish patriarchs, Pan is the one who bears the heaviest grudge against the spirit realm. Many years ago his Dao companion was killed by a grand ascension stage being in the spirit realm during a past sacred sacrifice, Bao Hua said with a shake of her head. I'm naturally aware of that, but his true body is currently in hibernation. Unless all three of his clones were to combine their powers, he won't be able to do anything to that human brat, Yuan Yen replied in a nonchalant manner. It looks like you still don't know about that thing. Nye Pan sure is good at keeping secrets, Bao Hua said as a peculiar look flashed through her eyes. What are you referring to? Yuan Yen asked as his expression darkened slightly. Many years ago, Nye Pan and I had once joined forces to kill a grand ascension stage being from another realm, and we obtained many treasures from him. Among those treasures were 2 drops of diluted heavenly fortune elixir, but they're far more efficacious than the drop that the spirit monarch possessed, and they're only around 3 times more diluted than heavenly fortune elixir. We split the 2 drops among us and I've already used up my drop, but up until I left our holy realm, Nye Pan still had his drop, so he's most likely retained it up to this point, Bao Hua explained. So this is faux immortal elixir that's only 3 times more diluted than heavenly fortune elixir? Yuan Yen was stunned to hear this. That's right. With a drop of faux immortal elixir of that level of purity, I'm sure you know what Nye Pan's going to do to kill that Han brat, Bao Hua said in an indifferent manner. You're saying Nye Pan is going to awaken that thing? That's certainly not impossible. Even though he hasn't witnessed that human brat in battle, the fact that he was able to enter the spirit cleansing pond despite our presence is a sufficient indication of his powers, Yuan Yen said as his expression darkened slightly. You and I are both aware that aside from the reason we gave in to that Han brat, the main reason we haven't destroyed the Bitter Spirit Island is because we're wary of that thing. There are only several types of legendary treasures that can be used to awaken that faux immortal puppet, and heavenly fortune elixir just so happens to be one of the most effective ones. A drop of faux immortal elixir that's a third as efficacious will be enough to buy 2 attacks from it, Bao Hua said. 2 attacks? That thing's not restricted by the world's origin chi in this area. If that human brat doesn't use his profound heavenly treasure to protect himself, just a single attack will be more than enough to kill him. The black-robed young man exclaimed. You seem very concerned about him, Bao Hua remarked with a smile. You make it sound like you're not concerned. What if he detonates our spirit medicines before he dies? Yuan Yen snapped. If that thing really does get awakened, do you think that Han brat will have time to think about detonating his spiritual sense? He'll be far too busy thinking about how to save his own life. As long as we don't appear near him, our spirit medicines won't even enter his mind. And if he manages to survive using his profound heavenly treasure, he'll have no reason to destroy our spirit medicines. So all we have to do is wait here, Bao Hua said in a confident manner. The black-robed young man thought about this for a moment before nodding in response. That does make sense. Han Li was flying rapidly through the sea of lightning with his 72 small azure swords flying around him, arcs of golden lightning coursing over his body, and his 2 extreme mountains shielding him like a pair of giant umbrellas from above. Even though he didn't have his companions by his side, he was exiting the sea of lightning almost twice as fast as he had entered it, and this was naturally a result of everyone concealing their true powers while entering the sea of lightning. Furthermore, after undergoing that complete transformation in the spirit cleansing pond, his physical body alone was powerful enough to withstand this sea of lightning for some time. After a while, a hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face. The edge of the sea of lightning wasn't far away, and he took a deep breath as he accelerated to fly out of the sea of lightning. But right at this moment, the rumbling thunderclaps around him suddenly ceased, and the countless bolts of lightning crashing down from above abruptly parted in a miraculous scene. All of a sudden, no more bolts of lightning were raining down from above, but a terrifying aura was emanating from the dark clouds up above alongside a vast expanse of scintillating silver lightning. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately stopped before looking up at the silver light with a wary expression. Blue light was flashing within his eyes, and after the span of just a few breaths, the silver lightning up above faded, and a mountainous creature appeared. The creature was of a shimmering golden color and had arcs of lightning coursing all over its body. It was none other than that golden crab. There was currently a golden-robed middle-aged man standing atop one of the golden crab's giant pincers. The middle-aged also had golden skin and a pair of deep-set green eyes that gave off a sinister appearance. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the middle-aged man, only to discover that he was unable to detect his exact cultivation base, and that made him even warier about the situation. It was either the case that the middle-aged man possessed a cultivation base that was far superior to his, or he was using a special secret technique or treasure to hide his cultivation base. Either way, this was definitely bad news for Han Li. However, he could sense that Bao Hua and Yuan Yan were still situated on the Bitter Spirit Island, so he wasn't overly fearful and merely appraised the middle-aged man in silence. "You're a spirit realm being?" the golden-robed man asked in a cold voice. "I am. May I ask who you are?" Han Li asked in a calm manner. "All spirit realm beings deserve to die, and you're no exception," the golden-robed man said as a vicious light flashed through his eyes. "What do you mean by that?" Han Li asked as his brows furrowed slightly. However, the golden-robed man had no intention of explaining anything to Han Li. Instead, he suddenly flipped a hand over to produce a small golden vial before tipping it upside down. In the next instant, a drop of green liquid flowed out of it before vanishing into the golden crab's giant pincer. "Heavenly Fortune Elixir!" Han Li exclaimed as his pupils abruptly contracted. "So you know of this elixir as well," the golden-robed man said in a slightly taken-aback manner. Right at this moment, the arcs of lightning coursing over the giant golden crab's body suddenly faded, and at the same time, countless shimmering golden runes instantly appeared over its body. It also opened its gigantic eyes, revealing them to be a shimmering golden color as well. "You offered me something quite good this time, Nyapan. I can lend you my assistance for the offering that you've made," the giant golden crab said in a rumbling voice, and it seemed to be extremely intelligent. Han Li was stunned to see this, yet before he could properly assess the situation, the golden-robed man stabbed a finger at him and said, "Kill this spirit realm brat." "Alright, but for the elixir that you offered me, I'll only attack twice regardless of whether I successfully kill him or not. Would you still like to go through with this?" the golden crab asked as it settled its gaze on Han Li, who was immediately struck by a bone-chilling sensation. "Go right ahead. With your powers, 2 attacks are enough to kill even the average Grand Ascension stage being," the middle-aged chortled in response. "Alright then." The golden crab raised one of its giant pincers, which transformed into a pair of gigantic golden scissors that was over 1,000 feet in length before sweeping toward Han Li. Golden light flashed on either side of Han Li's body, and the golden scissors appeared without any warning before its blades were viciously closed. Chapter 21:13. Might of the Sacred Crab. Han Li knew that the golden crab would definitely be extremely powerful, but he didn't think that its attack would be so fast and fearsome. The golden scissors had reached him without giving off any spatial fluctuations, so it would be impossible for him to evade. With the fearsome power that the golden scissors had displayed, no defensive treasure would stand a chance against it. In this dire situation, Han Li immediately let loose a loud cry as he raised the arm in which the profound heavenly spirit/sword was sealed, and dark green runes surged over his skin as his arm transformed into the sword before being slashed through the air, unleashing a huge green sword projection. At the same time, Han Li flipped his other hand over, and his skin instantly turned a purplish golden color. He spread his fingers open and a burst of 5-colored glacial flames surged forth, forming a 5-colored ice shield before him. Simultaneously, gray light erupted from his body as the divine essence-fused light also formed a light barrier around him. After that, he quickly opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames that shot forth toward the oncoming attack. A resounding boom rang out, followed by a loud crack. The golden light on one side was able to break through the azure sword projection, but it was repelled by the arm that was covered in green spiritual symbols while the arm itself remained completely unscathed. However, the golden light on the other side was able to slice through the 5-colored ice shield and gray light barrier with ease. It was slowed down slightly by the silver fireball, but then reached Han Li in a flash and tore through the protective spiritual light around him as if it didn't even exist. The 2 halves of Han Li's body plummeted down from the heavens, and the golden light swept forth to shred them into scraps of blood and flesh that rained down from above. The golden-robed man immediately burst into raucous laughter. "Haha, I had thought that you'd be able to put up a decent fight, but you're nothing special. To think that Bao Hua and Yuan Yan were forced to comply to you. They sure have become useless during my absence." Right at this moment, the golden crab said something that immediately cut off the golden-robed man's laughter. The first attack was unable to kill the target, now unleashing the second attack. As soon as the voice trailed off, the giant golden crab raised two of its huge pincers upward in unison. Layers of golden runes then surged out of his body in a frenzy before forming a giant ball of runes that had a diameter of over 1,000 feet. The mass of the ball was astonishing, and it was glowing with scintillating golden light. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted over 1,000 feet away, and an azure-robed humanoid figure appeared. It was none other than Han Li, and his face paled as he cast his gaze toward the golden ball of runes. The golden-robed man faltered slightly upon seeing this before immediately realizing what had happened. So you possess a treasure that was able to die in your stead. You're a lucky rascal, but this next attack will end your life anyway. Han Li completely disregarded the golden-robed man's gloating and continued to appraise the golden ball of runes with a dark expression. Even though he had managed to withstand half of the first attack with his profound heavenly spirit/sword, the other half of the attack was able to tear through his defenses with ease. If he hadn't used his blood essence to activate that Tribulation Transcendence substitution puppet refined from the Weeping Spirit bloodwood, he would have at least been severely wounded if not killed on the spot by that attack. 1. This golden ball of runes that the golden crab had conjured up was clearly more powerful than its first attack, so Han Li had no choice but to unleash his most powerful life-saving techniques. He let loose a low roar as he made a hand seal, and his body expanded drastically in size. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a golden ape that was over 1,000 feet tall, and at the same time his provenance true devil projection appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light. He then laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and a golden nascent soul that was around half a foot tall appeared. The nascent soul wore a grim expression as it chanted an incantation, following which several true spirit projections emerged amid a burst of scintillating light. All of the projections, including the Provenance True Devil projection, rose up into the air before converging toward the nascent soul. Brilliant golden light erupted amid a resounding boom, and the giant ape instantly began to shrink, transforming into a tall and broad humanoid figure that was around the same height as the average grown man. The humanoid figure's entire body was of a shimmering golden color, and the entirety of its skin was covered in a layer of golden scales. There was a single azure horn on its head, and an inky black demonic eye on its glabella. It was still Han Li, but in this form he gave off a very unsettling appearance, and there was bright bluish golden light flashing incessantly within his eyes. In the next instant, another golden head appeared on his shoulder amid a flash of golden light, and this was accompanied by a pair of shimmering golden arms that sprouted from beneath his ribs. He had undergone the second Nirvana transformation to adopt an extremely fearsome-looking devil form. Holy Nirvana physique, the golden-robed man exclaimed with incredulity upon seeing this. By the time he had arrived at the Bitter Spirit Island, Han Li had already entered the spirit cleansing pond, so he had no idea that Han Li had also cultivated the Holy Nirvana physique. On top of that, he was even capable of undergoing the second Nirvana transformation, and that was naturally quite astonishing to the Nyapan clone. However, the giant golden crab paid no heed to either of them and unleashed its attack. It abruptly brought two of its giant pincers together to clamp down onto the giant ball of runes, then hurled it toward Han Li with devastating might. Han Li's two heads chuckled coldly in unison as he raised his dark green arm, and in the next instant, countless dark green runes surged out of his arm before forming a dark green sword projection. The sword projection was only around 3 feet in length, and Han Li grabbed onto it before slashing it toward the golden ball of runes without any hesitation. Due to the cultivation base and time constraints, Han Li was still unable to unleash the profound heavenly spirit/sword's true power, but this sword projection was still far more powerful than the average divine spirit treasure. The entire sky within a radius of several tens of kilometers immediately dimmed, and countless 5-colored balls of light that were formed by the world's origin chi appeared in the surrounding area before surging toward the sword projection in a frenzy. The streak of sword chi unleashed by the sword projection was initially only just over 100 feet in length, but with this influx of the world's origin chi, it swelled to over 1,000 feet in length as arcs of golden lightning appeared over its surface. In the instant the giant ball of runes came into contact with the massive streak of sword chi, over 1,000 huge rune projections appeared over its surface, each of which was shimmering with golden light and rapidly rotating while flashing incessantly. An earth-shattering boom rang out and green and golden light exploded between Han Li and the golden crab, sending powerful shockwaves sweeping outward in all directions. One half of the sky was colored green by the sword qi, while the other half was glowing with golden radiance. The clash between the two only lasted the span of several breaths before the golden rune projections on the golden half of the sky converged to form around a dozen mountainous golden rune projections, which crashed toward the green half of the sky with devastating force. With each clash that took place, one of the giant rune projections would vanish, but these projections were imbued with the power of laws, and after 8 clashes the green half of the sky completely crumbled. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he withdrew the dark green sword projection in his hand before lashing out with all 4 of his arms at once. 4 pavilion-sized golden palm projections instantly appeared before thrusting them forward in unison, and the shattered fragments of the vast expanse of green light fused back together again to just barely keep the golden light at bay. However, the green light was only able to hold itself together for a brief moment before the rest of the giant rune projections arrived, and the 4 golden palm projections were also instantly destroyed. Thankfully, this split-second delay was enough for Han Li to transform into a 4-winged giant bird that vanished on the spot as a thread of golden and silver light in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, a vast expanse of golden light swept through the spot where Han Li had been standing before, then quickly continued onward into the distance. In the blink of an eye, a vast expanse of space had been filled with scintillating golden light, but this only lasted for a short time before the giant golden crab opened its mouth to draw back all of the golden light, upon which the sky returned to normal. Meanwhile, the golden-robed man was hovering in the air above the golden crab while quickly scanning his gaze through the surrounding area. 1. Chapter 1805. He obtained the Weeping Spirit blood wood from the auction at the Myriad Treasure Convention. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted in the distance, and a humanoid figure stumbled out of thin air. It was none other than Han Li, who had already undone his holy nirvana physique. At this moment, his face was completely devoid of color, and his azure robes were charred black and hanging off his body in tatters. The dark green patterns on the arm in which the profound heavenly spirit/sword was sealed had completely vanished, but the faint green sword mark on his skin was still far more visible than it normally was. On top of that, his aura was significantly diminished, clearly indicating that he had to expend a lot of energy to withstand that last attack. A vicious look immediately returned to the golden-robed man's face, and he clenched his fists before abruptly vanishing on the spot. As for the giant golden crab, it didn't immediately go back into hibernation after unleashing that second attack, but it merely hovered in midair in a completely still manner, displaying no intention to attack again. Han Li had only just managed to steady himself, but he still managed to detect what the golden-robed man was doing, and he immediately transformed into a 5-colored phoenix that was around 10 feet in length. The phoenix flapped its wings and 5-colored light surged out of its body in a frenzy as it disappeared into thin air. In the next instant, 2 massive black devilish hands emerged around the space where the phoenix had just been a moment ago, and the hands clapped together violently, causing the entire space within an area of around an acre to tremor and twist violently. Immediately thereafter, a Fian celestial-like figure that was over 300 feet tall appeared nearby amid a burst of surging black chi. It was none other than the golden-robed man, who had undergone devilification. Not only had his body swelled to several tens of times its original size, black scales had appeared all over his skin, and a single azure horn had appeared on his head. His appearance and aura were both very similar to when Han Li had unleashed his first nirvana transformation. The golden-robed man seemed to be rather surprised that Han Li had managed to evade his attack, but he immediately harumphed coldly as he said, "I didn't think that you'd still have enough power to flee into space. Even though you had to rely on this phoenix transformation, I still must commend you for this." As soon as his voice trailed off, Han Li appeared amid a flash of 5-colored light above the golden crab, then reverted back to his human form. However, following that transformation, his aura had weakened slightly yet again. A peculiar look appeared in his eyes as he appraised the golden-robed man, then said in a calm voice, "From the sounds of it, you must be a powerful being who stands at the very pinnacle of the Elder Devil realm. Among the devilish patriarchs, I've yet to encounter Lu Ji and Nye Pan. I've heard that Lu Ji is a woman, while Nye Pan is the only one who has attained full mastery of the holy nirvana physique. As such, your identity is quite obvious. However, you're only slightly more powerful than a late body integration stage, so I assume you're only a clone. I didn't think that someone aside from me would be able to cultivate the holy nirvana physique to the second nirvana transformation, especially at only the body integration stage. However, you've already been severely wounded after withstanding 2 attacks from the sacred crab, so there's no way you'll be able to escape from me. Surrender and I'll grant you a painless death, the golden-robed man harumphed coldly. Immediately thereafter, a vast expanse of black light erupted from his body, which began to expand again at an incredible rate. In the blink of an eye, he had grown to over 1,000 feet tall, and the devilish qi erupting from his body was surging directly into the heavens. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he made a grabbing motion, upon which a black bracelet appeared in his grasp. It was none other than the spirit beast bracelet that was filled with gold-devouring beetles. Han Li's spiritual sense was currently still as powerful as ever, so he would be able to control his gold-devouring beetles and purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. On top of that, he still had the golden body, spirit body, and leopard Kirin beast up his sleeve, so he would still stand a good chance against this sacred ancestor Nyepan clone even after he had unleashed his holy nirvana physique. As such, Han Li was still quite calm. However, a thought suddenly occurred to him and he paused momentarily before asking, "Sacred ancestor Nyepan was able to get you to attack twice by offering that faux immortal elixir to you. Would I be able to offer you something in exchange for your assistance as well?" "Of course. Regardless of who it is, as long as you can offer me something I need, I'll be willing to help you," the golden crab immediately replied. Han Li was ecstatic to hear this. Even though he was still very skeptical about whether the green liquid produced by the mysterious small vial was heavenly fortune elixir, it certainly couldn't hurt to try it in this situation. However, before he had a chance to do anything, the golden robe man suddenly burst into raucous laughter again. "Ah, keep dreaming, brat. How could you possibly have anything that the sacred crab requires? I'll end your life to spare you the disappointment of rejection." Immediately thereafter, the golden-robed man swept a massive sleeve toward Han Li, and black light flashed within his sleeve, following which a burst of thick black light that was in the form of a sharp spike appeared over 100 feet away from Han Li without any warning. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and as opposed to taking evasive measures, he summoned his golden body amid a flash of golden light, and it lashed out toward the oncoming spike with its 6 arms in unison. A resounding boom rang out as a ball of piercing golden light exploded in front of the golden body, sending powerful shockwaves sweeping in all directions. The golden body's 6 arms tremored before shattering all at once, but the burst of black light had also been repelled. Blue light flashed within Han Li's eyes, and he was able to identify the projectile as a small section of an inky black fingernail that was around a foot in length. As soon as the fingernail was repelled, it immediately began to hurtle toward Han Li again. Golden light flashed, and the golden body's 6 arms instantly regenerated before it unleashed a series of golden fist projections. The fist projections formed a golden barrier that kept the black fingernail at bay, not allowing it to approach Han Li. The golden-robed man was rather surprised to see this, but his expression then instantly darkened as he swept his sleeve through the air again to unleash more fingernails. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Li raised a hand as he yelled, "This is my offering." Immediately thereafter, he reached into his own chest before withdrawing his hand like lightning. A drop of green liquid had appeared on his fingertip, and he immediately flicked it downward as a ball of green light. The golden crab focused its gaze on the drop of green liquid and immediately opened its mouth to release a burst of golden light, which instantly drew the drop of liquid into its mouth. As soon as the giant crab tasted the drop of liquid, its eyes abruptly widened. At this point, the other black fingernails had also reached Han Li, and they were hurtling toward him like a series of flying swords. However, Han Li had immediately released his spirit body after flicking that drop of green liquid downward, and the spirit body had joined forces with the golden body to keep the fingernails at bay, but they were clearly being forced onto the back foot. Meanwhile, the golden-robed man flipped a hand over to produce a giant white bone flag with countless skulls embedded into its surface. Han Li didn't know what type of devilish treasure the flag was, but he certainly didn't want to test it out. He didn't know if the mysterious green liquid could satisfy the golden crab's requirements, but he immediately yelled, "Help me kill this clone." In the next instant, The giant golden crab gave a reply that allowed Han Li to heave a massive sigh of relief. The offering you have given me can be exchanged for 3 attacks from me. This is the first attack. The golden crab brought 2 of its giant pincers together in an unhurried manner as it spoke. The golden-robed man was stunned to hear this, and he immediately began to panic at the sight of what the golden crab was doing. He had witnessed the golden crab's power on several occasions, and he knew that it was definitely far too fearsome for a mere clone of his to oppose. As such, his expression changed drastically as he tossed his giant flag forward, then stomped a foot down onto the midair before rushing back as a gust of black wind. Almost as soon as he did this, 4 massive streaks of golden light appeared on either side of the bone flag, then sliced it into several pieces amid a loud crack. This is the second attack. The giant crab's voice was still as indifferent as ever as it opened its mouth to expel a pillar of golden light. The pillar of light was as thick as a water tank, and its speed was virtually indescribable in Han Li's eyes. It reached the golden-robed figure in a flash, then passed through his body before he could even begin to react. Chapter 21:15. Daoist. The golden-robed man gave an anguished howl as a massive hole appeared in his abdomen, but such a wound still wasn't enough to kill him. His face was twisted with agony, but he immediately made a hand seal before pressing his hand toward the wound. Before his hand had even come into contact with his own body, a burst of black chi had begun to emerge from his palm, clearly indicating that he was planning to administer self-treatment. However, in the next instant countless specks of golden light suddenly appeared within the wound, and the golden-robed man let loose a thunderous roar of despair upon seeing this, but it was already too late. The specks of light instantly transformed into golden threads, then shot forth in all directions. In the blink of an eye, countless holes had been punched into the golden-robed man's body, following which he crumbled away into countless scraps of flesh and blood that rained down from the heavens. The golden crab's powers were truly unfathomable. It had slain the Nyepan clone with ease even without using the third attack. Even the clone's nascent soul hadn't managed to escape the ravaging golden threads. Han Li released his spiritual sense as blue light flashed through his eyes, and he heaved a long sigh of relief after ascertaining that no fragments of the clone's soul had escaped. He then cast his gaze down toward the giant golden crab as a hesitant look appeared on his face. I've already unleashed 2 attacks and I still owe you 1 attack. If you need it now, you can come back to me at a later date. However, I can only remain here, so you'll have to lure your enemy to this place before I can attack them, the golden crab said in an indifferent voice as the golden light radiating from its body dimmed slightly. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before asking, "Why are you unable to leave this place?" "Without sufficient immortal spiritual power, I won't be able to move much before I run out of energy," the golden crab explained. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "What are you referring to when you say immortal spiritual power?" "I'm referring to the energy of heaven and earth imbued within your offerings. I only agree to lend my assistance to those who can offer me things that contain this type of power. I'm a puppet, so every single move I make expends immortal spiritual power. As such, I keep half of the immortal spiritual power within the offerings I receive as compensation," the golden crab replied. A thought suddenly occurred to Han Li and he asked, "I see. Are you a faux immortal puppet? I can see that you've attained intelligence, so it would only be right of me to refer to you as a fellow Daoist. May I ask how long that drop of heavenly fortune liquid that I gave you will be able to fuel you?" "I am a faux immortal puppet that was refined in the upper realm, and I came to this realm due to an accident. My former master perished during that accident, and after many years, I was able to attain a hint of autonomous spiritual nature. The elixir that you gave me isn't true heavenly fortune elixir, but it's half as efficacious as the real thing, and it's the purest elixir that I've been offered since arriving in this realm. That drop of faux immortal elixir can support me for 2 months. Of course, that's under the assumption that I don't have to face anyone in battle during that time. Otherwise, it'll only be able to support me for a few attacks," the golden crab replied. "I see, so you're stuck here purely due to insufficient energy," Han Li said in a contemplative manner. "You can say that. I chose to remain here as this place has the greatest abundance of spiritual qi in this entire realm, so I can hibernate here without expending any energy. Once I accumulate enough immortal spiritual power, perhaps I'll be able to return to the upper realm," the golden crab said. When you say upper realm, you're referring to the true immortal realm, right? Han Li asked. That's right. You lower realm beings refer to it as the true immortal realm, but those from the true immortal realm refer to it as the upper realm, the golden crab replied. Looks like your former master had to have been a true immortal to possess a puppet as powerful as you. Would you be willing to follow me for some time if I can provide you with enough energy? Han Li suddenly asked. The golden crab was silent for a long while upon hearing this before replying, I wouldn't be opposed to that if you can offer me a drop of faux immortal liquid of that level of purity every month. However, you'll have to offer me additional compensation if you want me to assist you in battle. On top of that, I'll leave once I accumulate enough energy and you're not allowed to try and stop me. How much time would it take you to accumulate enough immortal spiritual power? Han Li asked after a brief hesitation. My immortal spiritual power conversion component has been severely damaged, so I'll only be able to convert 1 drop of that faux immortal liquid at most per month. If you can offer me 1 drop of elixir per month, I should accumulate enough after just over 1,000 years, the golden crab replied. 1,000 years, eh? Hee, alright, I'll give you 1 drop of that faux immortal liquid per month, so come with me, Han Li said with a smile. Alright, but if you're unable to provide an offering for any month, I'll view that as a transgression and kill you on the spot, the golden crab said in a forthright manner. Han Li hesitated momentarily upon hearing this, then gritted his teeth and nodded in response. You have yourself a deal. In that case, we can sign the temporary agreement right away, the golden crab replied as golden runes appeared all over its body again. Immediately thereafter, it opened its mouth to expel a dark green stone slab that was around 4 feet in size, which hovered directly over to Han Li. Han Li was rather wary of the stone slab, but it merely hovered on the spot without doing anything else, and only then did Han Li cast his gaze toward it. In doing so, he discovered that there was beveled silver text flashing on the stone slab, and after carefully reading through it, he discovered this to be in agreement with the terms that the golden crab had just stipulated. If you have no issues with this agreement, then just expel some blood essence onto it to seal the deal, the golden crab prompted. Han Li was quite relieved to hear this and immediately agreed. If the golden crab had asked for a fragment of his spiritual sense or something like that, he'd have to reconsider in fear of being plotted against by some unknown restriction, but blood essence was no issue at all. Thus, Han Li expelled a mouthful of blood essence, and as soon as it came into contact with the stone slab, it transformed into several unknown crimson runes that vanished into the stone slab in a flash. Immediately thereafter, the stone slab flew back as a ball of green light and into the golden crab's mouth again. Now that the temporary agreement has been signed, I can come with you. When are we setting off? Hee, you really are a straightforward man, fellow Daoist. We can leave right now, but before that, would you be able to adopt a form that attracts less attention? Han Li asked with a smile. Sure, the golden crab replied in a nonchalant manner, following which its body began to rapidly shrink amid a flash of golden light. Once the light faded, the golden crab was revealed to have transformed into a young clean-shaven man wearing a set of green Daoist robes. The young man appeared to be 27 to 28 years of age with a pair of golden eyes and dark green eyebrows. He turned toward Han Li in a completely expression manner and said, You may refer to me as Daoist Xia. 1. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes as he reflexively swept his spiritual sense toward the young man, only to have it instantly repelled. His heart jolted slightly as he cupped his fist in a salute and said, It's an honor to have you with me, Senior Xia. My surname is Han and I'm from the spirit realm. This is not a good place to talk. Let's set off right away. Daoist Xia naturally had no objections to this, and thus the two of them flew into the distance as a pair of streaks of light, one azure and one golden. Meanwhile, Bao Hua Hei and Yuan Yen were still hovering in the air above the Bitter Spirit Island. All of a sudden, the two devilish patriarchs' expressions changed in unison, and they each flipped a hand over to produce a jade box. The wisp of spiritual sense really was removed, the black-robed young man exclaimed in an elated manner, then swept a sleeve through the air, upon which that three-headed black Wurm appeared beneath him amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. He flew onto the black Wurm's central head in a flash, and it let loose a low roar before sweeping toward a certain direction as a gust of black devilish wind. In the wake of Yuan Yan's departure, his cold voice trailed along behind him. Seeing as that Han brat kept his promise, I won't go after him, but I'm going to immediately issue the Immortal Vanquishing Order, so it's going to be extremely difficult for him to go anywhere in our holy realm. Whether he'll be able to return to the spirit realm or not will depend on his fortune. Bao Hua's expression remained completely unchanged upon hearing this, and she stowed away the jade box in her hand again before casting her gaze toward the sea of lightning in the direction where the golden crab was situated. Her brows furrowed slightly with puzzlement as she murmured to herself, "How strange, I can sense that the faux immortal puppet has been activated, but he still managed to get away. Could it be that he had some other life-saving trump cards up his sleeve?" 1. Xia is the pinyin pronunciation for the Chinese character for crab. Chapter 21:16. Change of plans. Should I go and take a look, Mistress Bao Hua? He asked. Bao Hua hesitated momentarily upon hearing this before shaking her head in response. There's no need for that. It doesn't really matter to me what situation he's currently in. Seeing as I've obtained the spirit medicine I'm searching for, I'm going to leave the devilish origins sea right away, then find a safe place to refine the medicine into a pill in order to recover my former powers. Alright, then let's leave this place right away. Both Master Yuan Yen and Master Nyapan have already seen you here, so it would be dangerous to stay here any longer. Having said that, once you recover your former powers, you won't have to fear anyone, Hei said with an excited expression. If this mistress of his could return to the height of her powers, his status as her most trusted subordinate would also be elevated significantly. Have you had a chance to do what I asked of you? Bao Hua asked. Rest assured, mistress. I've already planted a bloodline mark on that three-headed W. I won't be able to sense its exact location through that mark, but I'll immediately be able to sense it if it comes within 500 kilometers of me, Hei immediately replied. Well done. That three-headed W possesses the evil dragon bloodline just like you, and it's Yuan Yan's bonded devilish beast, so there's no way they'll be separated under normal circumstances. If Yuan Yan tries to unleash a sneak attack on me in the future, there's no way I won't be able to detect him, Bao Hua praised with a faint smile. It's all thanks to the secret technique that you bestowed upon me, mistress. Otherwise, there's no way I would have been able to fool Master Yuan Yan, Hei chuckled in response. This secret technique can only be used on beings with the same bloodline, and Yuan Yan's spiritual sense is restricted on the Bitter Spirit Island, so it's no surprise that he didn't notice anything. Alright, let's depart from this place now. Bao Hua made a hand seal as she spoke, and a pink floral tree projection appeared behind her before rapidly expanding in size. In the blink of an eye, both of them were completely inundated by pink light. Immediately thereafter, the giant floral tree projection disintegrated into specks of pink light, and Bao Hua and Hei were nowhere to be seen. Thus, peace and quiet returned to the Bitter Spirit Island. 7 days later, a pair of high-grade devilish beings arrived on the Bitter Spirit Island. One of them was a man who appeared to be in his 30s wearing a suit of azure devilish armor, giving off a very imposing appearance. He was accompanied by an elderly woman with wrinkly skin that was covered in liver spots, and she was holding a cane with a crane head-shaped handle. The two of them hovered in the air above the valley, inspecting their surroundings as if they were searching for something. A short while later, the elderly woman harumphed coldly as she pointed her cane downward, and a patch of ground down below suddenly collapsed to reveal a giant crater that was several tens of feet in diameter. So Bao Hua really did come here. I can sense her residual aura. We can't let her get away this time, the elderly woman said in a very unpleasant grating voice. You still haven't been able to set aside that grudge for all these years. No wonder your cultivation base hasn't improved in the slightest, the burly azure-armored man sighed. The elderly woman immediately flared up with rage upon hearing this. You make it sound so easy. If it weren't for that wretch, how would I have been struck in this old wrinkly body with no chance of ever reaching the grand ascension stage? Have you forgotten about all those clones of yours that she destroyed? Contrary to the man's imposing appearance, he had a very calm demeanor and he said, What's the point in mentioning something like this? You're only spoiling your own mental state. Cut the crap. If you really had forgotten what she had done to you, why did you immediately rush over here after receiving news from Yuan Yan? The elderly woman asked with resentment and skepticism in her eyes. I don't care if you believe me or not, but I've already cultivated my weeping blood devilish arts to the point of indifference, so I no longer feel any strong emotions. I decided to accompany you on this occasion as I'm interested in a treasure in Bao Hua's possession. Only after obtaining that treasure will I have a chance to transcend my next tribulation, the azure-armored man replied in a calm manner. A thought occurred to the elderly woman upon hearing this and she asked, "Are you referring to her lightning ward tag?" "That's right, Bao Hua was able to transcend many tribulations with that treasure. As for Bao Hua herself, that's something I'm no longer interested in," the azure-armored man replied. "Alright, I'll believe you just this once. According to Yuan Yen, that wretch still hasn't recovered her powers, so as long as we can find her, it shouldn't be an issue to capture her. When that time comes, I'm going to make her regret ever crossing me," the elderly woman said in a resentful manner. "Alright, then I'll take her treasures while you can have her. I'll send a message to the nearest branch of the Beast Lord Palace to keep an eye on all of the teleportation formations in this area. There's no way she'll be able to get away from us," the azure-armored man said. The elderly woman was ecstatic to hear this, and he immediately gave an affirmative response. "By the way, I'm not sure if you noticed this, but that old crab seems to have gone missing from the Sea of Lightning. That faux immortal puppet is almost as powerful as a patriarch, so it can't be ignored. Do you think its disappearance may have had something to do with Bao Hua?" the azure-armored man asked. The elderly woman considered this for a moment before shaking her head in response. "That is indeed rather strange. The faux immortal puppet has been in our holy realm even before we had been born, and it's never left the Sea of Lightning. It is indeed rather unsettling that it's suddenly disappeared. However, I'm not convinced that that wretch has the ability to take it away. Otherwise, she would have already captured it back when she was at the height of her powers, and she wouldn't have been reduced to such a sorry state." There was a body integration stage human cultivator mentioned in Yuan Yan's immortal vanquishing order. Could it have something to do with that human brat? The azure-armored man mused. "Perhaps, but that has nothing to do with us as long as he doesn't interfere with our hunt for Bao Hua. The reward offered by Yuan Yan is nothing special, so we don't need to pay any heed to this matter," the elderly woman said. The azure-armored man was still feeling rather uneasy, but he nodded in response. "That's true, our priority is to find Bao Hua, so it's best not to be distracted by other matters." Thus, the two of them flew away as a pair of streaks of light. An azure wooden boat was traveling in a stable manner over a turbulent sea. At the front of the boat stood an azure-robed young man with his hands clasped behind his back, peering into the distant ocean. This was none other than Han Li, who had already arrived at the edge of the devilish origin sea. With the large number of pills at his disposal, he had recovered from most of his injuries. However, he had been forced to use his second nirvana transformation and profound heavenly spirit/sword, as well as to withstand 2 of the golden crab's attacks, so he wouldn't be able to recover to his peak without at least half a year of rest and recuperation. Thankfully, this wasn't an issue as he had the golden crab by his side, so he wouldn't have to fear anyone aside from the devilish patriarchs. However, after obtaining this faux immortal puppet, he had changed his mind about leaving the Elder Devil realm right away. He had only been able to enter the Elder Devil realm by taking advantage of the devilish tribulation. Once the devilish tribulation concluded, it would be very difficult for him to enter the Elder Devil realm again even if he were to progress to the Grand Ascension stage. As such, after some extensive consideration, he decided to stay in the Elder Devil realm to obtain some treasures of interest before departing. The treasures in question were naturally none other than bloodtooth rice, and the crystalline beads within the mysterious pieces of foreign devilish metal. One of those 2 things could enhance his physical constitution while the other could rapidly bolster his magic power, so they were both extremely valuable to him. On top of that, according to the information that he had gathered, both of those things could be found in the same place. Blue Waterfall Lake. Han Li murmured to himself as a hint of yearning appeared in his eyes. After a brief moment of consideration, he flipped a hand over to release a mature gold-devouring beetle. However, the beetle was curled up into a ball and lying on his hand in a completely lifeless manner. What was even more peculiar was that silver cracks had appeared all over its body, as if it could completely shatter at any moment. Han Li appraised the beetle with furrowed brows and a contemplative look in his eyes. Meanwhile, Daoist was seated with his legs crossed in the large cabin of the boat, and his eyes were tightly shut in an expressionless manner. Not far away from him sat a gorgeous yellow-robed young woman who also appeared to be meditating, but she was occasionally stealing glances at the young man with a faint flush on her face. Chapter 21:17. Death of Shui Guang. A month later, a massive stir was created in the entire Elder Devil realm by the Immortal vanquishing order that Yuan Yen had issued. Even some sacred ancestors were quite tempted by the massive reward being offered, and the target of the Immortal vanquishing order was only a body integration stage human cultivator from the spirit realm, so many of the sacred ancestors sent their clones after the target, thinking that he would be easy pickings. However, there were several sacred ancestors who were on very friendly terms with Yuan Yen that received some insider information, and all of them had decided to refrain from pursuing this target. Even so, some sacred ancestor clones and body integration stage devilish lords had begun to hunt for the target in question. 2 months later, someone finally discovered Han Li near one of the major cities of the Elder Devil realm, Jade City, and this information was reported to the 4 devilish lords in the city. Thus, the 4 devilish lords managed to intercept Han Li near the teleportation formations in the city, only to be killed by Daoist Xie with ease. The tens of thousands of devilish beings nearby were petrified upon seeing this, and Han Li was able to stroll right through them before departing using a teleportation formation. 3.5 months later, Han Li was sighted once again in a renowned perilous region of the Elder Devil realm known as the Golden River Valley. The vastly renowned sacred ancestor Xianxia sent a clone and 3 devilish lord subordinates to intercept Han Li once again. However, following a fierce battle, the sacred ancestor clone and 2 of the devilish lords perished with only a single devilish lord that was adept in movement techniques that managed to escape. News of this quickly spread, and it quickly became a hot topic on everyone's lips. Half a year later, sacred ancestor Shui Guang and 2 of his clones arrived in a small town with many of his subordinates to confront Han Li, then unleashed astonishing powers to try and capture Han Li and his group alive. Han Li and Daoist Xie naturally retaliated and a battle ensued. During the past half a year of recuperation, Han Li had mostly recovered, and the benefits that he had reaped from the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus really began to shine through, particularly in the form of the massive stride he had made in his provenance true devil arts. As such, Han Li immediately underwent his second nirvana transformation, displaying incredible powers that allowed him to match sacred ancestor Shui Guang's true body in battle. Following a fierce battle that spanned a day and a night, virtually the entire town was destroyed, and countless devilish beings were killed or injured as collateral damage. However, what was most astonishing to everyone was the outcome of the battle. In the end, sacred ancestor Shui Guang's true body had been forced to flee with severe injuries, while his clones and subordinates had all been killed. The previous 2 battles had alerted all of the devilish beings to how fearsome Daoist Xie was, but following this battle, everyone realized that Han Li was not to be messed with either. However, the true bombshell was still yet to come. Several days following the conclusion of that battle, sacred ancestor Shui Guang's mutilated body was found in a mountain range hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the site of the battle. His head had been split open, indicating that not only had his body been severely mutilated, even his nascent soul had been forcibly captured. This created an even more massive stir throughout the entire Elder Devil realm, and all of the sacred ancestors immediately deployed their subordinates to investigate this matter. Competition had always been encouraged in the Elder Devil realm, and it wasn't even that uncommon to see devilish lords being killed, but it had been tens of thousands of years since a sacred ancestor was last killed. Some of the sacred ancestors suspected that Han Li and Daoist Xie were behind this, but there were more people suspecting that he had been killed by his enemies, who had taken advantage of the injuries he had sustained during the battle. As such, all of the sacred ancestors became very wary of Han Li and Daoist Xie following this incident, and none of them dared to send anyone after Han Li and his group again. After all, with the formidable powers of Han Li and Daoist Xie, deploying clones or subordinates would only be sending them to their deaths, while pursuing them in person could create chances for the enemies of these sacred ancestors to kill them. As for the ordinary devilish lords with no sacred ancestors willing to lead the way, all of them naturally gave up as well. Thus, Han Li and his group suddenly became a bunch of hot potatoes that no one wanted to hold on to. Of course, the original Immortal vanquishing order still stood, but it had become more of an empty formality than anything else. As a result, Han Li forged a resounding reputation for himself in the entire Elder Devil realm. In a cave within the belly of a barren mountain, there sat an elderly man and a burly man. The elderly man had a pair of remarkably long eyebrows with a set of gaunt facial features, and there was an image of a menacing devilish projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emblazoned onto his robes. As for the burly man, he had a heavy beard and was wearing a suit of black armor, giving off a very imposing appearance. The auras being released by the two of them were far more fearsome than that of a normal devilish lord, but they didn't seem to be at the grand ascension stage yet. Both of them were currently appraising an item between them with rapt focus. This was a crimson cauldron that was only around a foot tall. Its top half was of a square shape, and there were horrifying ghostly faces carved onto each of its 4 corners. The cauldron was trembling incessantly while blood-curdling cries rang out from the ghostly faces, as if some devilish being had been trapped within the cauldron and was being brutally tortured. Why continue to resist, Xueguang? The sooner you disclose the locations of those secret caves to us, the sooner you'll be put out of your misery. After being sealed within the devil sealing lock for so long, fellow Daoist Che and I have developed immense reserves of patience, so we could easily torture you for 1,000 years without growing bored. In the end, you'll still have to disclose everything to us. Besides, all of us originated from the same soul, so you won't be handing everything over to outsiders at least. The burly man sighed in a display of empathy. Indeed, if you return everything that you took from us, perhaps we'll release you. You know us. Fellow Daoist Feng Xia and I are men of our word. The elderly man chimed in as well. These two were none other than Che Qigong and Feng Xia, who had been trapped in the devil sealing lock. They had somehow managed to escape from the devil sealing lock, and an opportunity finally arrived for them to destroy sacred ancestor Xueguang's physical body, then capture his nascent soul and trap it within this devilish cauldron. Judging from what they had said, it was clear that there was a lot of history and bad blood between the 3 of them. Hee, keep dreaming. There's no chance that you'll release me. I'd rather have the treasures in the secret caves be buried forever than hand them over to you. Without those things, it'll take at least several thousand years for you to recover your powers. Our holy realm is currently facing a major tribulation. With your powers, you could easily die. How could I give up the only chance I have for revenge? An agonized voice that was filled with hatred and resentment rang out from within the cauldron in response. Humph, you insolent bastard. Truth be told, I've only unleashed 1% of this soul-refining cauldron's power. If I wished to do so, I could increase your suffering by 100-fold. You'll truly know what it means to wish you were dead then. Che Qigong said in an enraged manner. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal before chanting something and casting a string of incantation seals into the cauldron. Brilliant crimson light erupted from the cauldron, and the 4 ghostly faces twisted with agony in unison. The blood-curdling cries coming from within the cauldron became even more unsettling to listen to, but Che Qigong's expression remained completely unchanged. As for Feng Xia, he merely shook his head and closed his eyes to meditate as if he couldn't even hear anything. Meanwhile, over 100 horned high-grade devilish beings had surrounded a man and a woman in the air above a boundless desert. The sandy ground down below was littered with dismembered bodies and soaked in blood. Among the duo who had been surrounded, the woman was an exquisite beauty in a white dress, while the man was extremely hideous and wore a suit of black armor. It was none other than Bao Hua and Hei. Bao Hua's brows were currently slightly furrowed as she appraised the devilish beings before her with dark expressions. These devilish beings were all completely identical in appearance, and they were all completely expressionless as if they weren't even living beings. His suit of armor had almost been entirely stained red with blood, and he cackled in a ferocious manner as he licked the blood on the corners of his lips. Humph, I can't believe you foolish bastards still dare to stand against us even after having so many of your brethren slain. In response, one of the devilish beings merely uttered the word, "Go," in a completely emotionless manner. Immediately thereafter, all of the horned devilish beings raised their hands to reveal a series of black badges, which conjured up black balls of light that hurtled directly toward Bao Hua's duo from all directions. He let loose a furious roar as he swung his giant mace through the air, which instantly swelled to around 10 times its original size. Countless mace projections emerged before transforming into a gust of black devilish wind that encompassed everything within an area of around an acre. Resounding booms rang out as one mangled devilish body after another fell out of the black wind. These horned devilish beings were quite powerful, but they were clearly no match for Hei and were quickly suffering casualties. Even so, they displayed no intention of running away, and it was as if they knew no fear. Hei was far more powerful than these devilish beings, but he seemed to have endured many fierce battles already. As a result, he didn't have much magic power left, and he was quickly beginning to struggle. His attacks were still as ferocious as ever, but a sheen of sweat had begun to appear on his face. After around a third of the surrounding devilish beings were slain, his mace finally began to slow down, and he was unable to completely keep all of the oncoming attacks at bay as his body was struck by one ball of light after another. These black balls of light were imbued with some type of power that allowed them to pass through Hei's suit of armor, almost rendering it completely redundant. A string of explosions began to ring out from Hei's body as one ball of black light exploded after another. Hei's body began to sway unsteadily amid the explosions, but he didn't even take so much as a single step backward as he continued to stand firmly in front of Bao Hua. The powerful physical bodies of the evil dragon race were impervious to the average flying sword, but his skin and flesh were being torn open with ease by the balls of black light. Bao Hua's expression darkened even further upon seeing this, but strangely enough she merely continued to stand behind Hei, displaying no intention of assisting him. After a long while, the final horned devilish being was finally killed by Hei. However, Hei also seemed to have expended the last of his magic power, and his mace slipped out of his hands as his blood-stained body plummeted out of the sky. Only then did Bao Hua heave a faint sigh as she swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of pink light that caught Hei before he could fall any further. Several silver runes flashed within the light, and Hei's body immediately began to shrink as he transformed into a miniature crocodile that was only around an inch in length. The crocodile's body was riddled with wounds and it was completely unconscious. The pink light swept the miniature crocodile into Bao Hua's sleeve, following which she raised her head and said, "You two have been watching from the sidelines for quite a while. Isn't it about time you showed yourselves? Humph, I knew we wouldn't be able to fool you. For this day I've sacrificed all 500 of my devilish soldiers, but you also no longer have any allies by your side, so it was worth the sacrifice." As soon as the voice trailed off, spatial fluctuations erupted in the distance, and an elderly woman and a burly man appeared. The elderly woman wore a set of red robes, and she was appraising Bao Hua with eyes that were filled with intense resentment. These two were the vastly renowned sacred ancestor Xianxia and sacred ancestor Xian. Both of them possessed unfathomable powers and were adept in combination techniques. They were renowned in the Elder Devil realm for how vicious and ruthless they were, and their reputations almost matched those of the three devilish patriarchs. Even the average sacred ancestor would avoid facing them at all costs. They had somehow been able to track down Bao Hua and Hei, and they immediately sent out a large number of subordinates to attack the duo. Bao Hua could sense that these two were lurking nearby and didn't want to expose her own current weakened state, so she could only rely on Hei to face these enemies alone. After a few rounds of fierce battles, Hei's magic power was finally completely exhausted, leaving Bao Hua to fend for herself. The burly man Tianqi cast his gaze toward Bao Hua and said, "Long time no see, fellow Daoist Bao Hua. You're still as beautiful and youthful as ever." A hint of surprise appeared on Bao Hua's face as she appraised Tianqi while completely ignoring the elderly woman. "Your disposition has changed a lot, fellow Daoist Tianqi. I must congratulate you for the clear progress you've made in your cultivation." He Yan was furious upon seeing this, and she slammed her cane downward amid a resounding boom as she said in a fierce voice, "Bao Hua, we can see that you haven't fully recovered your powers, so there's no way you'll be a match for my senior martial brother and myself. If you kneel down and kowtow to us, perhaps we can grant you a swift and painless death. Looks like you're here for revenge for what happened all those years ago. Are you here for the same objective, Tianqi?" Bao Hua asked in a calm manner. "My next tribulation isn't far away, and I require a treasure of yours." Tianqi's reply was very straightforward. A hint of enlightenment appeared in Bao Hua's eyes upon hearing this. "Are you referring to my lining word tag?" "Indeed. With that treasure, there's a good chance that I'll be able to transcend my next tribulation, so I'm hoping you'll hand it over to me." The tone of Tianqi's voice remained completely unchanged, but a cold look had appeared in his eyes. "I'm not completely opposed to handing over my lightning ward tag to you, but it's one of the most important treasures in my possession, so I can't just give it to you for no reason. How about this? If you can take one attack from me, I'll lend you the tag for 10,000 years. What do you think?" Bao Hua asked with a relaxed smile. You want me to take an attack from you? Tianqi's pupils abruptly contracted upon hearing this. The resentment and hatred in He Yan's eyes had also been completely replaced by bewilderment. The two devils couldn't help but wonder if Bao Hua had actually already recovered her powers and had simply goaded them into appearing before her. Thus, both of them fell into silent contemplation. Are you scared, fellow Daoist Tianqi? Bao Hua chuckled. A series of thoughts quickly flashed through Tianqi's mind before he finally made a decision. Alright, let me see what type of new ability you've cultivated that you're drawing so much confidence from. He Yan hesitated momentarily, then nodded reluctantly as she said, Be careful, senior martial brother. I'll keep a lookout for you. Tianqi nodded in response before stepping forward, covering a distance of over 100 feet with a single stride. He then clasped his hands behind his back and stood still on the spot, waiting for Bao Hua to unleash her attack. A peculiar smile appeared on Bao Hua's face as she raised a hand in a nonchalant manner, then opened her mouth to expel a pink ball of light. The ball of light appeared to be quite ordinary at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was comprised of countless pink runes, each of which was the size of a grain of rice. The ball of light hovered over the palm of her hand, and she gently pointed at it with her other hand, upon which it suddenly exploded. Countless runes began to surge through the surrounding area like pink flower petals, creating a beautiful sight to behold. Right at this moment, a burst of green light flashed through the epicenter of the explosion, following which a small green seedling appeared over the palm of her hand. The seedling then rapidly grew into a small tree that was around half a foot tall, and it was continuing to grow at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, a large green tree had appeared over Bao Hua's hand and her entire body was encompassed beneath it. The roots of the tree had already fused as one with Bao Hua's palm, and it seemed to be drawing magic power from her body. The calm and steadfast Tianqi's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he exclaimed, That's the profound heavenly sacred tree. How have you fused with that treasure? Could it be that you've already recovered your powers and mastered that ability? He Yan's expression had also become very strained upon seeing this. You'll know the answer to those questions after you take this attack from me. Profound heavenly floral domain. Bao Hua let loose a low cry, and the large green tree over her palm suddenly blurred as specks of pink light appeared all over its branches. In the next instant, all of these specks of light transformed into pink flower buds. Bao Hua then began to chant something in her delightful voice, and the flower buds slowly blossomed as a rich floral scent filled the entire space. On top of that, the entire tree had rapidly turned pink as the pink flowers blossomed on its branches. Countless pink flower projections had appeared in the air, forming a sea of pink within a radius of over 10,000 feet. It was as if an independent realm had been created. She really has mastered the profound heavenly spirit domain. Run! Tianqi yelled in an alarmed voice as he immediately flew back as a streak of crimson light. He Yan had also reacted very quickly as she swept her cane through the air, creating a white spatial rift that she instantly flew into. The two of them had instantly fled the scene. Don't you think it's too late to be trying to get away now? Bao Hua said in a completely emotionless voice as she reached out to pick a huge pink flower from the floral tree, then tossed it forward in an unhurried manner. The huge flower vanished into thin air in a flash, and in the next instant spatial fluctuation erupted as the flower reappeared before flying into the spatial rift that He Yan had just disappeared into. A resounding boom rang out and a vast expanse of pink light erupted out of the spatial rift, forcing He Yan to stumble out of it. The pink light was propelling her out of the spatial rift, and she was spinning uncontrollably within it. After a few more flashes, the spatial rift was also destroyed by the pink light. The pink flower didn't appear to be all that remarkable, but it possessed the power to destroy space itself. He Yan let loose a cry of alarm as she lashed out with her cane like lightning, creating 4 giant cane projections around herself. These projections then transformed into 4 bursts of fierce yellow winds, which blew the pink light apart and finally allowed her to steady herself again. At this moment, He Yan was appraising Bao Hua with a furious expression that was intermingled with a hint of fear. Within this profound heavenly spirit domain, she was completely unable to draw upon the world's origin qi from the outside world, which meant that she would only be able to rely on her own magic power here. As a Grand Ascension stage being, this was a severe handicap that reduced her powers by as much as 70% to 80%. It was no wonder that even Xianxia, who was far more powerful than she was, had immediately fled the scene after identifying the ability that Bao Hua had unleashed. With that in mind, He Yan hurriedly cast her gaze toward Xianxia to find that he had also been stopped in his tracks by countless giant flower projections near the edge of the pink world around them. The crimson streak of light that he had transformed into was tearing through one flower projection after another, but there seemed to be no end to them as more and more projections arose to take their place. After just a few flashes, the streak of crimson light had torn through over 10 layers of flower projections, yet just as he was about to escape from this floral realm, Bao Hua suddenly made a hand seal with a faint smile on her face. Brilliant light immediately radiated from the pink floral tree that she was carrying with her other hand, and countless pink runes surged out of it in a frenzy before revolving around her body. He Yan felt her surroundings blur around her, following which she suddenly found herself in another part of the floral realm. Greater teleportation technique. He Yan exclaimed as she hurriedly cast her gaze toward Xianxia again. On this occasion, as opposed to being at the edge of the floral, he was over 300 feet away from its border and had been surrounded by countless floral projections again. Just as He Yan was hesitating about whether she should lend him her assistance, countless pink floral projections also appeared around her. Her face paled slightly upon seeing this, but she then gritted her teeth and immediately tossed her cane forward, upon which it transformed into a white crane that was around 10 feet in size with a pair of shimmering golden eyes. The crane flapped its wings and countless blades of wind swept forth in all directions. At the same time, He Yan made a hand seal before laying a hand onto the top of her own head to release a burst of yellow qi. The yellow qi surged forth, then transformed into a pavilion-sized ghostly face amid a shrill shriek. Half of the ghostly face belonged to an exquisite beauty, while the other half belonged to a menacing monster, and it immediately opened its mouth to expel a gust of devilish wind. As soon as the devilish wind emerged, the nearby space was instantly plunged into a vast expanse of murky grayness, which seemed to be threatening to create an independent world of its own within this floral realm. Meanwhile, Xianxia had already realized that it would be futile to continue to try and escape out of this floral realm, so he stopped and conjured up a crimson devilish lion projection that was over 1,000 feet tall. Crimson qi surged out of the projection's body in a frenzy, forming a vast sea of crimson mist that swept toward the surrounding floral projections. The two devils seemed to be trying to take over this floral realm. Bao Hua's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and she gently shook the floral tree in her hand, upon which over 100 giant pink flowers drifted down from the tree's branches in unison. Go! Bao Hua instructed as she swept a sleeve through the air, and the pink flowers flew high up into the air before transforming into balls of devilish flames, which combined as one to create a sea of pink fire. Initially, the sea of fire was only around an acre in size, but all of the floral projections that it came into contact with also transformed into pink devilish flames, thereby allowing the sea of fire to expand at an alarming rate. Within the span of just a few breaths, the entire floral realm had been transformed into a sea of devilish flames, which was sweeping toward He Yan and Xianxia with devastating might at Bao Hua's behest. Both Xianxia and He Yan's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this, and they exchanged a glance before they each produced a crimson pill that they instantly consumed. As a result, their auras immediately swelled drastically. In this floral realm, the two of them were completely unable to draw upon the world's origin qi, so they could only take these pills to stimulate their latent potential in order to oppose the pink devilish flames. Moments later, the two of them had been completely inundated by the sea of pink flames. At this point, the pink floral tree's branches had become completely bare, and it had shrunk by as much as 20%. All of a sudden, Bao Hua's incantations drew to an abrupt halt, and an unnatural flush appeared on her face. Her expression darkened slightly, and she also produced a white pill before consuming it with a wry smile. After that, she sat down with her legs crossed and wound her arms around the floral tree. Layers of translucent light appeared around her as she closed her eyes to focus on controlling the treasure. She was well aware of how powerful Xianxia and He Yan were, and she knew that even though they had been deprived of access to the world's origin qi, it would still be very difficult to refine them with these devilish flames. Thus time slowly passed by and several days flew by in the blink of an eye. On the 7th day, the floral realm suddenly began to tremor in an unsteady manner. Immediately thereafter, a ball of black flames and a streak of crimson light shot forth out of the floral realm, then fled into the distance at an incredible speed. Within the black fireball was a female nascent soul that was several inches tall, and it shrieked in a furious voice, "You haven't even recovered to the Grand Ascension stage yet, you filthy wretch. The next time we meet will be the day that you die." After just a few flashes, the ball of flames and streak of crimson light had completely vanished into the distance. Bao Hua heaved a long sigh as she reopened her eyes in a forlorn manner. The surging devilish flames within the floral realm began to recede, reverting back into around a dozen giant pink flowers in the blink of an eye, all of which reattached themselves to the branches of the floral tree. Almost at the exact same moment, the entire profound heavenly spirit domain crumbled away and disintegrated into specks of spiritual light. The floral tree in Bao Hua's hand also instantly shrank down into a ball of pink light that she immediately swallowed. I was so close. Their bodies have already been refined to ashes, but with their abilities, it would only take several centuries for them to recover to their former powers. Looks like I may have to run into them a few more times in the future, Bao Hua murmured to herself as she rose to her feet, but as she did so, an unnatural flush flashed over her face, and she almost stumbled back down into a seated position again. She hurriedly swept her spiritual sense into her own body, upon which her expression darkened significantly. My injuries have deteriorated even further as a result of this battle. Even with that spirit medicine at my disposal, I won't be able to fully recover without at least 2 or 3 centuries. It's a pity that I've only achieved an elementary level of mastery of the profound heavenly spirit domain. Otherwise, if I had been able to kill those 2, it would have been worth aggravating my injuries again. Looks like I'll have to return to the spirit realm and immediately go into seclusion. Bao Hua sighed in a resigned manner before sweeping a sleeve through the air to release a burst of pink light, following which she abruptly vanished on the spot. At the pinnacle of a small gray mountain, Han Li stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting his gaze into the distance. There was a huge lake that stretched as far as the eyes could see several kilometers away. The lake was extremely blue, and there were some small white fish swimming through the water. As expected of the vastly renowned Blue Waterfall Lake, it is indeed very different from all of the other lakes in the Elder Devil realm, Han Li murmured to himself as he finally withdrew his gaze. Standing behind him were Daoist Xia and Zhu Guo, the latter of whom was completely convinced of Han Li's identity at this point after witnessing him in battle against a number of high-grade devilish beings. She was clearly far more energetic than she had been when she had first been purchased by Han Li as a slave, and she couldn't help but ask, "Senior Han, is it really a good idea to come here? Isn't there supposed to be a sacred ancestor situated in this Blue Waterfall Lake?" Indeed, that sacred ancestor Lan Pu has been able to claim the Blue Waterfall Lake for himself for so many years, so he must be quite a formidable being. However, I'm determined to get my hands on more pieces of bloodtooth rice, so I'm willing to take this risk. Besides, according to my knowledge, sacred ancestor Lan Pu has already been in seclusion for many years, and on the surface, the Blue Waterfall Lake is only being guarded by one of his clones and 2 disciples of his, so he may not be present in the lake, Han Li replied with a smile. It appears that my concerns were unwarranted, Zhu Guo said in an obedient manner. What you said isn't entirely wrong. It would indeed be best for me to exercise caution regardless of the situation. We've become extremely renowned in the Elder Devil realm as of late, so not only will we have to alter our appearances, we'll have to temporarily split up as well. Guo, you stay with fellow Daoists Xia for a while. I'll enter Blue Waterfall City to gather some information first. With my disguise techniques, I should be able to conceal my own identity as long as I don't encounter any Grand Ascension stage beings, Han Li said. Zhu Guo naturally gave an affirmative response, and she was very elated to hear that she would be able to spend time alone with Daoist Xia. She was still unaware that Daoist Xia was a puppet, and she had developed a sense of affection toward him. Daoist Xia merely nodded in response before continuing to stand still in silence. Han Li had already issued him many drops of faux immortal elixir in advance, so he was happy to follow Han Li's instructions. After interacting with Daoist Xia for such a long time, Han Li was already accustomed to his indifference, so he didn't pay any heed to Daoist Xia's aloof reaction. Even though Daoist Xia currently appeared to be a normal human, He was actually bound by several restrictions imposed upon him by his former master. Despite that, he possessed a very high level of autonomy. Otherwise, Han Li wouldn't have been able to lure him out of that sea of lightning with his faux immortal elixir. Of course, Han Li was well aware that he wasn't completely free of concerns in the Elder Devil realm just because he had Daoist Xia by his side. The devilish patriarchs all had other matters to attend to, and none of the sacred ancestors were willing to join forces with one another. Otherwise, there was no way that he would have been able to remain safely in the Elder Devil realm for such a long time. Thus, after issuing a few more instructions to Zhu Guer and Daoist Xia, a string of cracks and pops rang out from Han Li's body, and he grew around a foot taller. At the same time, his facial features had been significantly altered, giving him the appearance of a refined middle-aged man. After that, he rose up as a streak of black light before flying toward the lake. Following his departure, Daoist Xia swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of golden light that swept up both himself and Zhu Guer, following which the duo instantly vanished. Even though Han Li wasn't flying at his full speed, he was still traveling extremely quickly, and it didn't take him long to cover a distance of close to 100,000 kilometers. At this point, some small islands had appeared in the distance on the surface of the lake. There were some small buildings on these islands, and some devilish beings could be seen entering and exiting these buildings. A series of black wooden boats of different sizes were moored next to the islands, occasionally carrying some devilish beings deeper into the lake. Prior to coming here, Han Li had conducted some extensive research into the Blue Waterfall Lake, and he knew that sacred ancestor Lan Pu had once invited several sacred ancestors that he was on friendly terms with to set up a massive flight restriction deep within the Blue Waterfall Lake. Anyone below the devilish lord level would immediately lose the ability to fly once they entered the lake, so they had no choice but to travel into the core region of the lake by boat. Even though Han Li wouldn't be affected by this restriction, he didn't want to attract too much attention, so he descended onto a nearby island. As soon as he landed on the island, a short dark-skinned devilish man immediately rushed over to him. Guanyang pays his respects to his senior. "Are you traveling to Blue Waterfall City, senior? My boat isn't very large, but it's definitely the fastest one on all of these nearby islands," the low-grade devilish being said with a smile. "Oh, I can see that you're only at the foundation establishment stage. Can I trust what you have to say?" Han Li asked in an indifferent manner as he glanced at the wooden boats moored beside the island. Guanyang was unable to ascertain Han Li's exact cultivation base, but judging from Han Li's demeanor, he could tell that this definitely wasn't some ordinary core formation or nascent soul stage being. As such, he immediately replied in a respectful manner, "Rest assured, senior, if you find that I'm not telling the truth, I'll return double the devil stones you issue to me." Han Li could see that this Guanyang didn't seem to be lying, so he nodded in response. "In that case, I'll go with your boat. The number of devil stones isn't an issue as long as you can get me to Blue Waterfall City as quickly as possible." Guanyang was ecstatic to hear this, and he hurriedly bowed before pointing toward a boat that was several tens of feet in length. "Rest assured, senior, I won't disappoint you. Right this way, senior." Han Li strode directly toward the boat, and Guanyang naturally followed along behind him in an elated manner. After a while, the black wooden boat left the small island and began traveling over the lake like a speeding arrow. Han Li sat at the front of the boat while the devilish man stood at the rear end of the boat while quickly rowing a pair of black metal oars. The surfaces of the oars were flashing with faint blue light, and they propelled the boat rapidly over the lake with each and every stroke. "I see you have a pair of low-grade devilish treasures. It's no wonder that you're so confident," Han Li remarked with an intrigued smile. "These two low-grade devilish tools have been passed down in my family for generations, and they've put food on the table for all of my forefathers as well. It's not that there aren't any better devilish tools out there. It's just that no one else with devilish tools of this caliber would stoop to doing a job like this. I don't have any other talents, so this is the only job I can do to feed my family," Guanyang replied as he continued to row vigorously. "You sound like you're from the local area. You must be quite familiar with Blue Waterfall City, right?" Han Li asked. "I know all of the common knowledge there is to be known about the city, but I can't make any guarantees beyond that. After all, my cultivation base is very limited, so there are many things that are beyond my reach," Guanyang replied. "Hee, don't worry, I wouldn't ask you anything that's overly complicated," Han Li assured. "Then go right ahead, senior. I'll be sure to tell you everything I know, Guanyang hurriedly replied. I want to know where bloodtooth rice can be purchased from Blue Waterfall City. I'm sure it wouldn't be available in ordinary shops, right? Hanli asked. Hehe, so you're also here for bloodtooth rice. You've asked the right person, senior. Are you only looking to buy 1 or 2 pieces, or would you like to purchase bloodtooth rice in bulk? Guanyang asked as a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Do the circumstances change depending on the quantity I wish to purchase? Hanli asked as his brows furrowed slightly. If you're only looking for a small quantity, then you can purchase bloodtooth rice from the few designated shops in the city. However, these shops only sell to seniors at or above the deity transformation stage, and each person can only purchase 2 pieces at a time. If the same person wishes to purchase more than that, then they'll have to stay in Blue Waterfall City for a year before they'll be allowed to purchase more. Alternatively, there are some underground avenues through which more pieces of bloodtooth rice can be purchased, but the quality standards may be rather lacking in comparison, Guanyang explained. What if I want to purchase a large quantity and am only looking for bloodtooth rice of the highest quality? Hanli asked. I'm afraid it won't be possible to satisfy both of those conditions at once. The city has very strict regulations surrounding premium bloodtooth rice, so very little of it will be sold to outsiders, Guanyang replied in a slightly awkward manner. I'm well aware of that. If I could purchase premium bloodtooth rice elsewhere, then I wouldn't have come to the Blue Waterfall Lake. However, I believe nothing is impossible in this world as long as the right price is offered, Hanli said. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you here, senior. Perhaps you can ask around in the city to see if anyone else can arrange this, Guanyang replied with a wry smile. Hanli merely nodded in response before slowly closing his eyes, while Guanyang continued to row vigorously as the small boat sped toward the center of the Blue Waterfall Lake. 4 hours later, a black dot appeared in the distance, and as the boat approached it, the dot expanded further and further before revealing itself to be a massive island. Blue light flashed through Hanli's eyes, and he was able to immediately ascertain that a large city had been constructed on the border of the island. The city walls were constructed from giant blue stones and were several hundred feet tall. There were armed devilish guards standing atop the walls, and everything appeared to be no different compared to the average devilish city. Directly up ahead was a huge city gate, in front of which stood a group of halberd-wielding devilish guards. Chapter 21:21. The woman in black. Guanyang moored his boat on the shore near the city gate, then accompanied Hanli to the gate. He was clearly very familiar with the halberd-wielding guards in front of the gate, and after a brief conversation, they granted Hanli entry into the city without conducting any examination. Hanli stood at the city gate and appraised the rows of orderly buildings nearby before tossing Guanyang some mid-grade devil stones. Thank you for your generosity, senior. Guanyang immediately said in a grateful manner. Generally speaking, he would only receive 1 or 2 mid-grade devil stones for taking a high-grade devilish being to Blue Waterfall City, but Hanli had issued several times that amount, so he was naturally ecstatic. Hanli merely waved a dismissive hand, indicating that Guanyang could leave. However, Guanyang hesitated momentarily, and after looking around to ensure that no one was paying any attention to them, he quickly whispered, Senior, perhaps you can go to the vast origin house to see if the people there can satisfy your conditions. After that, Guanyang hurriedly extended a respectful bow and departed before Hanli could ask any questions. Vast origin house, eh? Hanli murmured to himself as a faint smile appeared on his face. The flight restriction naturally still applied in Blue Waterfall City, so Hanli hailed a beast-drawn carriage before asking to be taken to the largest shop in the city. The coach driver immediately did as he was instructed, and Hanli sat in the carriage with his legs crossed, looking out of the window absent-mindedly while considering what he was going to do next. Blue Waterfall City was clearly far more lively and bustling than the average large devilish city, and there was a great number of devilish beings roaming the streets. Most of these devilish beings were only at the chi condensation stage or foundation establishment stage, but there was a significant proportion of deity transformation and spatial tempering stage high-grade devilish beings among them as well, and he had even spotted 2 devilish lords. At this point, the beast-drawn carriage had only passed through several streets and hadn't even made it out of one corner of the city. All of a sudden, Hanli caught sight of a familiar figure, and his expression changed drastically. He stared intently at the elegant figure who had her back facing him and was walking into a shop, then shook his head with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. It's not her. That woman's aura is completely different. Besides, even if she has ascended from the human world, she'd be in the spirit realm right now. There's no way she'd appear in the elder devil realm. Why did she look so much like her? Could it be that my mental state has become rather unstable due to my rapid progression in my cultivation base? With that in mind, Hanli hurriedly activated his spirit refinement technique and closed his eyes to meditate. The elegant figure was a devilish woman wearing a black veil over her face, and she was accompanied into a shop by several high-grade devilish beings. On top of that, there was a faint layer of black chi over her body that made it impossible for anyone to glean her appearance. Of course, Hanli would have been capable of forcibly assessing her appearance with his powerful spiritual sense, but he was concerned that doing so would draw the attention of the top-tier powerful beings in the city. At this point, the devilish woman had already been accompanied into the shop by her entourage of high-grade devilish beings, and an elderly man who appeared to be the shopkeeper immediately rushed over with a few employees before they all extended respectful bows. The shopkeeper then invited the woman into a secretive room before greeting her in a respectful manner. I pay my respects to the esteemed envoy. I've already prepared everything and it's all ready to be taken away at any time. Well done, shopkeeper Liao. I only mentioned this to you the day before yesterday, yet you've already gotten everything prepared. It seems that your talents are being wasted here. The woman's voice was extremely delightful, resembling that of a singing oriole. You're far too kind, esteemed envoy. I'm only doing as I'm told. Shopkeeper Liao hurriedly replied with a fawning smile. Shihua, go and fetch all of the items, the woman said to a horned devilish man beside her. Yes, young Mistress 7. The devilish man gave an affirmative response before following one of the employees out of the room. After that, the woman merely sat in her chair in silence. The elderly man and the high-grade devilish beings all stood respectfully in the room in silence as well. After around 15 minutes had passed, the devilish man and employee returned to the room before informing that woman that everything had been gathered. The woman nodded in response before suddenly asking, How long have you been working at this shop for, Shopkeeper Liao? Shopkeeper Liao's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this and he hurriedly replied, I've been working at this shop ever since I was transferred here around 200 years ago. 200 years, eh? That's quite a long time. I'm sure you've lined your pockets quite significantly during this time. Shopkeeper Liao was horrified to hear this. Is there some kind of misunderstanding, esteemed envoy? I've always managed this shop diligently and haven't made any transgressions. You can't just make such claims with no evidence. I'll be the one to decide whether you've made any transgressions or not. Mushi, show him the evidence, the woman said with a cold smile before suddenly pointing at one of the employees accompanying the shopkeeper. Yes, young Mistress 7. The quantity and sale prices of stock as well as all of the shop's trade partners for the last close to 20 years have all been recorded here for your examination. The employee was a young man who appeared to be around 16 to 17 years of age, and he immediately pulled out a black accounts book as he stepped forward in a respectful manner. Shopkeeper Liao's face instantly turned deathly pale upon seeing this. The woman drew the accounts book into her grasp before carefully assessing it. As expected, this is different from the accounts book that you gave me the other day. You've already embezzled so much and this is only in a span of less than 20 years. What do you have to say for yourself? Mushi, how dare you compile all of this false evidence to incriminate me? Young Mistress 7, he has a personal vendetta against me, so that accounts book is definitely fake. I'll know whether it's fake or not once I use a soul search technique on you. If it's real, then you can die without anyone to blame, and if it's fake, I'll kill him to avenge you, the woman said with a faint smile, but her words made shopkeeper Liao feel as if he had been plunged into a glacial pit. All of a sudden, the elderly man let loose a desperate cry as he swept a sleeve through the air, instantly producing a yellow talisman amid a burst of black chi that filled the room. He frantically waved the talisman, upon which his body suddenly began to sink into the ground. To think that a mere core formation stage being dares to play these little tricks in my presence. The devilish man by the name of Shihua chuckled coldly before suddenly making a grabbing motion. Howling winds were instantly swept up throughout the entire room to disperse the black chi, and at the same time, shopkeeper Liao's body was completely immobilized. Thus he was stuck with half of his body in the ground. Please spare me, young Mistress 7. I'll give back everything I've embezzled. Shopkeeper Liao yelled in a display of horror and desperation. The woman heaved a faint sigh before flicking a finger through the air, and a streak of black light shot forth before piercing through his glabella. At the same time, Shihua withdrew his hand, and the shopkeeper's body thumped down onto the ground. It's a pity that you've embezzled far too much and already sold everything. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been opposed to sparing your life. Mushi, you're the shopkeeper here from this day forth. Shihua, take care of the body, we still have a few more shops to visit, the woman said before rising to her feet and exiting the room in a calm manner. Mushi immediately fell to his knees to express his gratitude in an elated manner, while Shihua opened his mouth to expel a burst of black devilish flames that instantly incinerated the elderly man's body into ashes before also departing. This is the largest shop in the entire city? Han Li asked with furrowed brows as he appraised the slightly dilapidated pavilion before him. There was a large plaque above the door that read Rainbow Pavilion. This Rainbow Pavilion may not appear to be all that noteworthy, but it's definitely the largest and oldest shop in the city, senior, the coach driver replied in a confident manner. All right, I'll take a look inside. Han Li was still rather skeptical, but he issued the coach driver some devil stones before making his way toward the pavilion. As soon as he entered the pavilion, he detected a hint of feeble spatial fluctuations, following which a massive hall with an area of several acres appeared before him. Oh. So this is a small shumi space created using a spatial devilish treasure. It looks like that coach driver wasn't lying, Han Li mused as he inspected his surroundings in an intrigued manner. Chapter 21-22. Purchases. The massive hall was split up into two clear sections, one of which was the same as an ordinary shop with rows of stone shelves and counters, upon which were placed all types of treasures and materials. Behind each section of a counter that was around 100 feet in length stood a young and beautiful female attendant, and there were around a dozen devilish beings purchasing different items near the counter while the female attendants offered assistance where required. As for the other half of the hall, it was concealed behind an azure light barrier, and there were two azure-robed employees standing at the entrance of the light barrier. There were also some shelves beyond the barrier, atop which were placed some treasures that were clearly far more valuable than the ones outside. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he released some of his repressed spiritual pressure. Even though he was only releasing a late spatial tempering stage aura, everyone in the hall still immediately detected his presence and turned toward him with awe and veneration in their eyes. Right at this moment, a devilish woman with far superior looks and cultivation base compared to the female attendants outside emerged from within the light barrier. She appeared to be around 23 to 24 years of age, and her brocade robes only served to further accentuate her beauty. She made her way over to Han Li in a graceful manner, then lowered her head slightly as she said, "Welcome to our Rainbow Pavilion, senior. My name is Xiao and I am the stand-in shopkeeper here. Is there anything I can help you with?" The woman was a deity transformation stage high-grade devilish being. "I've heard that this is the largest shop in all of Blue Waterfall City. Is that true?" Han Li asked. "I wouldn't dare to proclaim that, but we definitely have the widest range of stock among all shops in the city," Xiao replied with a smile. "I see, then it looks like I've come to the right place. I wish to purchase large quantities of certain items from your shop," Han Li replied with a nod. Xiao was quite elated to hear this and she hurriedly replied, "It's our honor that you've decided to choose our pavilion, senior. Please follow me to the VIP booths on the second floor." Considering the cultivation base that Han Li had displayed, the large quantities that he had mentioned definitely entailed a massive business opportunity for the pavilion. Han Li had no objections to this, and thus he was led toward the staircase by the woman. A short while later, Han Li was seated in a room with elegant decor, sipping on a cup of fragrant silver tea. Xiao was standing beside him with a smile as she said, "This devilish taro tea is a specialty local product from our Blue Waterfall Lake that can calm the mind and improve focus, and our pavilion only receives several tens of kilograms of it per year, so it's quite a rare delicacy. It is indeed quite an exceptional tea, but its efficacy is virtually negligible for those of my cultivation base," Han Li said in a nonchalant manner. "Of course, that's only to be expected. May I ask what items you're looking for, senior? As long as our pavilion has them, we'll be sure to satisfy your needs to the best of our abilities," Xiao said with a smile. "Foreign devilish metal and bloodtooth rice," Han Li replied in an extremely concise manner. Xiao Yan's expression remained unchanged upon hearing the first item, but her expression changed slightly at the mention of the second item, and she suddenly fell silent. Is there an issue? Han Li asked. Truth be told, the foreign devilish metal is quite easy to arrange. It's a rare material, but we have a lot of stock in our warehouse, so I can take you to see them right away. As for blood-tooth rice, that's rather difficult to come by, Xiao Yan replied in a slightly awkward manner. Prior to coming here, I've heard that Blue Waterfall City has very strict regulations on blood-tooth rice, and that one can only purchase 2 pieces per year, but surely a pavilion of this caliber will have some alternative avenues that it can use, Han Li said as he raised an eyebrow. It seems that you're completely unfamiliar with the production of blood-tooth rice in this area, senior, Xiao Yan said with a wry smile. I only just came here, so I am indeed quite unfamiliar with everything. Would you be able to explain the situation to me? Han Li asked. This isn't a confidential matter, so I can certainly disclose the information to you. It's no exaggeration to say that our Rainbow Pavilion will be able to get our hands on a substantial amount of any other type of treasure or material, but the blood-tooth rice is directly regulated by the City Lord's Manor, and we can only receive a set amount from the City Lord's Manor per year. Our shop may be one of the largest in the city, but we really don't have much of a supply of blood-tooth rice. On top of that, the sales of blood-tooth rice must be registered according to the City Lord's Manor, and rigorous examinations are conducted every year, Xiao Yan explained. So that means there's no room for negotiation at all? Han Li asked as his brows furrowed slightly. Xiao Yan hesitated momentarily before replying, My sincerest apologies, but that is indeed beyond my capabilities. However, if you're only looking for 2 or 3 more than the stipulated limit, I could think of a way to provide them to you at the risk of being scolded by my superiors, but I'm afraid that's the extent of what I can do. If I were only looking for so little, why would I have come to your Rainbow Pavilion? So be it. If it can't be done, then let's discuss foreign devilish metal instead. How many pieces of this metal does your pavilion have, and what price can you offer? Han Li asked. We just so happened to receive a new batch of foreign devilish metal several days ago, so we have hundreds of pieces in our warehouse. How many do you require, senior? If you're looking to purchase a large amount, I can offer you a very good price, Xiao Yan replied in a confident manner. Bring them all to me, Han Li replied expressionlessly. Xiao Yan couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon hearing this. All of them? Did I hear that right? Do you think I'm joking, fellow Daoist? Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Yan repressed the excitement in her heart as she replied, I wouldn't dare to think that. Please wait a moment, senior. I'll get someone to bring all of our foreign devilish metal to you for examination. Han Li merely nodded with a faint smile before falling silent. Shortly thereafter, Han Li was accompanied out of the Rainbow Pavilion in person by Xiao Yan. He then hailed another beast-drawn carriage before instructing the coach driver to take him to another large shop. Thus, Han Li visited 6 large shops in succession and cleared out almost their entire stock of foreign devilish metal, but he had hit a wall when it came to blood-tooth rice. All of these large shops had expressed an inability to sell large amounts of blood-tooth rice to him, but he wasn't disheartened in the slightest by this. That night he booked a room in an inn, and the next morning he continued to visit the shops in Blue Waterfall City. However, on this occasion he was visiting all of the medium-sized shops. Thus he stayed in Blue Waterfall City for 7 days and visited almost all of the shops in the city, purchasing a huge amount of foreign devilish metal during the process. Such a large amount of foreign devilish metal naturally cost an astronomical price, but this only constituted a small proportion of Han Li's enormous wealth. However, even after purchasing so much foreign devilish metal, he didn't find any that contained one of those mysterious crystalline beads, and was left very disappointed. However, he didn't give up and continued to purchase foreign devilish metal from other shops in the city. As for blood-tooth rice, he didn't even bother to mention it to the smaller and medium-sized shops. As a result of this, it became known throughout the city that an outsider was going around purchasing a huge amount of foreign devilish metal, but most people didn't pay any heed to this. With the popularity of Blue Waterfall City and the number of devilish beings visiting the city, such an occurrence was far from a rare one. However, there were some people who developed an interest in this news. On the 8th morning, Han Li had only just emerged from the inn and was about to hail a beast-drawn carriage when a devilish man suddenly appeared before him with a fawning smile. I've heard that you're purchasing large amounts of foreign devilish metals, Senior. Would you be interested in seeing the foreign devilish metal that I have in my collection? Han Li glanced at the devilish man to find that he was only at the nascent soul stage, so he replied in a nonchalant manner, I'm only purchasing in bulk. If you only have a few pieces, then don't bother me again. Rest assured, Senior. I wouldn't dare to pester you with such a small amount of foreign devilish metal. My companions and I have a very large amount of foreign devilish metal that I'm sure will be of interest to you, Senior, the devilish man continued. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he was still rather skeptical. I see. Where are your companions right now? If they're outside of the city, then forget it. Rest assured, Senior. My companions and I are staying in the Immortal Abode Pavilion in the city, the devilish man hurriedly replied. Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this and he instructed, all right, then lead the way. The devilish man was ecstatic to hear this, and he immediately waved a hand, upon which a beast-drawn carriage that he had hailed earlier pulled up next to him and Han Li got into the carriage with the devilish man, and the carriage quickly sped away. Several hours later, Han Li found himself situated in a secluded hall with several unfamiliar devilish beings gathered before him. Chapter 21-23. Wu Yu. Among the group of devilish beings was a young man with a red devilish pattern on his glabella. He was clearly the leader of the group, and he cupped his fist in a salute as he said with a smile, My name is Wu Yu. I had intended to invite you here several days ago, but I was delayed due to some matters that I had to attend to. Even though the young man seemed to be carrying an aura concealment treasure, Han Li was still instantly able to ascertain that he was at the late spatial tempering stage. Everyone else in the group aside from him was only at the deity transformation stage, and most of them were at the early deity transformation stage. I heard that you have a large quantity of foreign devilish metal. Is that true? Han Li cut straight to the chase as soon as he and Wu Yu both took a seat. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invited you here, fellow Daoist, Wu Yu replied with a smile. I see. How much foreign devilish metal do you have and what price are you offering? Han Li asked. Before we discuss that, there's something else I have to tell you, and we'll only be able to continue our discussion if you have no issues with what I'm about to say next. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to leave empty-handed, Wu Yu replied as a serious look appeared on his face. Go right ahead, Han Li replied with a smile. I can see that you're also a very straightforward man, fellow Daoist. Go and wait for me outside. I'll call for you once we conclude our discussion here. Wu Yu issued an instruction to the other devilish beings in his group, and all of them gave affirmative replies before departing in a respectful manner, including the nascent soul stage devilish man who had led Han Li here. After that, Wu Yu swept a sleeve through the air to summon several black badge-shaped devilish treasures, which formed a black light barrier that isolated the two of them from the outside world. Han Li's expression changed minutely upon seeing this, and he became even more intrigued to hear what Wu Yu had to say. It was clear that this was quite an important matter. Forgive me, fellow Daoist, but I must take the necessary precautions before we begin our discussion, Wu Yu said in an apologetic manner. That's not an issue. Can we continue now? Han Li asked with a hint of a smile on his face. Of course. I'm taking these precautionary measures primarily because the batch of foreign devilish metal in my possession was obtained through rather unscrupulous means. I can sell them all to you for an extremely low price, but you have to swear a vow on your inner demons that you won't tell anyone about us no matter what happens after the transaction, Wu Yu said in a serious voice. So what you're saying is, you want me to assume full responsibility for any consequences that arise from our transaction, Han Li said in an indifferent manner. This is why I enjoy working with intelligent people like you, fellow Daoist. Having said that, if you leave the city right after we complete our transaction, then no issues will arise. I'm only taking these precautionary measures on the off chance that something does happen, Wu Yu said with a smile. It sounds to me like you're trying to offload the foreign devilish metal as quickly as possible before they get tracked down, Han Li chuckled. Wu Yu's smile faded and he said in a serious manner, You can think whatever you like. All I'm telling you is that this batch of foreign devilish metal is related to many parties. I won't be able to disclose the specific details to you, and it's up to you whether you'd like to purchase them or not. If I refuse to purchase this batch of foreign devilish metal, I assume you have no intention of allowing me to leave, Han Li said after a brief pause. That's not the case. I won't do anything detrimental to you. I'll only be using a secret technique to erase your memories of our conversation, Wu Yu assured. That's not a bad idea, but when spiritual sense is concerned, even the most profound of secret techniques could fail, and I certainly have no intention of allowing someone to place a restriction on me, Han Li chuckled coldly. Does that mean you're not willing to accept this transaction? Wu Yu's expression also instantly cooled significantly. Han Li's expression eased slightly as he chuckled. Of course I'm interested. Why wouldn't I be interested in such a fantastic deal? Tell me how much foreign devilish metal you have and how much you're selling them for, and I'll take everything you have. Wu Yu was ecstatic to hear this, and he replied, In that case I won't have to erase your memories, but you'll still have to swear a vow on your inner demons. I have no issues with that. However, let's discuss the terms of the transaction first. I may not be willing to accept it if you don't have enough foreign devilish metal to interest me, Han Li said. Would 2,000 pieces of foreign devilish metal be enough to interest you? Wu Yu finally disclosed the amount of foreign devilish metal in his possession. 2,000. Even though Han Li was already mentally prepared, he was still quite surprised to hear such a large number. This was virtually equivalent to the amount of foreign devilish metal that he had obtained from all of the shops that he had visited in the past few days, and it was quite astonishing that a spatial tempering stage being had such a large supply at his disposal. What price are you charging for them? Also, if they're of an inferior quality, I may not accept all of them, Han Li said without any hesitation. Rest assured, all of the foreign devilish metal I have are of the highest quality. As for the price, this is what I'm charging. It's a third lower than the prices being charged in other shops, Wu Yu said in a confident manner as he displayed a certain number of fingers to Han Li. I'm taking on such a massive risk for only a price reduction of a third? That's far too high, Han Li said with a shake of his head. As opposed to being enraged by this, Wu Yu asked with a smile, Then what price would you propose? I can accept half the normal price. Otherwise, I'd rather call off the transaction, Han Li immediately replied, having clearly already considered this matter. To Han Li's surprise, Wu Yu only considered this briefly before nodding in response. Fine, half the normal price it is, then. As long as you swear a vow on your inner demons, that price won't be an issue. Also, the transaction has to take place as soon as possible. How about we meet back here at the same time tomorrow? Of course, if you're still concerned, you can bring some allies along with you. Han Li was rather taken aback by the urgency displayed by Wu Yu, but he merely nodded and said, All right, then I'll see you back here tomorrow. As for allies, he will see about that. You really are a straightforward man, fellow Daoist. I'll see you tomorrow then, Wu Yu said with an excited look in his eyes as he cupped his fist toward Han Li in a salute. Han Li rose to his feet and nodded in response. I still have some matters that I have to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave now. Wu Yu naturally had no objections to this, and the light barrier around them was withdrawn, following which he accompanied Han Li to the door. Only after Han Li had disappeared into the distance did Wu Yu wave a hand toward the other devilish beings, and all of them returned to the hall. Did you manage to negotiate a deal, brother? A devilish man who bore some physical resemblance to Wu Yu asked as soon as he entered the hall. Rest assured, the deal has been made and the transaction will take place tomorrow, Wu Yu replied with a smile. The devilish man was ecstatic to hear this and he hurriedly asked, That's great. We'll finally be able to offload that batch of foreign devilish metal. Are we going to leave Blue Waterfall City right after we make the transaction? Of course we're leaving right away. Have you gotten rid of all of the miners? You haven't left any loose ends untied, have you? Wu Yu asked as he turned toward a middle-aged devilish man. Rest assured, boss. Everyone who knows about what happened has been killed. As a precautionary measure, I even sealed the mine exit shut, so even if someone did manage to survive, there's no way they'll be able to escape from the mine in a short time, the middle-aged devilish man hurriedly replied in a respectful manner. Good. We've already gone against the rules stipulated by the major families in the city by opening a private mine, and we've stumbled upon so many pieces of precious foreign devilish metal as well. If news were to spread of this, we're definitely going to be hunted down and killed, so we have to sell everything as quickly as possible and flee the city for any chance at survival, Wu Yu sighed in a concerned manner. But boss, why don't we take the foreign devilish metal and sell it elsewhere rather than taking a risk by selling it here? We'll be able to sell the metal at a higher price elsewhere as well, a devilish woman said in an indignant manner. Do you really want all of us to die? If we try to leave the city with that much foreign devilish metal, we'll be killed for sure. Without all the foreign devilish metal, the major powers in the city most likely won't try to hunt us down as long as we escape in time. However, if we continue to carry the foreign devilish metal with us, we'll be pursued to all corners of this realm. On top of that, during my recent research into how so much precious ore appeared in that private mine, I discovered another piece of bad news, Wu said in a grim voice. The young devilish man faltered slightly before asking, "What is it, brother? Will it make our current situation even worse?" The other devilish beings also became very apprehensive upon hearing this. Chapter 21-24. Vast Origin House. Through some special avenues, I managed to obtain a map of the underground layout in the area near our mine, and I discovered that there's a mine that belongs to the City Lord's Manor that's situated not far away from ours. Apparently, it's a mine with exceptional potential, and even the City Lord's Manor has yet to touch it as they're saving it for the future, Wu said. What do you mean by that? Are you saying the foreign devilish stones we discovered actually belong to the City Lord's Manor? The young devilish man asked in a stunned manner. That's right. The private that we opened in secret can only be categorized as a mid-grade mine at the very most, so there's no way that so much top-grade foreign devilish metal could be found in there. It's most likely the case that we accidentally deviated from the original mine vein during the mining process and dug into the top-grade mine that belongs to the City Lord's Manor. Similar events have happened in the past. It's just that we've been quite lucky that our private mine has gone unnoticed by the guards of the City Lord's Manor for so long, Wu said. Grim looks appeared on everyone's face upon hearing this. The City Lord's Manor had sacred ancestor Lan Pu as its backer, so it was undoubtedly the premier power of the entire Blue Waterfall Lake. There were some other powers in the area that also had prominent backers, but none of them dared to openly oppose the City Lord's Manor. They were only a group of spatial tempering and deity transformation stage beings, so it would most definitely be fatal for them to incur the wrath of such a formidable powerhouse. The devilish woman who had proposed fleeing the city with the foreign devilish metal had completely abandoned the idea upon hearing this. Now that you know this, don't try anything in an attempt to maximize the benefits that you can derive from this. The best possible outcome for all of us is to be able to escape from the Blue Waterfall Lake alive, and this is why I'm in such a hurry to sell this batch of foreign devilish metal. Even though I'm selling it at a very cheap price, it would still earn us an astronomical sum of devil stones, which could be a potential life-saving trump card for us. Of course, if we can all survive this ordeal, I'll split the devil stones with everyone, Wu said with a cautionary tone in his voice. Everyone's expressions eased slightly upon hearing this, and they all gave an affirmative response. As for the exchange that was scheduled to take place the next day, no one was overly concerned about it. After all, this was a very unscrupulous deal and the exchange wasn't going to take place in some secluded location, so neither side would dare to try anything. Otherwise, if they were to attract the attention of other major powers, then both sides would be in massive trouble. Even so, Wu had still prepared some precautionary measures, which he instructed his subordinates to set up. Everyone naturally had no objections to this, and they all departed from the hall to complete the duties that had been assigned to them. At this point, Han Li was already situated in a beast-drawn carriage that was traveling toward the eastern city gate. Several hours later, the beast-drawn carriage traveled out of the city gate, then galloped along a stone path for an extended period of time before stopping next to a lush forest. As soon as the carriage drew to a halt, Han Li emerged from within it, then cast his gaze toward the forest. At the edge of the forest was a small winding path that led deeper into the undergrowth. Han Li then turned his attention to a massive tree beside the small path, and he discovered that there was a mundane-looking yellow wooden sign nailed to the trunk of the tree, and the words, "Vast Origin House," were inscribed onto the sign in black ink. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he began to walk down the path into the forest. After walking for a few hundred feet, he turned a few corners and disappeared from view. Right at this moment, a tall and broad gray-robed elderly man appeared up ahead. The man had fiery red skin and eyes that were remarkably long and thin. He was currently completely engrossed by an antiquated book with a silver cover that he was holding in his hand while leaning against a tree. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the elderly man to find that he was only a deity transformation cultivator, and his brows furrowed slightly as he continued onward. As he passed by the elderly man, he released a spatial tempering stage aura for a moment before walking past the elderly man without even turning his head. During this time, the elderly man continued to read the book in his hand, as if he had truly become completely enthralled by it. However, as Hanli turned a corner and disappeared from view, the gray-robed elderly man quickly raised his head, and there was cold sweat pouring down his face. What powerful spiritual pressure! That man is no ordinary spatial tempering stage being. I'll have to notify everyone else to grant him passage into the vast origin house, the elderly man murmured to himself before quickly scribbling something onto the cover of the antiquated book with a finger. Several black runes emerged, then vanished into the silver cover of the book in a flash. After that, the elderly man's body blurred, and he instantly vanished from beneath the tree amid a flash of green light. Shortly thereafter, Hanli followed the path and arrived at a 5-story pavilion situated at the center of the forest. The entire pavilion was constructed from a type of white wood, and the fact that this wooden material was slightly yellow from age was an indication that this pavilion had been around for a very long time. There was a green-robed young woman currently standing in front of the pavilion. She appeared to be around 15 to 16 years of age and seemed to be a servant. As soon as Hanli emerged, she immediately made her way over to him in an unhurried manner, then extended a respectful curtsy. Xier pays her respects to her senior. Please come with me, our young mistress is waiting for you upstairs. Young mistress? I didn't think that the owner of the vast origin house would be a woman. All right, lead the way, Hanli replied with a nod before following the young woman toward the pavilion gates. As soon as he entered the pavilion, he was struck by an inexplicable chill that almost made him shudder, but he was able to shake off the feeling after circulating his magic power through his body. He then released his spiritual sense through the surrounding area and immediately detected some faint restriction fluctuations. It was clear that a powerful restriction had been set up here, and the fact that it had even struck him with a sense of peril was sufficient testament to how dangerous it was. On the first floor of the pavilion, there were only some simple tables and chairs and several pieces of ancient artwork hanging on the walls. Hanli cast his gaze toward the artwork that was closest to him, then glanced at the other pieces of artwork before nodding to himself with a faint smile. The 4 artworks each depicted a rusty copper mirror, a blue longsword that was flashing with a cold light, a shimmering golden spear and an inky black badge, all of which were extremely lifelike and realistic. A hint of surprise flashed through Xier's eyes upon seeing this. Have you already noticed something, senior? It's quite remarkable that you were able to discover the secrets hidden within these 4 pieces of artwork in such a short time. Your discerning eye is enough to rank in the top 100 among all customers to set foot in our vast origin house. Only the top 100? Hanli asked in an indifferent manner. Please don't underestimate this top 100, senior. Most of them were also spatial tempering stage seniors like yourself, and the rest possess slightly inferior cultivation bases, but they're all vastly renowned characters for different reasons, Xier hurriedly explained. If someone were to believe that these are only normal pieces of artwork, they'll most likely perish sooner or later when they enter this restriction. The formation that's been set up in a more obscure place is the true trump card here, right? How many of the past customers have managed to identify that? Hanli chuckled coldly in response. Xier's eyes widened with surprise upon hearing this and she replied, Your wisdom is truly unmatched, senior. There are less than 10 customers who have managed to see through the formation, and most of them were devilish lords. Seeing as you're able to do this, there will be no need for you to undergo the trial on the 2nd floor. You'll be able to go and see our young mistress on the 3rd floor right away. Hanli naturally nodded in response. All right, I'm looking forward to meeting the owner of this vast origin house. Thus he was led to the 2nd floor of the pavilion by Xier. The setup on this level was slightly different. Aside from the set of simple tables and chairs, there were pots of different colors strewn all around the room, within which were planted many unknown spirit plants and spirit flowers. In front of these pots stood a devilish woman with a head of gray hair, but a set of remarkably youthful features. The woman was currently carrying an azure jade vial, from within which a stream of clear spring water was pouring out onto a crimson plant. Aunt Zhu, this is a senior that young mistress would like to see today. He's already identified the restriction on the 2nd level, so I'll be taking him to see the young mistress now, Xier said in a respectful manner. Oh. It's quite remarkable that he was able to identify the restriction on the second level. You've concealed your true cultivation base, haven't you? The woman initially wore a calm expression, but after casting her gaze toward Han Li, her expression instantly changed slightly. In the instant that Han Li caught sight of the woman, he had identified her to be a devilish lord at the pinnacle of the late body integration stage, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he replied, I didn't think that I would encounter a fellow Daoist of your cultivation base here. Rest assured, I've only concealed my own cultivation base for convenience. The devilish woman quickly reverted back to a calm expression and said, I have no doubt about that. It is indeed quite inconvenient for beings of our cultivation base to go around without a disguise. In that case, I'll take you to see our young mistress in person. You can go now, Xian. A hint of surprise flashed through Xian's eyes upon discovering that Han Li had been concealing his own cultivation base, but she quickly lowered her head in a respectful manner as she gave an affirmative response before departing from the second floor of the pavilion. Please come with me, fellow Daoist. Seeing as you're a devilish lord, you'll be meeting our young mistress in person as opposed to a substitute, the woman said before sweeping a sleeve toward the staircase leading to the third floor. Yellow light flashed and a burst of energy fluctuations surged forth, indicating that some type of restriction seemed to have just been removed. In the instant that the restriction was removed, a gray rune flew out of the woman's sleeve before vanishing into space in a flash. Han Li merely nodded in response before following the woman up the staircase. The third floor of the pavilion was a massive lavish hall. At the center of the hall was a pristine white jade offering table, upon which were placed items such as 8 trigrams and divination tags. Beside the table was a petite and intricate cauldron, from within which a wisp of white smoke was billowing out, filling the entire room with the aroma of sandalwood. Behind the table was an extremely beautiful yellow-robed young woman seated on a large chair, playing with a palm-sized jade fan in an expressionless manner. There were 8 young servants positioned on either side of the hall, 4 of which were male while the other 4 were female. The men were all tall and handsome, while the women were all beautiful and petite, and they stood with respectful looks on their faces. All 8 of them possessed deity transformation stage cultivation bases. However, the woman didn't stop here and led Han Li toward the staircase to the 4th floor instead. The yellow-robed young woman rose to her feet and extended a curtsy toward Han Li and the woman from afar along with the servants in the room, and the woman merely waved a dismissive hand toward them. Han Li's footsteps faltered slightly, and a peculiar look appeared on his face as he swept his gaze over the devilish beings in the room. In terms of appearance and disposition alone, he would have been convinced that the yellow-robed young woman was the young mistress of the vast origin house. Who would have thought that she was a mere substitute? With that in mind and considering the research he had conducted into the vast origin house in advance, he couldn't help but become even more curious about what type of person this young mistress was. Shortly thereafter, Han Li arrived on the 4th floor of the pavilion with the woman. As soon as they arrived on this level, Han Li swept his gaze through the surrounding area, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It wasn't that the decor on this level was particularly strange. It was just that everything was set up to be identical to a small rural